We're good to go.
Thank you, Connor. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. This is a continuation of an adjudicatory hearing before the Massachusetts Gaming Commission relative to the alleged noncompliance of Crown MA Gaming LLC doing business as DraftKings with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 13D, 205 CMR 247.077, and 205 CMR 248.10, subsection 3. All of the instructions I provided on September 19th, 2024, the first day of this hearing, remain in full effect. However, I will provide a brief refresher for the benefit of all parties. My name is Jordan Maynard. I'm the chair of the Gaming Commission. I am joined today by my colleagues, Commissioners Eileen O'Brien, Brad Hill, Nikisha Skinner, and newly appointed Paul Broder. The entire commission will continue to preside over the hearing and decision of this matter. This hearing will continue to be conducted in accordance with 205 CMR 101.01, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Sections 10 and 11, and 801 CMR 1.02, the informal fair hearing rules. This hearing is being conducted via remote collaboration technology. I would like to remind everyone of the process that will continue to govern this proceeding. First, an updated notice of hearing was provided to DraftKings in advance of today's hearing. It identified the alleged noncompliance incidents that will be the focus of the Commission's attention at this hearing and the relevant statutes and regulations. Several pre-hearing conferences were also conducted. Pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 23N, Sections 4 and 16 and 205 CMR 232, the Commission may hold this adjudicatory hearing and at the conclusion of the hearing may decide to issue a civil administrative penalty, impose conditions on DraftKings license, suspend DraftKings license, revoke DraftKings license, reprimand DraftKings, and or assess a fine on DraftKings. I see that a number of lawyers are present here today on behalf of the parties. I will ask that each of you please identify yourself and advise the Commission as to whom you represent. Let's go ahead and start with the licensee.
Tony Starr from Mintz Levin for DraftKings.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Caitlin Hill from Mintz Levin for DraftKings.
Thank you, Attorney Hill.
Michael Molstead from Mintz Levin for DraftKings.
Thank you.
Pat Hanley from Butters Brazilian for DraftKings.
Thank you, Pat.
Caitlin Hill from Mintz Levin for DraftKings.
Thank you, Attorney Hill.
Michael Molstead from Mintz Levin for DraftKings.
I'm getting some background noise here. I got Pat was the last person identified, and then I saw Pete come off.
Yes. Sorry, yeah, we had the echo on our side. Pete Harrington, in-house counsel at DraftKings.
Thank you, Pete.
Andrew Schreiro, in-house counsel, DraftKings.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else from DraftKings? All right. I will now go back to the IEB and let them remind us who's on for the IEB.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioner. Zach Mercer for the IEB.
Thank you, Zach. All right. Thank you all. At the conclusion of my opening comments, this proceeding will continue from where we left off in September. I will note that the IEB and the licensee had initially rested their presentations, but several of my fellow commissioners had additional inquiries. Given the additional testimony from that day and the subsequent productions from the licensee, the IEB should have the opportunity to ask follow-up questions. I understand that counsel for DraftKings has suggested that they conduct a direct examination of each remaining witness, and then both the commissioners and the IEB would have the opportunity to ask follow-up questions. It is my understanding that the commission is agreeable to that course of action. Either party may raise any objection it desires at any time. However, the basis for all objections must be clearly stated. Finally, at the conclusion of all the evidence, the IEB and the licensee will be provided an opportunity to make closing statements, summing up the respective presentations. Excuse me. Before we begin, I understand that there are pre-marked exhibits that have been prepared in advance of this hearing. The commission will take official notice of the first 25 exhibits that were previously marked and introduced into evidence in September. An additional 20 exhibits have been added to the exhibit list, and they are as follows. Number 26, DraftKings correspondence with MGC SWD, January 24th, 2023. 27, DraftKings attachments, DraftKings MA House Rules version 1.0, 123 through 23. Number 28, DraftKings correspondence with MGC SWD, February 13th, 2023, February 16th, 2023. 29, DraftKings attachments, DraftKings MA House Rules V2, MGC comments, DK revisions. Number 30, DraftKings correspondence with MGC SWD, February 21st, 2023 through March 3rd, 2023. 31. Oh, I think we're getting, Commissioner Broder, rather, I think we're getting some.
I'm on it.
Sorry about that. 31, DraftKings attachments, DraftKings MA House Rules version 3. Number 32, DraftKings correspondence with MGC SWD, May 1st, 2023 through May 12th, 2023. Number 33, DraftKings attachments, DraftKings MA House Rules version 4.0, tracked. Number 34, MGC SWD correspondence with DraftKings, May 30th, 2023. Number 35, MGC public meeting packet, May 30th, 2023. Number 36, HD meeting suite, House Rules invitation for video meeting between DraftKings and MGC SWD. That's dated May 30th, 2023. 37, DraftKings correspondence with MGC SWD, May 31st, 2023 through June 2nd, 2023. Number 38, DraftKings attachments, DraftKings MA House Rules version 5.0 tracked. Number 39, MGC public meeting packet, June 1st, 2023. Number 40, notice of hearing, October 29th, 2024. Number 41, MGC's correspondence with DraftKings request for additional information, September 27th, 2024. Number 42, DraftKings correspondence with MGC, supplemental responses to MGC's September 27th, 2024 request for additional information, November 5th, 2024. Number 43, DraftKings supplemental document production. Number 44, DraftKings correspondence with MGC regarding the supplemental document production, November 5th through 7th, 2024. And number 45, DraftKings correspondence with MGC regarding the supplemental documentation production, November 7th, 2024. Are there any objections to exhibits 26 through 45 being marked and entered into evidence?
None from the
No
IEB.
objection from,
Thank
no
you.
objections from DraftKings.
Thank you. These exhibits shall be admitted into evidence. In order to maintain a clean record, I ask the documents are referred to by exhibit number and Bates number when relevant. If any party would like to have any additional documents entered into evidence during the course of the hearing, I would ask that they be properly introduced and marked. The commission anticipates that its inquiry at this proceeding will be limited to the matters addressed in the investigative reports, the notice of hearing, and its follow-up request for information and documents to the licensee. In the event that the line of questioning conducted by the commission moves into an area that has not been included in the report, notice or request, but that is material to the final determination in this matter, the licensee may request a recess in the proceeding in order to review the issue. A proceeding of this nature necessarily requires the consideration of a wide variety of information that takes several forms. In this case, some of the information and documentation may include commercially sensitive information. The public discussion of such information may place an entity at a competitive disadvantage if such information were to be publicly discussed. For the commission to be able to execute its legal obligations effectively and diligently prior to making a final finding, it must be at liberty to fully inquire relative to any of these sensitive matters without compromising the individuals or entities involved. To do otherwise would be at a minimum unfair and potentially unlawful. Accordingly, my colleagues and I may elect to exercise the discretion afforded in accordance with 205 CMR 101.01, paragraph 7, to close this proceeding to the public to fully address certain matters. Under this same regulatory section, DraftKings may request that portions of this hearing be closed to the public as well, and any such requests will be considered in turn. I will add that no final decision will be made at the conclusion of the public portion of this hearing. Instead, at the conclusion, the commission will privately deliberate and ultimately issue a written decision. If at any point during the commission's deliberations it determines that additional testimonial or documentary evidence is desirable, it reserves the right to ask for such evidence prior to making a final decision. We will now swear all the witnesses in. Anyone who will be testifying at this proceeding, please raise your right hand. Here's feedback. All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide before the commission at this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Got it. All right. I saw Mr. Jay. Okay. All right. I will note for the record that everyone is responding to me in the affirmative.
Commissioner Maynard,
Yeah.
I apologize for that feedback. That won't happen when the individual witnesses are testifying. A number of the witnesses are with us at Mintz today. A couple are remote, the ones who live a little bit away from Boston. But when they are testifying, they'll be in the room with counsel, and we shouldn't have that feedback problem. I apologize for that during the swearing of the witnesses, but that's what you were hearing there.
Attorney Starr, I would love to say it's the first time in my time on the commission we've heard feedback, but it's not. So apologies accepted.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Commissioner.
At this time, I would also like to confirm with counsel for DraftKings that you have no objection to Commissioner Broder participating in this matter. Commissioner Broder has reviewed all the evidence, including the hearing video from September.
As we communicated to Commission Counsel several days ago, we have no objection at DraftKings to Commissioner Broder deliberating on this matter. We appreciate the work he's done over the last several days to get up to speed, and we welcome him joining the proceedings.
Thank you, Attorney Starr. Before we begin, does either party have any preliminary issues or objections?
Nothing from the IAB at this stage.
Thank you, Counselor.
Chairman Maynard, did you want me to confirm my proposed order of witnesses that we'll be calling? Would that be of assistance to the commission?
That is fine. We have the witness list here, but if you would like to read through that this time.
Sure. With your permission, we intend to proceed as follows. Becky Hoffman, Dickson Jay, Grace Tate, Kevin Nelson, Joseph McCann, Jeremy McAuley, and Paul Liberman. I know that in my conversation and the pre-hearing conference we had a little earlier in the week with Commission Counsel, we discussed Mr. List and that the commission was partway through with that witness. My suggestion is if we could get through perhaps the first 5 or 6 witnesses, that might help streamline the proceeding with what's left to cover for Jake, if that's okay with the chair.
Yeah, the commission discussed, and yeah, we can call Jake as needed, and thought that made some sense. All right. Any other issues to raise? With that, I believe we will turn this over to counsel for DraftKings to begin with his direct examination of each of the remaining witnesses.
Is my understanding correct from your introduction that with each of the witnesses, after the direct exam of that particular witness, the IEB would examine, then the commission would pose questions, and DraftKings may have an opportunity for a limited redirect, and then we proceed on to the next witness?
That is correct, Attorney Starr. That is our plan.
Thank you. And as you saw at the start, I'm joined today by my partner, Katie Hill, and Katie and I will be dividing up some of the witnesses. The first couple of witnesses, Katie will be handling, and then we'll be going back and forth from that point.
One thing I would just mention at the outset here too, Tony, and you and I discussed this, is I think it would be helpful for you to address the redactions issue with the commission so they can hear from DraftKings on that before we get started, just so we can wrap that up before we get into testimony, if you'd be so kind as to explain that DraftKings position on that for the commission.
That's a good preliminary,
Sure.
Justin. Thank you for the reminder.
Thanks, Justin. Sure. Justin and I have had several conversations, and we appreciate the request communicated back to DraftKings through Commission Counsel of the Commission's interest in seeing the information or understanding the information that's been redacted. We suggested to Justin yesterday that we would make available to Commission Counsel on the Min-11 relativity platform, provide Commission Counsel with read-only access to the redacted portions. We set that up with our in-house lit tech team during the day yesterday, and I think as of some point after working hours last night, we were able to send over access to Justin, Todd, and Melanie. I hope it got there. Did you receive it, Justin?
Yes, Tony, I received it. I reviewed the material, and I shared my initial thoughts with commissioners, but please feel free to continue.
Sure. So our proposal, commissioners, was to let your counsel take a look at it to determine if in counsel's opinion, as we had suggested, the information contains quite a bit of confidential, sensitive business information, and additionally does not appear to DraftKings to be related to or pertinent to the particular issue that's before the commission today in the adjudicatory proceeding. Of course, I leave it to Commission Counsel to make a determination if they concur with that and what their recommendation would then be to the commission, or if they have a different view, and we're happy to discuss that. I haven't had a chance to follow up with Justin. I apologize again, Justin, for the late hour that we sent it over, but it took a little while to get it into that platform.
No, that's totally fine, Tony. Yeah, I reviewed the documents. I generally concur with DraftKings' assessment of what those documents show. And I shared that with commissioners. If commissioners want to have a more frank discussion, I'm more than happy to go into a private session with the five of you to discuss any questions you may have surrounding those documents. But I can say flatly that I do agree that with Tony's assessment of those records at this time. So, but I defer to the commission if you'd like to have a more specific conversation about any of that material, in which case we could probably go into a breakout room and resolve it relatively quickly.
All right, commissioners, we've heard Justin's opinion on the documents.
So just does need to go into a private session for this, but I do think it bears noting that I don't disagree. I'm going to rely on Justin's assessment in terms of relevance, et cetera. But just as a matter of law as currently written, this is sort of, courtesy and mutual agreement on some of these redactions, not so much as a matter of right. And so just noting that for the record, because going forward with some other licensee or some other circumstance, just want to make sure this is not precedent for us if we needed to push to get full access to something because we don't have the same protections and restrictions in 23N that we do in 23K. So I think that bears putting on the record publicly.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien.
Mr. Chairman, I find no need to go into a private session for this. I think we can move forward with what Justin has presented to us.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Skinner
Likewise, I'm fine with accepting the representations of council.
and Commissioner Broder,
Agreed.
and I'm in agreement also with the note from Commissioner O'Brien on any future proceedings. All right. So with that, finally, Attorney Starr, I think you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the Commissioner's understanding of our position. And Commissioner O'Brien, we certainly heard your clarification and we will remember and respect that, Commissioner O'Brien. I appreciate you sharing that with us. As I mentioned before, Chair Maynard, our first witness is going to be Becky Hoffman, and my partner Katie Hill is going to handle the examination of Becky.
Good morning. Before I begin my examination, I just wanted to let the commission know I wear an insulin pump. Sometimes the alarms go off. I may need to adjust my insulin settings. It's a little more noticeable on Zoom because I have to look down. But so I just wanted to let you know and would appreciate your patience if I do need to adjust now and again. All right. Good morning, Ms. Hoffman. Morning. Could you state your name for the record, please? Rebecca Hoffman. And let's start with some background. Are you currently employed at DraftKings? Yes, I am. And what's your current role? My current role is licensing manager. And what are your responsibilities in that role? My responsibilities in the role are to oversee the corporate entity licensing process, whether that be a renewal or new state launches. And commissioners, can you hear Ms. Hoffman okay? I want to check our mic.
I can.
And how long have you worked at DraftKings? I've worked at DraftKings for just over 4 years. And where did you work before you came to DraftKings? Prior to working at DraftKings, I worked for Encore Boston Harbor in the Human Resources Department. And before Encore Boston Harbor, where did you work for that? I graduated from Northeastern in 2018 and was working as a preschool foster. And were you employed at DraftKings in January 2023? Yes, I was. And what was your role at that time? My role was a licensing specialist. And was that a different role than you have now? Yes, it is. And how so? At that time, I did not manage other people and was slightly more limited in working on what applications in terms of our brands that we have within DraftKings and the entities. And who was your direct report in January 2023? Bill Curtis. And as part of your role at that time, did you review the statute or regulations? I did for licensing related matters. And did you work on Massachusetts? Yes, I did. And so for Massachusetts, did you review those regulations and statutes? For licensing related statutes and regulations only. In your focusing on your work for Massachusetts, did you receive communications from the Gaming Commission? Yes, I did. And how did you receive them? I received them via email. How often did you receive them? As we got into January, very regularly, whether that be weekly or daily. And did you receive them from a specific individual or a group of folks?
I received most emails from Executive Director Wells and a handful of emails from Chief Licensing Officer Sarah O'Brien, and her folks as well.
And what did you typically do when you would receive a communication from the commission?
I would review the email and forward it to Bill. We would also discuss any necessary next steps.
And what might those next steps entail?
Could be further passing along the email, providing responses to questions whether our application or any other process questions.
And
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Attorney Hill.
no problem.
For the most part, I can hear the witness, but there are times where she fades out a little bit in her responses. And so before we get into the substantive testimony, I just need to make that known.
Yeah, I was going to say the name, it drops off a little bit on certain parts.
No problem. Ms. Hoffman, so there's actually a microphone right in front of your laptop. You might just have to raise your voice a little bit.
Okay.
All right. So, of course, let us know, Wave, if we're still having audio issues. Thank you. So I think you mentioned that sometimes you could respond to these communications. What types of communications do you respond to?
I would respond and acknowledge receipt of the email or inquiry, or further pass along these items to ensure that we give the commission and its staff prompt responses.
And if you pass along the information, how would you identify the person to pass it on to?
You repeat the question?
Sure. If you determined that you needed to pass on the email, how did you identify the right person to pass it along to?
Bill and I would discuss and determine who we felt at the time were the appropriate parties, and reach out to them.
And who, could you give us an example of an appropriate party?
Yes, we use the term subject matter experts quite often. Those people are the owners of their work streams, especially during a launch or a renewal process, whether that be our corporate legal folks, our litigation folks, our payment processing, KYC, geolocation, and finance.
And I think you mentioned you and Mr. Curtis would work together to identify the right person. How did you do that?
We were either in person or would meet via Zoom. We often collaborate, so I can learn more about the industry and work together to ensure we're both on the same page going forward with next steps.
All right. I would like to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 6. And if it's all right with the commission, if you would just go ahead and share that on the screen, if that's okay.
You can share the exhibit.
So, Ms. Hoffman, what's up on the screen in front of you has been marked as Exhibit 6. It's an email from Karen Wells to you sent on January 26, 2023 at 10:34 a.m. Do you recall receiving this email?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do when you received it?
I read the email, forwarded to Bill, and we were in the office, so I seek him out to discuss this email.
And what did you discuss?
We discussed the subject, so prohibition of credit cards, and who we would reach out to retrieve the answers.
And who did you decide to reach out to?
I reached out to Mr. Jay as it was revolving payment processors and the use of credit cards.
And who is Mr. Jay?
Mr. Jay is our director of payments, I believe.
And that's Dickson Jay?
That is correct.
And why did you and Mr. Curtis think Mr. Jay was the right subject matter expert to receive this email?
So usage of the word vendor and expecting to use as well as credit cards.
All right, I would like to show the witness what has been marked as DraftKings _0000. And so Becky, this is an email from you to Dickson Jay at 10:42 a.m. forwarding Karen Wells' email. And that's at the bottom of the screen. You see that? Yes, I do. And so what happened after you forwarded this email?
Forwarded the email to Dickson, and then Dickson provided the responses back to me.
And where are his responses in this email?
You should have been read.
Yes, I think this is a photocopy that is not in color, but in the original, did some of the text in this email appear in color?
Yes, it did. Anything after the question mark in line with each number.
And those were the responses that you got back from Dickson?
That is correct.
When you received this email response, did you know how Mr. Jay obtained the answers?
I did not know.
Did you know whether he reached out to anyone else? And did you review his answers?
I reviewed them for grammatical correctness, however, nothing further.
And Michael, if you could scroll up a little bit, please. At the top of the chain, there's an email from you to Dickson and a CC to Mr. Curtis. You say these make sense to me. What did you mean by that?
The grammar and usage of language made sense to me, so I did not need further clarification on what Mr. Jay was saying.
And then I'd like to pull up what's been marked as Exhibit 7, please. You might need to zoom in a bit. And if we scroll down a bit, right there. Right, so this is an email from you to Karen Wells at approximately 1:12 p.m. And is this your response back to Executive Director Wells?
It was, yes.
And your email here says, see the attached responses to the questions surrounding compliance with Massachusetts law and the prohibition of credit cards for sports wagering. Why did you use that language?
I use that language as it is what Executive Director Wells stated in her email, and I copied the language to provide the response back to her.
Could we put up, please, Exhibit 9? And is this the attachment to the email we just looked at?
That is correct.
And why did you create an attachment as opposed to just replying by email?
Creating an attachment for presentation purposes and ease of review in response to the question.
And here, again, the text is a little bit difficult to see on the screen. We have some blue text for the question. Is the blue, does that come from Mr. Jay's email?
That does.
Did you make any changes to his answers to you?
I did. I expanded on the use of N/A to create not applicable.
And did you do anything else after you sent this email and attachment to Executive Director Wells?
I did not.
Did you share the response with any other department or subject matter expert?
I did not.
Why not?
I did not know that this needed to go any further, as they were questions regarding our universal wallet and a term that was used within our application.
Thank you, Becky. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to turn now to the IEB to see if they have any additional questions.
I have nothing for Ms. Hoffman. Thank you.
All right, and now I'll go to my fellow commissioners. Commissioners, do we have any additional questions of Ms. Hoffman?
I have a few, yes.
Counselor O'Brien, Commissioner O'Brien.
Ms. Hoffman, thank you for coming in today. Just a couple clarifying questions. Can you again tell me the title, Dickson Jay's title at the time?
I believe his title, and do not know off the top of my head, was Director of Payments.
Okay. And were you aware at the time that Bill Curtis had been identified as the point of contact with the commission for DraftKings application?
Yes, however, I was under the impression that Mr. Curtis had a conversation with Executive Director Wells, that email should be directed to me as he previously worked for the commission.
So Mr. Curtis represented that was done to have him recuse from the matter. Was that your understanding? Completely step away?
Yes, that was.
Okay. And yet you continue to communicate with him on these matters. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And then you CC'd him on the email communications. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any discussion in terms of why you continued to involve him if he was recused?
He was my supervisor at the time.
Okay. So you did in fact communicate with him about the responses on this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, anything else? All right, Counselor Starr, I would send it back to you.
All right, I think we're going to call our next witness, Dickson Jay.
Thank you.
Morning.
If you might give us one moment, we'll just let Ms. Hoffman step down.
And thank you to Ms. Hoffman.
All right, Mr. Jay, can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Dickson Jay,
And how long have you been working for DraftKings?
about 5.5 years.
And what's your current role?
Director of payments.
And who do you report to?
Currently,
Yes.
I report to Malcolm Turner, who's the SVP of corporate strategy.
And it sounds like you were employed at DraftKings in January 2023.
I was
And what was your role at that time?
director of payments.
And what were the responsibilities at that time?
My responsibilities was external focused, basically dealing and working with our external payment processors, card networks, and banks, primarily to find new payment methods for DraftKings, find new payment vendors, and if so, onboard new payment vendors, negotiate contracts with these payment vendors. Everything that was externally focused in the payment industry.
And when you say card networks, is that like a credit card company or something different?
Yeah, so card networks being Visa, MasterCard, American Express.
In January 2023, did you work on Massachusetts?
Yes, I did.
Did you work on other states as well?
I did.
And focusing back in on Massachusetts, I'd like to put up on the screen what's been marked DraftKings _0000997. And if you scroll down a bit, up a little bit. So this is an email from Becky Hoffman to you with a CC to Bill Curtis at approximately 10 a.m. on January 26, 2023. Do you remember getting this email?
Yes, I do.
And Becky states here, Matt just reached out with the questions below. What did you understand that to mean?
When I read through the questions quickly, I read through that as questions related to what are our capabilities to meet some of these requirements that are being asked in the email. Specifically because of the nature of the questions, it led me to understand that this was a question about our capabilities.
And the email Becky forwarded is from Karen Wells. Did you know who Karen Wells was?
I did not.
There's also a CC to Bruce Band and Caitlin Monahan. Did you know who they were?
I do not.
So when you received the email, did you review Executive Director Wells's email to Becky?
Yes, as I was saying earlier, I read through it real quickly and realized that these were not questions related to the external payment processing industry or anything that I could answer in relation to our external payment partners. I viewed them as questions related to our capabilities and what we had planned to put in place. Specifically, did we expect to have a universal wallet? And if so, how will this be done? So not understanding, I guess, what our internal architecture was going to be, I realized I could not answer these questions.
And so what did you do when you made that realization?
I reached out to a colleague in the product management team.
And who did you reach out to?
Miss Grace Tate.
And who is Grace Tate?
She's the senior product manager on the payments product team.
All right. Can we switch to what has been marked as Exhibit 8? I need to see that. And so did you reach out to Ms. Tate by Slack?
Yes, I did.
And this is a Slack communication between you and Ms. Tate. The first entry is from about 10:55 a.m., about 10 minutes after you got Becky's email. When you reached out to Ms. Tate, did you tell her that you were relaying questions from Aaron Wells?
I did not.
And why not?
I just wanted to get brief and straight to the point. I believe Ms. Tate was possibly traveling due to the icon on her Slack. So I just wanted to get to the gist of my questions.
Your first line of text mentions the universal wallet. What's the universal wallet?
So I answered that question because in my capacity where I'm external focused, I don't speak to our payment partners and explain the universal wallet. For me, it's just the wallet, and they only need to understand the wallet and our deposit pages. So I just wanted to get clarification. And I know at the time there's a lot of discussion internally about a universal wallet. So I just wanted to be sure that we were all understanding what was the same terminology. So my understanding of the universal wallet was a single source of funds where our patrons could deposit and use on multiple verticals.
And what's a vertical?
Sorry, different products of DraftKings, whether it's sportsbook or daily fantasy.
And so here at 10:57 a.m., you list the questions from Director Wells' email. At the top of the list, you say, or pardon me, at the end of the list, you say 2 is NA. What did you understand question 2 to be asking?
Question 2 is, were we using an external vendor, a third party, to manage our wallet, or were we using a third party's wallet? And that I knew for a fact that it's not applicable because we have our own wallet.
And then for question 3, what did you understand question 3 to be asking?
I understood that to be whether or not we had intended to have a system that was going to be able to identify credit card deposits from another state and ensure that those card deposits would not be able to be used in Massachusetts.
And you say here, yes. Why did you say that?
I said yes because I know that at the time it was also discussed in other states where this requirement may need to be put in place.
And then Grace replies, does she agree with you on question 1?
She agreed with me on question 1, yes.
And what about 2?
On 2, she also agreed with me that that was not applicable. We were not using an external vendor.
And then what about question 3?
Question 3 was, she was saying that, yes, we do have a system in place, or no, she was saying that, yes, we can do the same thing that we do it in Tennessee.
And what did you understand that phrase to mean? We can do this the same way we do it in Tennessee.
At the time, I had not even known that we had already put the system in place for Tennessee, or whether or not the system was in place, because I don't go back to look at how, again, on the implementation side. So my understanding from her was that, yes, we have the capability to put this into place, as required.
And then at the very end, you repeat, then you say for 4, I need your word. What did that mean?
I did not want to try to describe how the implementation or how this would be done by our systems, because that's not my area. So I asked her if she could explain it. Well, that's why I said, can you give me your words and please explain how we intend to do this?
And what did you understand her response to me?
I understood it basically reading from her response, which I'll reread here, that we place credit card funds into a specific financial account that can be disabled based on the geolocation of the user, where they function a locked funds while a user is in state that prohibits the use of credit card funds that are deposited elsewhere. So my understanding here is that they have figured out a solution, because this is not an industry, a solution that the industry could help us with, that internally we have figured out and designed a solution whereby we're able to lock those funds from being used in a state that doesn't allow credit cards to be used.
And then finally, at the end here, you repeat the answer to question 1, that DraftKings uses a universal wallet. What did you do after this chat with Grace Tate?
I took the answers and I replied and inserted them back into the email to Ms. Hoffman. I wanted to do it quickly so that I wouldn't forget and I could just close the issue.
All right, so let's go back to look at the document ending in 997. We're going to try to adjust the issue so you can see the document in its original form. Not working. All right, we'll stick with what we got. So if we can put up 997. So just for the record, for some reason, the screen sharing function, in our version, there's color in these, and I'm not quite sure why the screen share function is not showing that to you all. So I'll try to indicate where it is red. So Mr. Dickson, looking at this email here, did you put in the answers from the chat with Ms. Tate?
Yes, I inserted the answers in red after the questions.
Yeah, for the benefit of the record, since we're having a little bit of a tech issue, could you describe where your answers sort of begin in red text?
In the first question, it's right after the question mark, and I answered yes, DraftKings uses and has their own proprietary universal wallet. Same thing in the second question, right after the question mark. In the third question, same thing after the question mark. And in the fourth question, it's right after the word done, and it starts with, we place credit card funds into a specific financial account, so on and so forth.
And did you base these answers on the chat with Ms. Tate?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Did you base the answers on the chat with Ms. Tate?
Yes, I did.
If we look back at Exhibit 8 and let me know if you want to flip back, your answer to 3 is slightly different than her answer. Can you tell us why?
Simply because she was just referencing how we would do it in another state, and I didn't think, and I just wanted to be a lot more clear and concise with the with my response back to Ms. Hoffman.
And did you do anything else with this exchange after you sent the answers to Becky?
I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Jay. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. IB, I will turn it over to Councilman Mercer.
I don't have anything for Mr. Jay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Commissioners,
I have some questions for Mr. Jay.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Mr. Jay, thank you for coming to talk directly to us today. Appreciate your time. I just have a couple follow-up questions. Had you been involved at all in communicating in Tennessee in regards to the ban on credit cards there?
I was not involved at all.
Okay. And you, on January 26, 2023, you have the Slack communication with Grace Tate, and then you respond to Becky Hoffman, right?
That's correct.
Did you have any further communication with anyone at the MGC on this matter after January 26, 2023?
I did not.
Did anyone internally come to you after May 31st, 2023 inside DraftKings and ask you about this communication?
After May 31st, yes, I do believe. I'm not sure exactly the timing, but I potentially, was it Mr. List or somebody on the regulatory ops team asked me if I remember what had happened or what had transpired during that email exchange during that time.
Okay. And do you recall what you told them?
I told them I can't recall. Let me look up my emails and Slack messages, and I believe I pulled out the email, which is the one that we've been reviewing right now, the email from Ms. Hoffman. And then I needed to look up where I got those answers from, and I found the Slack messages that I had with Ms. Tate.
And was that the sum of your response back to Mr. List?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to, it was marked PDF 71 in one of the last productions from DraftKings. I might need some help for the record identifying it. It's an email trail initially started by you, Mr. Dickson, Thursday, February 9th, 2023 at 8:44 a.m. To Visa Incorporated.
Commissioner O'Brien, is there a base number on the bottom you could provide us with? We could pull that
A
probably.
71 was the PDF that was provided. The bait stamp number, I believe, 0001786 through 0001789.
Commissioner O'Brien, can I have just a second to pull that email up personally?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. And you said in the packet, it was what page?
It was produced as PDF number 71 when they produced a number of redacted emails.
So
The bait stamp numbers.
I could direct you, and this will help. If you go to exhibit 43, Chair, that's DK supplemental doc production. If you scroll down to 71, it's like 5 zeros and a 71. It's that email.
I think we
found
is it helpful if we share because we found it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's page
just let us know
29.
where you want
It's
us to
page
go.
2901 of the commissioner's packet.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner.
And then if I could ask you, Attorney Hill, could you scroll down to the second to last page of that, the bait stamp 1788? It sort of starts the salutation in the first email. Perfect. No, it's all the way down a little further. That shows the header of the February 9th. There you go. Thank you. And Mr. Dickson, just giving you an opportunity to read that to yourself. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so can you explain to me why on February 9th, 2023, you're asking Visa how to take deposits in Massachusetts when you confirmed and knew on January 26, 2023, credit cards were not allowed to put deposits in Massachusetts?
Yeah, no, so this is a different process. So I've been involved with every state launch after New Jersey. Both the card networks, Visa and MasterCard, have their own process before allowing us to accept credit or debit cards in every single state, because they're looking at it from a federal level, and there's a certain list of documentation and criteria that they need to have before they grant the merchant, or in our case, the operator, the ability to start accepting Visa or MasterCard cards. So I was asking him, and every state is different. So I was asking Visa, what is the process that they have for us? What do they need us to provide to them before we would be allowed to turn on card processing?
And fair to say, and some of this may be in the redacted or in the acronyms you're using, there's nothing in the face of this that restricts that question to debit cards. Is that correct?
There's nothing that restricts this to debit card. No.
Okay.
It's
And
just
then-
my question was asking them, what is their process?
Okay. But in the question, did you further specify that you were going to have restrictions on credit card versus debit card?
No, I did not further bring that up with them.
Okay. And then you forward some of these on to, I think, sort of various in-house counsel. But if you go up to later in that day, you start CCing Bill Curtis and Kevin Nelson on this thread. Do you see those?
Yes, I'm not sure I was the one who added them to the thread, though.
Okay.
And just for the record, I just want to caution the witness, the redactions here are for privileged and privileged material. So just to the extent a question might involve a conversation with counsel, if you could just give us a heads up.
Right. Yeah, I'm not asking about the substance of the emails, more the threads. It looks like at 7:45, you loop in Bill Curtis and a couple other individuals. Do you see that?
Yes.
And
okay, probably.
And can you tell me why you looped in Bill Curtis but not Becky Hoffman at that point?
I looped in Bill Curtis at the time because Bill has been my contact for getting with all the other previous states for getting a copy of the license. So one of the requirements that Visa would have, besides a final RLO, is a copy of a provisional license, a temporary license, a authorization to proceed. Every state calls it differently. I would need a copy of that to provide to Visa before they would ever approve us to go live. So that's the only reason why Mr. Curtis would have been copied on that email.
Okay. But you did not include Becky Hoffman, despite her being the point of contact on credit card usage 2 weeks prior. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Well, sorry, I said that's correct.
That's correct. Okay.
I did not include Ms. Hoffman.
Okay. And did you have any other conversations with Bill Curtis on credit card usage following the launch in March 2023 in Massachusetts? Related to Massachusetts.
I can't recall, but I doubt that I would have brought up anything else related to credit card usage. My only concern at the time was making sure that we had all the documentation that was required by the card networks in order for us to be able to go live.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Skinner, I see your mic's off.
Good morning, Mr. Jay. Just a couple of questions. You fully understood Karen Wells' questions as they came to you through Rebecca Hoffman, correct?
I understood them as a question about what are our capabilities. Yes.
So with respect to question number 3, were you clear as to what Karen Wells was asking with respect to credit card funds deposited in other states being available for use here in Massachusetts?
I was not 100% clear because there's a number of different ways to interpret that that requirement in my mind, which is why I decided to seek someone else's opinion.
Grace Tate.
Correct.
Did it occur to you at any point in time back then to consult with anyone that you understood to be part of the compliance team at DraftKings on the responses to these questions, particularly given the first line of the email that was forwarded to you, which states, I am reaching out to all the Cat 3 operators to confirm compliance with Massachusetts law regarding the prohibition of credit cards for sports wagering.
No, I didn't consider that as a prompt for me to go and I would say validate the origins or the reasons behind that question. For me, it was simply trying to help a colleague, or being a good colleague and trying to help Ms. Hoffman get the answers that she required as soon as possible.
But you understood that it was a question from the executive director of the Mass Gaming Commission seeking information as to the level of compliance on that particular matter, correct?
Correct.
And so, I'm sorry, forgive me if I misunderstood your answer. Why didn't you believe that that was a matter for, again, the individuals who you understood to be in charge of compliance for DraftKings?
It wasn't really in my lane to question, I guess. You know, whether somebody else should be reviewing this this email as something that was, you know, related to compliance. I would have expected, I guess, or I because it came through email and it seemed a little informal, I thought it was just, again, a question on regarding our capabilities. I would have thought if this was something that would come from our in a more official manner through our internal channels, like our regulatory teams or whatever, or legal teams that said we must now comply and do these things, then we would be more aware. But these things happen, and I'm not in my capacity where I'm very external focused. I don't even hear back any updates on regulatory changes sometimes.
Mm-hmm. But you did acknowledge that you were somewhat limited in providing responses as evidenced by your outreach to Grace Tate.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jay.
To the chair, I have one question for Mr. Jay. I think it's only one.
Commissioner Broder.
Thank you, Mr. Jay. I'm sorry to pull you back in when you were almost free. Just want to clarify, make sure I understand, because I'm a little bit new to the game here. So the communication that you had with Visa, that would have to take place in any, because they do debit and credit. So to turn that on, you would have to ask that question, even if it was just debit.
That is correct.
Got it. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder. And I will say, I just stepped out of order and I see Councilor Hill ready to go. Did you want to follow up, Councilor Hill?
I have just one brief redirect, if I may.
Thank you.
Mr. Jay, I think Commissioner Skinner asked you if you understood the emails that you received from Becky to be coming from Executive Director Wells. And I just wanted to clarify, at the time you received that email, did you know who Karen Wells was?
I did not.
And you since have learned that she was the former Executive Director, but at the time you did not know what her position was.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Counselor.
One other point, just for the record. I do want to point out that in exhibit, the initial email from Karen Wells identifies herself as the Executive Director of the Commission in Exhibit 6.
Thank you,
So,
Commissioner Bryan. All right. I will turn it back to Counselor Hill or to Attorney Stark, whoever's moving forward.
It's still me. You're still stuck with me. We're going to let Mr. Jay step down and call Grace Tate.
Hello.
Ms. Tate, can you hear us okay?
I can. One administrative in Mr. Jay's testimony, the lag for just a brief moment on my side. If for some reason I ask you to repeat a question because I couldn't hear you, that may be the case. If I get disconnected, I will rejoin as quickly as possible. But I don't expect that there should be any issues.
There does seem to be a little bit of a lag for us. So if others need us to pause, just put up a hand and take a minute. All right, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Grace Tate.
How long have you been working for DraftKings?
I have been at DraftKings roughly 3.5 years.
And what's your current role?
My current job title is Senior Product Manager for Financial Platform.
And what do you do in that role?
My roles and responsibilities largely cover being the conduit between our business of DraftKings and our engineering team that ultimately builds the technology. So regular duties include, sizing out opportunities for our business to delight customers, complying with regulatory requirements, and advocating for our customers as part of our business.
And were you employed at DraftKings in January 2023?
I was.
What was your role at that time?
Senior Product Manager of Financial Platforms, same as it is now.
And were your responsibilities the same?
At that time, I did not have any direct reports, and I do currently.
And who did you report to in January 2020?
I reported in at that time, and I do now, into Chris McAuley.
And what is Chris McAuley's title?
Director of Product Management for Financial Platform.
As part of your role in 2023, did you review the statute or regulations if you were working in a jurisdiction?
I did.
And did you work on Massachusetts?
I did.
Did you review the statute and reg for Massachusetts?
I did.
Which one?
Our typical process is that the regulations are put over into a Google Sheet. I review what is part of that Google Sheet, which my assumption is includes all regulatory requirements.
And do you review this Google Sheet as a whole or a specific section?
I typically look for any regulations pertaining to deposits and withdrawals, as that is my primary area of responsibility.
And do you recall receiving a Slack from Dickson Jay on January 26, 2023?
I do.
And can we put Exhibit 8 back up on the screen, please? All right. So we are sharing what has been marked Exhibit 8, a Slack chat between you and Dickson Jay on January 26, 2023 at 10:55 a.m. At the time, did you know why Mr. Jay sent you this Slack?
I did not.
The first line of text from Mr. Jay mentions the universal wallet. What's that?
The universal wallet is a external facing term that we typically use to describe, let's say, the bucket of funds that a customer may use on our platform via deposits across our various product offerings, as is allowed by both our payment processors and jurisdictional regulations.
And your first couple of lines of the chat says you think our suitability presentations refer to it as a universal wallet. Did you have a particular presentation in mind?
I was speaking more generally as like externally, we use this term regularly. It is not a commonly used term internally.
I see. Mr. Jay's next line of text at 10:57 lists 4 questions. Do you know why he's asking these?
I do not.
Did you know at the time if he was asking for someone else or for himself?
I did not.
And what did you understand the questions to be asking? Maybe we could sort of take each one in turn.
Sure. So for the first one, I'm understanding, do we use this standard bucket of funds as I previously described it in the state of Massachusetts or have plans to? And which I respond, yes, we do intend on using that same piece of technology. For the second one, if we are using a vendor, who do we expect to use? In that case, well, I can go but line by line on my understanding of the questions, and then we can talk about my responses. But if we use a third-party vendor, who do I expect for us to use? The third question, do you have a system in place that can ensure funds from a credit card deposited in another state legally into a patron account cannot be used in the state of Massachusetts? I'm understanding this question to ask, is that system in place? Is there something there? Is there a technical capability that we possess in order to meet this requirement? And then for elaborating on question 3 to explain how that technically would work.
And so for 2, Mr. J says NA. Did you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And why?
We use internal technology in order to support this concept of a universal wallet or this bucket of funds, not a third party, so it is not applicable for us.
And for number 3, Mr. J says yes. Did you agree with him on that question?
I agree with the caveat that I add in my response of yes, comma, we can do this same way we do it in TN, which is Tennessee.
And then his next line of text says 4, I need your words. And why do you think he said this?
I expect that Mr. J was asking me to elaborate on what mechanism we used, to kind of satisfy that proposed requirement in 3. So that is what my response is in regards.
And that's your response in the next line?
Yes.
And can you explain that for us?
Sure. So when I talked about the universal wallet, I refer to kind of this bucket of funds. I am elaborating on how do we actually ensure that as part of the universal wallet, customers are not able to access their credit card funds when they should not be able to based on their geolocation. So I say we place credit card funds into a specific financial account. You can think of that as like a section of the bucket. So into a specific financial account that can be disabled based on geolocation of the user, where they function as locked funds, or you can't access that section of the bucket while a user is in a state that prohibits the use of credit card funds deposited elsewhere.
And then finally, in the last line of text, he says, here's my answer to 1. Yes, DraftKings uses and has their own proprietary universal wallet. And I know we've covered it, but did you agree here?
Yes, I agreed there.
Right. And this last communication from him is at 10:59, so about 5 minutes after he first reached out. Did you know what Mr. J did with your answers?
I did not.
Did you know they were going to be sent to Karen Wells at the commission?
I did not.
And did you know at that time who Karen Wells was?
I did not.
When did DraftKings launch in Mass?
I believe it was around early March.
And do you recall whether DraftKings received approval for pre-launch advertising, in advance of the launch date?
I do not recall off the top of my head, but I believe yes.
If it was around Super Bowl time, does that refresh your memory?
Yes, that does remember.
So let's put up, we're going to put up on the screen what's been marked DraftKings _0002120. And you might need to zoom in. You want to scroll up to the top there. This is a Slack chat dated February 10, 2023. For those of us not familiar with Slack, can you explain a little bit what's at the top? Is this the start of a thread?
This is me sharing or cross-posting a message from a different channel from Jeremy Hill into a chat with Chris McAuley and NVIDIA.
And who is Jeremy Hill?
Jeremy Hill is a senior engineer on our financial platform team.
Wait,
And I
Chair,
know we are.
excuse me, Attorney Hill, I just need time to get to this document, please.
Oh, of course.
Could you repeat that Bates number?
Oh, of course. It is DraftKings _0002120.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tate, we've covered who Mr. Hill is, and we talked about Chris McAuley. Who's Vidya?
Vidya is our director of engineering on financial platform.
And then looking at the top here, where it looks like you're starting this chat, you first mentioned a change. Could you tell us what that change is?
Yes. So during the week leading up to Super Bowl, we are extra cautious of any changes that we are introducing into our technology stack. So the change that is described here is disabling credit card processing in Massachusetts for gaming deposits specifically, effectively making it what we call a debit-only jurisdiction.
Then it appears there's a reasoning here as well. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So typically we describe the nature of the change and then share additional context for why we are making that change, which is what you see here when I say, or rather when Jeremy says, this is a preventative measure while we start turning on pieces of the Massachusetts updates to ensure there are no accidental deposits made with a credit card in a debit-only gaming jurisdiction.
And then right after that sentence, there is a mention of risk. What does that mean?
The risk in this context is largely what is the technical risk for us introducing such a change. As I mentioned, we are pretty risk averse leading up to Super Bowl as it is a high volume time for us. So part of this is a technical assessment of what would it mean for our technical, our product and technology in order to make this change. At that point, it was determined to be a low risk change.
And could you explain a little bit more what you mean by technical risk?
Yeah. Yes. So all of our what we call routes, which is what determines what accepts credit, what accepts debit, what accepts various payment methods, is part of our technical system. There are different types of changes that can take place, which can be something as easy as flipping a switch, making a very minor change that impacts only a small jurisdiction or all of our products. Or there are changes that are very difficult to roll back, require multiple teams, require us to actually ship new code versus kind of flipping that light switch on and off. So those take into account like technical complexity, which is one part of the risk. So how complex is the change? And then what is the breadth of customer base that could be impacted by that change, or typically the kind of risk points that we evaluate.
And so at this time, you're categorizing this as low risk. Where does that sort of fit in the spectrum that you just described?
At this point, it is a change that only would impact the state of Massachusetts, not our full jurisdictions that we operate in. So the breadth of that change is fairly narrow in scope, and the complexity of that change is quite low. It is one team, and it is ultimately just making a small and simple change as part of our back end that is easily remediated should something go wrong.
And do you recall who asked you guys to turn off credit cards in Massachusetts at this time?
I believe that we have a conversation with our regulatory operations team that encourages us to disable credit cards at that time.
And who would have been on that team at this time?
At that time, I would have worked with Kevin Nelson or Jake List, but I believe Kevin Nelson.
And then if we could scroll down a little bit, about halfway. Okay, stop. Thank you. So Vidya says here, right in sort of the top third of your screen, I do think our legal/GA should be aligned with the SB related focus we have at DK. Is GA here government affairs?
Yes.
And is SB Super Bowl or Sportsbook?
Super Bowl.
And what did you understand this element of the chat from Vidya to mean?
I interpret his message here to mean that we should all be aligned that this that it is worth it for us to disable credit cards ahead of the Super Bowl weekend.
And you respond, I think both things have risk, like there isn't a no risk factor. What did that mean?
Yes, as kind of shown in the ticket, low risk does not mean no risk. I am interpreting this change to mean one of two paths. So there is a risk of leaving credit cards on in the state of Massachusetts when we know that that is not an acceptable deposit method ahead of Super Bowl, despite this being 5-6 weeks in advance of an official launch. The other side is, though the complexity of the change is not high, it is still a change prior to the Super Bowl weekend, which does come with some inherent risk. These changes, while we do them somewhat regularly, are manual, and anytime you have a person manually changing settings, there is some inherent risk there. So those are the two paths of risk. Leave them on, we risk a poor customer experience. We risk having accepting credit cards, even though Massachusetts is not launching until a month or so later, or we make the change, which has some risk because it is a manual change.
And then Vidya responds, I don't think mask is too risky for a couple of days of potential violation. What does that mean?
I am not positive the intent of his response here.
And then your response here, I'm mainly just worried about another operator ratting us out. What does that mean?
Admittedly, probably poor choice in words. However, what I am trying to convey is I don't want us to be the odd man out, which is part of these risk considerations by leaving credit cards on. If other operators have disabled credit cards, I don't want us to continue to have them on through the weekend and potentially risk any good standing with our Massachusetts regulator. So my comment here, again, poor choice of words, however, is in favor of we should probably shut these off ahead of the Super Bowl weekend.
And then again, scrolling down a couple of lines just a teeny bit, there's a reference to these changes being pretty manual. And is that similar to what you just described in terms of the complexity of change?
Yes. So if I may, a small anecdote to describe the nature of these changes is that it is very explicit within the system of what changes need to be made. So an anecdote would be, you're not saying, hey, let's get ready to go to the grocery store. You're saying, go and put your socks on, go and put your shoes on, make sure your shoes are tied, put on your shirt, put on your hat, grab your wallet. So there are a lot of individual lines within our system that are explicit about how the different jurisdictions operate, and they require manual intervention. So that is what I am trying to represent, is that they are very manual and they need some improvement to mitigate risk going forward.
And then towards the end, if you can scroll down a little bit. You mentioned here, you talk about making no credit cards the default. What did you mean in this line of the chat?
I mean, for jurisdictions that we are not yet live with on our sportsbook product, disallowing the use of credit cards as a default. I expressed some hesitancy because of that explicit system that I kind of just described, that we would have to go every single line by line in order to create those routes to make it a no credit card experience by default. I will note that since this time, we have made no credit cards the default for jurisdictions that we are not live in.
And then I'd like to continue around this time period. Can we show what's been marked DraftKings _0002122? And is this a continuation of the Slack that we just looked at?
Yes.
And here you say we've had to go all the way up the chain to Paul, but are disabling them. Who's Paul?
Paul Liberman is our president of product and technology.
And why did you have to go all the way up the chain to Paul?
As I mentioned earlier, leading up to Super Bowl is a very sensitive time for us making changes. So we oftentimes require approval of senior leadership in order to disable. So this was an escalation path up to Paul to get approval to disable them ahead of the Super Bowl weekend.
And here Kevin says it's the right move and you agree. Why was it the right move?
Ultimately, we both believe, I believe, and I presume Kevin to believe, I will not assume to speak for him, but I believe that the risk of leaving credit cards on during a high volume weekend is not worth it for us to potentially put at risk our compliance with the non-credit card deposit regulation.
And so I'd like to now move a little bit forward in time to end of May 2023. Can we put up what's been marked DraftKings _0002124? And this is a Slack chat between you and Kevin Nelson dated May 30th, about 1:30 p.m. At the top, Kevin says kind of a potentially urgent thing, and you respond with eyes. What does that mean in this chat?
It is an emoji that doesn't copy over quite as well, but I use it with the intent of, I'm here, I'm looking, like, what do you need? How can I help? So in response to his original ping.
And what was Kevin reaching out about?
Based on the chat, it looks like he is inquiring some of the functionality that we currently have in place as it relates to credit card funds deposited outside of the state of Massachusetts as users come back into Massachusetts.
And why did he reach out to you?
I am a subject matter expertise on the funding of on the deposit methods and this credit card funding piece of functionality, so to say.
So about 9 lines down, it's towards the middle of my screen. You say they just can't deposit in the credit card. What does that mean?
I apologize. I had just a little bit of background noise. Could you repeat your question?
Sure. Yes. So about 9 lines down, you say they just can't deposit in the state of Mass with a credit card. What does that mean?
Yes, I mean that we, as of the previous conversation that we had back in February, they are no longer able to deposit while in the state of Massachusetts with a credit card. So we are programmatically blocking that.
And then you say, but we can. What does that mean?
I am referring to we have the capability set to make Massachusetts work as Tennessee.
And what do you mean work as Tennessee?
we have the capability to enable the technology that would function as Tennessee, meaning if somebody has deposited with a credit card outside of the state of Tennessee and they come back into that state, they are no longer able to use those funds.
Kevin asks next how quickly this could be enabled, and you say we need to discuss with dev. What's dev?
I'm using the term dev as an abbreviation for developer, which I use interchangeably with engineering or an engineer.
And why would you need to discuss with them?
I am a conduit between the business and the engineers who actually manage the implementation and flip switches as needed. I am not that individual, so I would need to discuss with the development team what is our level of effort in order to support this functionality, Massachusetts getting to parity with Tennessee.
And so in this chat at 1:29 p.m., after that, you say, is that somewhere in regs that we missed? Why did you say that?
At this point, I am surprised by this request and did not understand it as a regulation that Massachusetts needed to function the same as Tennessee. And I'm inquiring about, how did this come up? Is this a new request? Is this an outstanding request? How did this come about? And get some clarity there.
In your next line, if you want to scroll down, you mention customer impact. Can you tell us what that means here?
Yes. So part of my role is advocating for our customers and making sure that they have a good customer experience on the DraftKings platform. My comment here is I am voicing some concern about Massachusetts working this way from a customer friction standpoint, as New England has smaller states and crossing state lines is much more common versus Tennessee being a larger state, not as transitory in nature. Or at least I perceive it as not being as transitory in nature. So my concern here is just customers being confused by introducing new behavior for them as it relates to credit card funds.
And towards the bottom of the page here, Kevin Nelson says we should shut this off urgently, like today, if possible. Did you take steps to do this?
Yes.
And if we could put up on the screen what's been marked DraftKings _0002126. This is a Slack between you and Jeremy Hill dated May 30th, 2023 at 2:47 p.m. And I do want to pause here before I ask some questions. This may get into some of the more sort of specific implementation features. Some of the questions may sort of start to wade into confidential business information. I think we'll try to keep it at a high level, but I'm sort of looking at DraftKings counsel across the table for me who may raise his hand in case I need to make a request for a private session. Is that okay with you, Mr. Chair?
Understood, Councilor.
We've already discussed who Jeremy is, and why did you at this point reach out to Jeremy?
In the previous Slack, when I said I'll need to discuss with dev or engineering, this is me following up on that request. So I am reaching out to our group of engineers or developers in order to get some more information about what is needed in order to make Massachusetts function the same as Tennessee.
And was this change implemented quickly?
This change, we go into some discussion of where does this change need to take place, but yes, it is my understanding that it was actioned quickly.
To what's been marked DraftKings _0002130. And so this is a Slack from the following morning, May 31st, 2023 at 10 a.m. Who is, and forgive me if I mispronounce their name, Anicia?
Anicia is one of our delivery managers that works with myself and alongside our engineering team.
And what is this individual reaching out about?
This individual seems slightly confused about a couple of projects that we have in flight, but ultimately asking if there is anything that we need to do in order to support the Massachusetts credit card funding functionality that we had discussed.
And at this time in the morning on May 31st is the sort of fix that we discussed with the last chat being put into place. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding at this time, yes.
And towards the end of the chat, you say it would be painful. What did you mean by that? You might need to scroll down a little bit. Thank you.
I was referring to previously, I talked about the customer friction piece and this being very confusing for customers. My intent as part of this, it will be painful or would be painful, is for the customers, could be confusing, causing friction, and ultimately lead to confused or disgruntled customers.
And then the very last line, you say we're trying to push back delay. What did you mean with that statement?
I simply meant that we're trying to understand if this is something that needs to be moved forward with immediately versus something that we had time to communicate with customers up front and kind of get ahead of any confusion or friction that may exist there.
And so sticking with May 31st, 2023, can we pull up what's been marked DraftKings _0002131? And I'll give you a minute to tell us if we need to scroll down so you can sort of familiarize yourself. My first question is mostly a basic Slack question. This looks like a Slack chat that you're on, but not actively communicating. Can you sort of describe what this is?
Yes, this is a post in a public channel with a large audience. This is a channel that is usually used as we're making changes to get the appropriate sign-offs as needed internally or externally, and get that buy-in. My colleague Andrew is making a post to say, we need to make some updates to a configuration. I am not responding directly in it. However, you can see the CC, that is more so for awareness, which I am tagged in so that I can follow along.
And so this chat is discussing the credit card disabling function that we were just talking about before.
This is specifically discussing the out-of-state funding piece of the credit card funds. Yes, correct. Just wanted to be clear.
Yes, thank you. Towards the bottom of the page, at about 5:42, Evan Nelson. This should go off cycle. Or my timestamp must be incorrect. What does off cycle mean?
I do not know the technical definition of that. However, my understanding of it is that means we are not going to await for a standard period of time. Let's say it's a week or 2 weeks in order to issue a change. It is something that we are actioning with additional urgency behind it. However, there might be technical definitions to an off-cycle release that I am missing there. That is just my understanding.
And then on the next page, Kevin says, this is good to go. And does that mean the team then has the approval to implement the fix?
That would be my interpretation of that, yes.
And that's the 5:42 p.m. that I was looking for. At 5:52 p.m., Franco, who's Franco?
I am not sure of Franco's role at DraftKings. Apologies.
Okay. Response should be updated. And did you understand that to mean that this fix had then been implemented?
Yes.
But again, you're not the one that flips the switch, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Tate. I have no further questions for you at this time.
Can we take the exhibit down so I can, thank you. So I will now go to Councilor Mercer from the IEB.
Good morning, Ms. Tate. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
With permission of the commissioners, I'd like to display Exhibit 8 if that is agreeable.
Please do so.
All right. Ms. Tate, can you see what's presented on the screen here?
I can, yes.
Okay, so we just discussed this Slack chat at length in some capacity. I'd just like to revisit one particular area of that. So you indicate in your answers to Mr. Jay, obviously same way as we do in Tennessee, and I know we briefly discussed that. Could you explain, to the best of your recollection, when the Tennessee payment process was implemented?
Yes, so I believe that we enabled the Tennessee functionality in early 2022. Or sorry, I apologize. Late 2022, early 2023 is when we turned it on. We did the work in late 2022. I believe it's around January 2023 that this is enabled in the state of Tennessee.
Okay, and so at this point, when you've answered this question for Mr. Jay, you've had the payment process that's kind of referred to in those questions in place in a different jurisdiction for a month or two.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be my my initial thought. Yes.
All right, that's all I have for that exhibit. Apologies, having a little technical difficulty here. Okay, so we had some discussion where you had some discussion on direct examination in regard to risk categories, the way that you assess risk in your role. Could you describe the different types of risk besides technical risk that you are assessing when you're making decisions?
So specifically, that was an engineering ticket that the extent of the engineer purview of assessing risk is really complexity and breadth. I would say more generally speaking from my perspective, it really is how many customers do we believe that this change could impact? What are the consequences of making this change? Or in the event that it doesn't go correct, how difficult is it for us to roll back? We call it rollback, basically revert those changes is a big part. And then I think that the other piece is just related to like customer friction or customer experience.
So you indicated a couple of times in direct that your role is essentially a conduit to the business end of DraftKings. Now, is regulatory compliance at any point assessed in your risk analysis as someone in your particular role?
When you say regulatory risk, can you clarify which piece of that you would expect me to comment on?
Absolutely. So obviously you have a lot of moving parts. DraftKings is a very busy company. You operate in an active workspace. If you were to make a movement on the fly or some kind of adjustment to your platform, if that were to go wrong, it could result in a regulatory risk, correct? Something that went wrong that was afoul of any particular jurisdiction's regulations.
Yes. Yes.
Is that something that you assess when you make decisions like the one you made in this circumstance?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually in conjunction with our regulatory operations team or through discussions with them. But yes, that is part of my considerations.
Okay. And so furthermore, obviously you said that you're a conduit to the business end of things. Is there input from the business end of DraftKings, independent of the technical end, as to assessing those particular regulatory risks?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Was that done in this capacity?
Yes.
Or in this instance? Okay. And was there any input that you could speak to as to the regulatory risk of this particular incident?
Yes, the conversation that Kevin and I have, and I apologize, I don't know the base number, but Caitlin, if we have the conversation with Kevin and I around that early May, we both discussed, yes, do we believe that this is the right call for DraftKings and to meet our regulatory requirements and agree.
Okay. And is there a certain hierarchy that you assess these things, and are they all kind of in the same pot?
Tell me more about what you mean when you say hierarchy.
Sure. Is there somewhere that you start an assessment as to prior to doing something? Is this technically doable? Is it regulatory doable? Is there something that you go down a list, or you just kind of discuss a particular change and then discuss the pros and cons of it?
Typically, it's the latter, discussing the pros and cons of it. Typically, the first one is this viable as a business, and is this a good customer experience? And then it goes from there, but they're usually all happening at the same time.
Okay. I'd ask to direct your attention once again. This is going to be listed for the record as Bates number 2118. Ms. Tate, are you able to see this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And like the last conversation that you discussed, is this yet another Slack chat?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. And so just looking here, you discussed Jeremy Hill earlier. This is once again on February 10th, 2023, timestamp 3:19 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And this top heading here, is this essentially the kind of the layout of what this conversation pertains to?
Yes. This appears to relate to disabling credit cards ahead of the Super Bowl weekend.
All right, and I know that you indicated who Jeremy Hill is. Could you explain to us who the other individuals besides yourself who are present in this chat?
Yes, Joel Miller is one of our architects that works as part of our broader engineering org. Jennifer Engel is part of our release management team, who her team owns, my understanding, the release mechanisms and documentation related to making changes. Chris McAuley, as I've mentioned previously, is my manager or director of financial platform. Travis Dunn was, I believe at the time, our senior vice president of engineering was his title, but a senior engineering leader.
Okay. And I'd like to draw your attention, I'm just going to highlight here so we don't have to poke around too much. Is this a message that you sent to that group?
It does appear to be a message from me, yes.
Okay, and so I'd like you to explain we'll parse this a little bit, but can you explain what you meant when you stated at that time that users are still technically able to deposit in the state of Mass in that message?
If you will permit me just 1 minute, I just want to read the message.
Take them.
And I apologize, Attorney Mercer. Could I ask a favor? Could you slow down speaking a little bit?
Absolutely. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So upon reviewing this, I am trying to convey that there is not anything that programmatically would prohibit a customer from depositing, agnostic of payment method, in the state of Massachusetts ahead of launch. So users that attempt to deposit would be presented with a modal that says, we are not currently live in your jurisdiction. However, they would be able to choose to proceed and continue.
So on that date, or as of 2/10/2023, if this is we're exactly 1 month prior to launch of DraftKings in Massachusetts, if a user were to open up your app, they could open up and then fundamentally they could deposit with a credit card prior to launch while in Massachusetts.
Prior to this change that is being discussed as part of this thread, they could.
Okay, and so do you know how long that was going on for?
That would be any time prior to this change. My understanding from the time that I've worked at the company, we have always allowed deposits in the state of Massachusetts, even though you are not able to play with those funds ahead of Sportsbook actually being live. But again, the user would have been presented with a modal making them aware that they are not able to play with those funds while they are located in the state of Massachusetts.
So because just kind of going through that, because there's a modal, there are obviously some kind of geolocation services that are in play for folks that are using your application prior to launch that allow for that modal to pop up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to the second part of that particular message. So you indicate there in the second line, middle of that line, MGC's attention to credit cards not being used and FanDuel programmatically preventing mass users from using credit cards, that leaving it on over the weekend will raise risk. So what did you mean by that?
I am saying that I believe it is in our best interest to disable credit cards ahead of the Super Bowl weekend because of MGC saying explicitly that they do not want credit cards to be used upon launch, and that FanDuel, a competitor, is currently preventing credit cards.
Okay, and so that message, just so we can direct here, is at 3:24 p.m. on February 10th, 2023?
That does appear correct based on that.
And sorry to jump around for everybody following or for the commissioners following with the exhibits, but I'd like to just move down to base number 2120. So this is a message that we looked at just a little bit earlier. So, sorry. So your message here, which I believe was discussed on direct examination, I'm mainly just worried about another operator or another operators ratting us out. That's the same exact minute you sent that text message in another chain about FanDuel, correct?
Yes, it does appear.
Okay, and so that's in no way in reference to what you're discussing in the other thread?
I believe that it is likely other operator would be referencing FanDuel among other companies as well that operate in our space.
I'll take that down. Okay, so just in regard to your handling of kind of this pre-launch, these pre-launch conversations pertinent to the Massachusetts requirements. You stated that part of your role involves reviewing the regulations, correct?
Correct.
All right. And at any point, you were obviously asked a question. You had responded to a question saying that you had capabilities in Tennessee to enact certain type of controls. And then obviously in that message that we just discussed on February 10th, you were aware that there was a heightened focus in Massachusetts on credit card controls. At any point, did it cross your mind that the credit card system that you implemented upon launch was not compliant?
It did not.
Okay. And so I have a technical question that I'm hopeful you can help me out with. So you made some conversation a little bit on direct examination about the difference between becoming an all debit jurisdiction and a jurisdiction that has debit and credit cards, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so in this circumstance, I'm just trying to go back to what you explained earlier. So every state, you could open up the DraftKings application in any state in the United States. And there's going to be minimal geolocation controls as to what's available, obviously for sportsbook, but as far as deposits or at least opening the app, you're allowed to do that, right?
There are some states that we do not allow for deposits at all if we don't operate any of our products in that jurisdiction. However, yes, that is true that you can deposit in a majority of states, regardless of sportsbook status of live or not live.
Okay, and so if you could just explain to me, technically you state that, and there's a number of side messages that I believe we've gone over, that on that date, credit card transactions were turned off entirely, correct? In Massachusetts.
Credit card transactions for users in the state of Massachusetts that are physically located in Massachusetts, you cannot deposit with a credit card.
Okay, and on that date, so that was turned off, but that did not include what we've been discussing here today. Funds that were deposited in other states that came in to be deposited here. To be used in wagers here.
That is correct. It is two separate pieces of functionality. What are the controls for users that are physically located in a specific state? And a second piece of functionality is what can users do outside of that state? And how do we track the use or not use of those in that state? Two separate functionality.
And then, so basically for that February conversation, obviously you indicated this is something, and I believe the timestamps would indicate was done in a couple of hours. Was there any conversation had or any suggestion or any awareness that you should implement a process that would prevent those out-of-state credit card funds from being used?
There is not.
I don't believe I have anything else from Ms. Tate.
Thank you, Councilman Mercer. I'm going to give the commissioners an opportunity, and then I'm going to give Ms. Hill the opportunity to redirect if she wants, but I do need a 10-minute recess, and it's necessary. So I'm sorry about that. I wanted to wait until we exhausted the questions, but I need 10 minutes. So if we can meet again at 11, let's call it 11:10. Okay, Connor. It's 11:10. Give everyone just a second. All right. This is a continuation of the adjudicatory hearing regarding DraftKings. Just to bring everyone back up to speed, Counselor Mercer of the IEB had just finished his questioning of Ms. Tate. And so I believe I was going to open it up to the commissioners to see if they had any questions of Ms. Tate. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I just want to double check our sound. Can you hear us okay?
We can hear you fine, Counselor.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien, I see your mic is off.
Yeah, I do have some questions. Ms. Tate, thank you for coming in. You testified earlier that you did in fact read the Massachusetts statute and the regulations as part of your work responsibilities. Is that correct?
I do review them. However, our first, I would say, maybe line of defense is not the accurate term. Our primary folks that are responsible for that would be our legal and regulatory operations team. I do review them as a secondary set of eyes as it pertains to how it relates to the scope that I'm responsible for, a financial platform.
Okay. And so 23N, I'm going to direct your attention. You can take judicial notice. I can read it into the record unless someone wants to share it. That General Law 23N 13, subsection 13D reads, an operator shall not accept, (1) a wager from a person who's less than 21 years of age, or 2, a credit card. Did you read that when you read the statute?
I presume yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you were taking credit card deposits on the DraftKings platform before launch. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is standard for us to accept deposits prior to a state being live.
So the statute went into effect August 10th, 2022, saying you could not accept a credit card. And yet, is it your testimony that from August 10th, 2022, up until you disabled that function, you were accepting credit cards into the DraftKings Sportsbook platform?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. What was going to happen to those credit card deposits as soon as you went live, March 10th, 2023? What was the plan?
Typically within DraftKings, we will, as part of our pre-launch activities, compare the regulations with what how our technology is kind of functioning, and go through and ensure that on that date forward, we are operating in compliance with all regulatory requirements. So at that point, had we not made the call in early February to disable credit cards, we would have confirmed that that is a disabled payment method.
And then what happens to the money in the account?
That is available for use.
And how is the patron notified?
Can you confirm what you mean when you say notified?
How would someone know that the credit card funds they put in were useless on that platform and could go back to them?
A user would, after we implemented the change in May, where you cannot use credit card funds in the state of Massachusetts, the user would no longer see those funds available in their balance that displays in the top right corner.
So did I understand your testimony that in that Slack communication that you just went over with counsel and Attorney Mercer, that you guys made the call to shut off the credit card deposits before launch?
Can we please pull up the Slack specifically, just so I can be very—
Well, I'll reframe the question. Is it your testimony that you shut off the ability to put credit card deposits into the account pre-launch in 2023?
It is my testimony that while located in the state of Massachusetts, you could not use a credit card in order to fund a deposit.
And then when did that shift?
Can you confirm what it is in this question?
So when you cut off credit card deposits into a DraftKings account, that was only still under the theory when you were physically located in Massachusetts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if I went to Rhode Island, even back in that pre-launch time period, I could load a credit card fund into my DraftKings and then it would be there in Massachusetts for use.
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit 8, which is the Slack communication that you had with Mr. Dickson. You had some questioning on that. Did you have?
I apologize. Didn't mean to.
Yeah. So it jumps right in with the Slack communication with Mr. Jay asking you at 10:55, what do you guys consider a universal wallet? Does DK use a universal wallet? I would say yes, question mark. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Jay prior to the commencement of the Slack chat that is Exhibit 8 on that topic?
On the specific topic of the Massachusetts questionnaire?
Correct.
I did not.
And so you just got the Slack out of the blue with those questions?
Yes.
And you didn't ask any follow-up questions?
I did not.
And any reason, did you have any indication why he would be asking those questions of you?
I did not.
Did you think he made them up on his own?
I don't recall what my thought was at the time. I likely thought they came from somewhere, but I did not question where.
And you did not ask where? Okay.
No.
So on January 26th, 2023, you do confirm on this Slack, and I think you testified to this, that you confirmed we place credit card funds into a specific financial account that can be disabled based on geolocation of the user when they function, locked funds while users in a state that prohibits the use of the cards that are deposited elsewhere.
That was my response, yes.
Okay. So you get into some of the Slack communications that you've talked about a couple of weeks later, early February 2023. And I think some of the questions you've already gone over with Mr. Mercer in terms of the risk of not accepting the deposits. Can you define that for me again? When you said risk, were you talking about business risk or were you talking about compliance risk?
I'm looking at the risk as they pertain to the change holistically. There is compliance risk if we do not disable those now, or perceive some compliance risk if we do not disable now. And then there is technical risk if we are making this change so close to Super Bowl. And we are weighing those pros and cons and ultimately net it out that it is worth it for us to disable them.
And there is another option, of course, in terms of risk, which would have been to not take deposits pre-launch, correct?
That was not a risk that was evaluated at that time.
Okay, but it would have been an option in theory, correct?
In theory, it's not something that we discussed internally whatsoever.
Thank you. And then you testified previously that you went all the way up the chain to Paul Liberman on the change. Do you remember that?
I do recall the Slack, yes.
Yeah, and can you just be specific with me exactly what the change was that Paul Liberman signed off on at that time?
If we could please pull up the exhibit that we're referencing, just to make sure I'm crystal clear. I don't want to speak out of turn. If that's possible, I would appreciate it.
I believe it is the Slack 2122.
Yep, perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, the specific change here that would have gone all the way to Paul for approval would be disabling the use of credit cards for users that are located in the state of Massachusetts as a deposit method.
Okay. And can I direct your attention to DraftKings Bait Stamp 0002123, which is dated March 2nd, 2023. You're not on this Slack, but I have questions for you on this. I don't know if you could have a chance to see it yet.
If we can pull it up, that would be helpful.
Yeah, if you give us a minute, we can pull it up for you.
Thank you.
If you can just give me 1 minute to review.
Yep. Just let me know when you're done.
Okay, I've reviewed.
Yep. Who is Parker Winslow?
I am not sure of his technical title, honestly.
Do you know what part of the business he's in?
I could venture a guess, but I'm not positive. I have not worked directly with Parker.
I'll withdraw the question. I guess if I could direct that to counsel for DraftKings, this is something that should have been put to Mr. Jay in terms of the context of this. So if we can put a pin in it, as the prior chair used to say, I do want to circle back to that.
Yes, understood, Commissioner O'Brien.
Great, thanks. And then I believe if we could move forward to 2124, which I believe you've answered a number of questions on this as well, Ms. Tate.
Sure.
So when you were on that Slack chat with Kevin Nelson on May 30th, 2023, when you answered questions on this earlier, you said you'd had conversations with him in early May as well. Did you have other conversations on this topic with Kevin Nelson in early May?
I apologize. I must have misspoke. I have not had any conversations with Kevin prior to the chat here.
Okay. So you did not have a conversation with him following the April 25th, 2023 MGC meeting where we were putting language into the House rules that made it clear not to use credit cards.
It is my recollection that this is the first time that Kevin and I discussed this specific piece of functionality.
Okay. Were you ever involved in crafting language for the House rules in Massachusetts?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you know who would be the person who would draft language for the House rules?
It's my understanding that it is usually a member of our regulatory operations team, but I could be incorrect.
Okay. And fair to say that in this Slack 2124 from May 30th, 2023, when Kevin Nelson asked you the question, are we blocking like we do in Tennessee? And you say we don't block that. Did you at any point think back to that January 26, 2023 communication that you had with Dickson Jay on that exact topic?
I did not.
Did you recall that you'd had it at all?
I don't recall if in that moment I remembered, but I would say it's unlikely.
So further down in 2124, you at 1:29 p.m. you say we'll need to discuss with Dev. I'm assuming that's development.
That's correct. I'm using it as a short form for developer, synonymous.
Developer. Okay.
Engineer.
Is that somewhere in the regs that we missed? I know they said no credit cards as a deposit method, but just wanted to confirm, did it explicitly state we need to be blocking funding even if it was deposited in another state? And your testimony is you did not think back to that January 26, 2023 conversation.
I did not explicitly think back to that conversation. No,
And did you think to go back and look at the statute?
I did not.
Did you go back and look at the 2 regs that prohibit this?
I do not recall, but I believe no.
Okay. At any point since that May 30th, 2023 Slack and to date, have you gone back and looked at the Massachusetts statute on this point?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Have you gone back and looked at the 2 regs that are at issue?
I believe I did review them as part of the preparation for this call today, but not on my own volition.
So I would just, I'm sure Commissioner O'Brien that you're not asking about substance, but just for the witnesses, knowledge. You
Correct.
don't need
I'm not asking to go into privileged communications. I'm not trying to pierce a privilege veil.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. And then bringing your attention back to Tennessee, there was some questioning about the timing of implementing exactly what the Massachusetts rule is as well, which is you cannot go, to another jurisdiction, put credit cards on and use it. Were you involved in any way in the implementation in Tennessee?
Yes, I was one of the product managers that worked on that.
Okay. And so the timeline, I believe through the production from DraftKings was that you meaning the company, were given a memo on April 12th, 2022, correct?
That sounds correct. However, I cannot confirm that date.
Okay. And then on June 1st, there was a second memo that further clarified. And then on June 17th, the representation was made back to Tennessee. You could comply, but would need more time. Is that accurate to the best of your memory?
That sounds accurate to the best of my memory. Yes, correct.
Okay. And at no point between the implementation of that in the summer of 2022 and the implementation in March of 2023, your testimony is you did not seek any clarification on the Massachusetts ban on credit cards.
I did not believe that the scope of Massachusetts ban on credit card extended to out-of-state deposits. That is correct.
But you have no recollection of reading the regulations that are related to that. Is that correct?
That is correct. Even to this day, I do not believe I would have interpreted the existing regs around credit cards to extend out to additional states or deposits outside.
Are you familiar with the language in the regulations that say you cannot fund a wager either directly or indirectly with a credit card?
I am.
And it is your testimony today that you think that allows for out-of-state funding to be used in Massachusetts on a credit card?
My interpretation of the term indirectly as it pertains to these regs and at the time that it was reviewed was more so related to you cannot use a approved payment method such as PayPal or Venmo to circumvent controls within the state of Massachusetts to use a credit card as a deposit method.
Do you know if any other people in your organization hold that interpretive belief?
I can only speak for my own understanding, but I can only speak.
And I'm going to rephrase the question, and I'm not asking you to talk about attorney-client communications. Did you have any other communications with non-counsel on the staff consistent with that interpretation that you just gave to me?
I did not explicitly confirm my interpretation of the word indirectly and what that means with anybody externally, or I say externally, anyone within the DraftKings outside of my own understanding.
And can you tell me where you came up with the interpretation? Again, I'm not asking you about attorney-client privilege. The interpretation that an absolute ban on credit cards to be taken by the operator in Massachusetts was somehow restricted to the confines of Massachusetts alone.
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
The statutory prohibition in 13D2, which I read to you earlier, that said an operator cannot take credit cards. Can you point me to who else in your organization, aside from counsel, had the interpretation that that allowed you to take them if the credit card was put on in another jurisdiction.
I cannot.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right, so let's see, commissioners, any further questions before we turn it to Ms. Hill?
None from me.
Thank you. Ms. Hill.
I just have one very brief redirect question. Ms. Tate, I just wanted to clarify, I think you testified earlier that you did, as part of your job pre-launch, review a set of the regs and statute. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. My only question.
With the permission of council and the commissioners, I have one clarifying question of just something that came up on Commissioner O'Brien's questions that I just want clarity, not further explored, if I may.
Go forward.
Certainly. Thank you. Ms. Tate, you testified, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. Funds that would have been deposited in Massachusetts by credit card prior to launch, so prior to March 10th, those funds would have been able to be used in Massachusetts wagers until the ultimate resolution of some of this matter in July. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Hill, Councilor Hill?
Nothing for me.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tate. I appreciate your cooperation on this matter.
Thank you for the time.
Councilor Hill, are we
Mr.
sticking with you or are we going with Attorney Starr?
You got me now.
All right. Well, thank you.
We're gonna proceed with Kevin Nelson. We'll bring him in.
If we could have just a moment, we're going to set Kevin up with a laptop here.
That works.
His laptop's operational for him. May I proceed, Chairman Maynard?
You may.
Good morning, Mr. Nelson. Would you please provide your full name, please? Kevin Nelson. And Mr. Maynard, were you able to, Chairman Maynard, were you able to hear the witness?
Yes, we can hear the witness.
Thank you very much. And where do you live, Mr. Nelson? I live in East Boston, Massachusetts. And by whom are you employed? DraftKings. How long have you been employed at DraftKings? I've been employed a little over 9 years. What's your current position at DraftKings? I'm a senior manager of regulatory operations. As senior manager of regulatory operations, what do you do? I'm primarily responsible for being the direct point of contact with our regulatory partners, reviewing regulations, guidance, and being a kind of intermediary between our regulators and our teams internally at DraftKings. Who do you report to? Jake List. Is Senior Manager Regulatory Operations the position that you also held in early 2023? Yes. Were your duties and responsibilities in early 2023 similar to what you just described? Yes, they were. And prior to January of 2023, had you worked on the launches of DraftKings in other jurisdictions besides Massachusetts? Yes, I had. Which jurisdictions had you worked in?
Several of them dating back to, I believe, late 2019, New Hampshire, Iowa, Indiana, Colorado, Michigan, New York, Connecticut, Virginia, Maryland. There might be a few that I'm forgetting, but several.
And what was your role in connection with the launches in those several jurisdictions?
Similar to what it was for Massachusetts, reviewing regulations, giving guidance internally, and being the point of contact for non-licensing regulatory matters to the gaming community.
In late 2022, did you start work on DraftKings' efforts to move forward with sports wagering in Massachusetts?
Yes, I did.
How did you get involved, Mr. Nelson?
I asked to be involved.
And why did you ask?
I live in Massachusetts. DraftKings is headquartered in Massachusetts. I moved here from out of state a little over 9 years ago because I was offered an employment opportunity at DraftKings. I had seen firsthand the excitement that DraftKings generated around the city of Boston. It was important to me that I was a part of that, and I wanted to be.
So what exactly was your role in late 2022 or early 2023 in connection with Massachusetts and DraftKings' work here?
I was reviewing regulations, reviewing guidance, reviewing the statute, working directly with the MGC gaming staff on any pre-launch deliverables and circulating guidance internally.
And why don't we take a look at a couple of exhibits?
Sure.
So I'd like to show you what's been marked as DraftKings 0002138. As the commissioners all know, the bait stamp documents are all, I think, now embedded in Exhibit 43. I know Katie was referring to a number of them. I think they're all in Exhibit 43. So I'm going to show the witness 0002138. It's a two-page email. And Mr. Nelson, I'll remind you, as I tell all witnesses, that when you print out an email and they start at the bottom and they work their way forward. So if you look at page 2139, is this an email that you sent on January 11th, 2023 to Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, it is.
And I notice that you copied Bill Curtis, and I think the commissioners know who Mr. Curtis is. He's already testified. But you also copied Abigail Allen. Who's Abigail Allen?
Abigail is a specialist on the regulatory operations team. She reports directly into me, and she had joined DraftKings, I want to say a month prior to this process starting, so it was kind of in training under my supervision.
What was the purpose of your email on January 11th, 2023 to Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter?
I was introducing myself to Mr. Band and to Mr. Carpenter, letting them know what I'm responsible for, and requesting an introductory phone call.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Your email also includes a request for a video call with Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Band. I see that in the second paragraph. Why did you ask for that call?
I wanted to make a more formal introduction of myself, and also I was seeking some guidance on some of our pre-launch regulatory submissions, house rules, terms and conditions, things like that.
Did that call occur?
Yes, it did.
Was it a video call?
I believe so, yes.
What happened during the call?
We made those introductions for the first time. I remember screen sharing a draft copy of some of the documentation I was working on that I was seeking some feedback from them on, and I received the feedback I was looking for.
If I could ask you to direct your attention to Exhibit 26. This was marked previously, Commissioners. Is this a January 24th, 2023 email that you sent to Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of this email?
This was me submitting kind of the first batch or the first wave of some of those pre-launch regulatory submissions that were required.
And the second paragraph refers to the internal control matrix document. It says we're still working on finalizing the internal control matrix document and associated appendix covering CMR 238. What is that document?
That document was given to us or circulated to us by the Gaming Commission. It was basically an Excel document that I believe had roughly 1,000 rows of GLI requirements, MGC rule and regulations, technical standards, and it had asked us to go through each of those and provide some form of written narrative and the team responsible for each of those requirements.
Why is DraftKings submitting the internal control maintenance document to Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter?
We were instructed to submit in that manner along with the GLI from the commission.
As part of your work on the Massachusetts launch in late 2022 and early 2023, did you review the Massachusetts statute and regulations relating to sports wagering in Massachusetts?
Yes, I did.
And as part of your review, did you review Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 13D, 205 CMR 247.07, paren 7, close paren, and 205 CMR 248.10, paren 3, close paren? Did you look through those?
Yes, I did.
And based on your review of this statute and those two regulations, what did you conclude, Mr. Nelson, about the use of credit cards in connection with sports wagering in Massachusetts?
I concluded that Massachusetts had a prohibition on credit card deposits made while physically located in Massachusetts.
And can you explain how you reached that conclusion?
Sure.
I think there's a,
Yeah,
it's on my screen. So it's on your screen, and there's a, put it on a piece of paper as well so the witness can see it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Why don't you walk us through how you came to your conclusion?
Sure. So starting with the statute 23N 13D, an operator shall not accept 1, a wager from a person who is less than 21 years of age, or 2, a credit card. Looking specifically at the credit card language, I read it as an operator shall not accept a credit card. And I view the acceptance of a credit card to be the initial point of entry into the platform, which would be on the deposit page. Moving to 247.07 subsection 7, a sports wagering operator shall prohibit any use of credit cards. I read and I view the term use to be synonymous as accept, and that is the initial point of entry into the platform, either directly or indirectly, including without limitations to an account funded by credit card and placing sports wagers. I read that last part, especially directly and indirectly, to mean that there's a prohibition on being able to tie a credit card to a permitted form of deposit in Massachusetts, such as the PayPal or Venmo example that was previously mentioned in this hearing, consistent with how I viewed it. Moving on to 248.10 subsection 3, no deposits may be made by credit card. Again, I view deposit as the initial point of entry into the platform, either directly or indirectly, including without limitations to an account funded by credit card. I read consistent with 247.07 subsection 7. And no wagering on credit is allowed. I read that in line with what I believe is in CMR 238. I'm paraphrasing a bit here. But it generally states that operators are not allowed to extend lines of credit to patrons.
Now let's move forward to February 10th of 2023. And of course, there's been testimony earlier today from Ms. Tate about that. On February 10th, 2023, did DraftKings decide to shut off the use of credit cards to deposit in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Were you part of that decision?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I made the recommendation internally.
Why did you make that internal recommendation that DraftKings take that action at that time?
I was familiar with the statute requirements. I was familiar with the regulations. We had just started pre-launch marketing in Massachusetts to actually drive users to the platform. And I felt it was the appropriate time to shut off credit card deposits from users located in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
As a result of your recommendation, did DraftKings shut off the use of credit cards in Massachusetts as of February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you believe that action was in compliance with the Massachusetts statute and regulations that we just reviewed?
Yes, I did.
And why did you come to that belief?
Because as I mentioned, I read it as a prohibition on credit card deposits from users physically located in the Commonwealth. And it's tied to an operator. I don't believe we were an operator at that point.
If I could direct your attention to Exhibit 28. Is this an email thread between you, Mr. Carpenter, and Abigail Allen that actually started on February 13th and continued until February 16th, 2023? I think the first email is from Abigail.
Yes,
to Sterl and Kevin.
Yep.
Attaching a red line copy of our house rules. And then why don't we, in general, and we'll get into some specifics, but why don't you start by saying, in general, what's happening over these several days with the start of the submission of the red line of the house rules and then culminating on the 16th? What's going on right at that point between you and Mr. Carpenter?
Generally, this thread is in response to our draft house rules that we would have submitted prior. And Mr. Carpenter and the Gaming Commission back with some comments, questions, and feedback that we worked through over the next couple of days.
So at this point, you had already sent one or two iterations of your house rules to Mr. Carpenter. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's correct.
And had you received comments from Mr. Carpenter on the DraftKings proposed house rules?
Yes, I believe we did.
If you turn to the third page of Exhibit 28, and at the bottom of the page, is there a February 15th, 2023 email from Mr. Carpenter to you and Ms. Allen? Mr. Band is copied on it. And is this an email you received from Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, it is.
And in that email, does Mr. Carpenter thank you for how DraftKings had put together its version of the House rules, where you took the time to point out each section of the regulation requirements as it related to certain of the House rules?
Yes, it is.
And this is also one of the emails in which he included some comments back to you on your draft of the House rules. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
So if we actually turn ahead to Exhibit 29, and Exhibit 29 is, I understand that this is the copy of the House rules from DraftKings that Mr. Carpenter sent back to you as an attachment to his February 15th email. Is that your understanding, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does that draft that came back from Mr. Carpenter, does that include some of his comments on the House rules?
Yes, it does.
If you look at the table of contents on the first page of the exhibit, there's a general heading, and there's a section 9 entitled Methods of Funding a Wager, which actually appears 19 pages into the document. And commissioners, the pages aren't numbered, so I'll give you a moment, and Michael might find it on the screen. If we could go to that section 9 on page 19, Methods of Funding a Wager. Okay, great. Thanks, Michael. And is this a section that Mr. Carpenter commented on?
Yes, it is.
And is Mr. Carpenter's comment next to section 9, where it reads SC 18R17, you must assure none of these options allow for credit card transactions? Was that the comment that came back from Mr. Carpenter?
For that section, yes, it was.
What was your understanding of that comment?
That Mr. Carpenter wanted us to confirm that the permitted deposit methods for users located in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts could not be funded indirectly through a credit card, similar to the PayPal and Venmo example that I walked through earlier.
In any of his written comments to DraftKings House Rules prior to launch, did Mr. Carpenter ever make reference to DraftKings Universal Wallet?
No.
Prior to launch, did Mr. Carpenter ever provide a written comment telling DraftKings that it must assure that out-of-state credit card deposits into a customer's Universal Wallet are not used in Massachusetts?
No.
Let's go back to Exhibit 28 for a moment, the email thread. And the first page of the exhibit contains your email. The final email in the thread is your email from February 16th at 1:24 in the afternoon to Sterl with a copy to Abby, and you've attached a red line copy addressing the feedback from the original House Rules submission. And then if you go to the end of that paragraph, I'd like to read the last two sentences. Lastly, I can confirm that we will not be allowing credit card transactions in Massachusetts. To be clear, it says capital M, capital A, even for providers such as PayPal, Venmo, etc. Credit card transactions will be blocked. Why did you include this confirmation to Mr. Carpenter?
I believe that Mr. Carpenter was looking for this confirmation based on his feedback and comment that he left in the House Rules. I wanted to be clear and what I provided back and respond appropriately.
Why did you specifically say in Massachusetts in the second to last sentence, first sentence that I read? Lastly, I can confirm that we will not be allowing credit card transactions in Massachusetts. Why did you say in Massachusetts?
That was my understanding of the rule. That was my understanding of how the product was being developed. And part of my role is talking to the Gaming Commission and being clear in my responses. I think that's important. Yeah.
And in the last sentence, you wrote in pertinent part, providers such as PayPal, /Venmo, etc., comma, credit card transactions will be blocked. What did you mean when you wrote that?
I meant even for the permitted deposit methods such as PayPal and Venmo, which were allowed in state, I was giving confirmation that a credit card could not be tied to those methods of funding.
Why is DraftKings blocking those transactions?
Be compliant with the regulations and with the statute.
Was this consistent with your understanding of the Massachusetts law and regulations relating to credit cards?
Yes, it was.
In addition to communicating with Mr. Carpenter by email in January and February of 2023, did you also meet with Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Band?
Yes, I did.
How often were those meetings?
We had weekly meetings, recurring weekly scheduled meeting that I think lasted about 6 weeks prior to launch, up through launch, and lasted for a few weeks after launch.
And what was the purpose of the meetings?
Generally a touch base on all of the things that were happening prior to launch. There was an avenue for us to ask questions, seek clarity. There was an avenue for the Gaming Commission to ask questions and seek clarity from us. And it was, a general touch base that ranged on a wide range of topics.
At any time during those meetings, did Mr. Band or Mr. Carpenter ask you about whether DraftKings would be blocking the use of out-of-state credit card deposits in Massachusetts?
No.
At any of those meetings, did Mr. Band or Mr. Carpenter ask you about DraftKings Universal Wallet?
No.
At any of those meetings, did Mr. Band tell you that on January 26, 2023, Executive Director Wells had sent an email to Becky Hoffman on the subject of Universal Wallet? No. Did Mr. Band ask you if you had seen Ms. Wells' January 26, 23 email and Becky Hoffman's January 26 response?
He did not.
When you were meeting with Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter in February and March of 2023 prior to launch and working on the DraftKings launch, were you aware of Executive Director Wells' January 26 email to Becky Hoffman and her January 26 response?
I was not.
When did you first learn about the January 26, 2023 Wells email and Hoffman response?
May 30th during the public commissioner meeting.
Let's move ahead to DraftKings 0002140 through 2155. Commissioners, again, this is embedded within Exhibit 43, and it's the February 24th, 2023 Gaming Laboratories Report. What is this document, Mr. Nelson?
This would be the certification that we received from GLI prior to the initial platform launch for Massachusetts.
Excuse me, Attorney Starr, I need that Bates number again, please.
Yeah, I apologize, Commissioner. 0002140. May I
Thank
proceed,
you.
Commissioner?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So this is the February 24th, 2023 report from Gaming Laboratories International. To your understanding, what did GLI do in February of 2023?
I'm not aware of the exact process that goes into the GLI platform certification. However, I am familiar with the, I believe it's CMR 244 that talks about the requirements of receiving the certification prior to launch. And that the test lab should be confirming compliance with 23N along with additional regulatory requirements that are captured in 244.
And what did GLI conclude?
Their testing results indicate DraftKings had a compliant product and that it reviewed GLI 33 event wagering standards and systems and the rules and regulations of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission related to sports wagering.
Let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 32. Pardon me, Commissioners, I'm just straightening out some exhibits for a moment. So turning your attention to Exhibit 32, thanks, Michael, for putting it up on the screen. Is this an email thread between you, Abigail, and Mr. Carpenter starting on May 1, 2023 and concluding on May 12, 2023?
Yes, it is.
If we look at the start of the email thread, did you receive on May 1st, 2023, an email from Mr. Carpenter asking you and several other sports wagering operators to add some language to your house rules?
Yes, that's right.
Mr. Carpenter, in his first paragraph, makes reference to a commission meeting held on April 25th, 2023. At the time, did you watch the portion of the commission meeting to which Mr. Carpenter makes reference?
I don't recall if I watched this specific meeting.
If you turn to what I think is the second page of the exhibit, on May 2nd, did DraftKings send Mr. Carpenter a revised version of the House rules in response to his email?
Yes.
And I think if we look at Exhibit 33, it's not in your packet because it's pretty voluminous, but we'll put it up on the screen. Exhibit 33, is that the draft of the House rules that DraftKings sent back to Mr. Carpenter in response to his email? I'm going to hand the witness. Yeah, Chairman Maynard, I've got all the exhibits printed out in full. May I hand the witness Exhibit 33 so we can move it along?
Commissioners, are we good with that? I'm okay with that. I see Commissioner O'Brien.
As
reaching in.
long as we're given a page number to track
Yeah.
along.
Sure. So what I'm gonna, what I'm asking him just to confirm, Commissioner O'Brien, is that Exhibit 33 is the draft of the House rules that was sent back by DraftKings on May 2nd, 2023, in response to Mr. Carpenter's May 1 email. He's now got it in front of him. That's what DraftKings sent back.
Yes, that's accurate.
And as we did a few minutes ago, can we turn to page 19, which is section 9, methods of funding a wager?
That's page 427 in the commissioner's packet.
Thanks, Justin.
Justin, I only heard half of what you said. What page?
427.
427, Commissioner.
And I'll be certain to read the pertinent part out loud. Have you been able to locate it, Commissioner Hill? May I proceed? Thank you. So directing your attention to that section 9, methods of funding a wager, Exhibit 33, page 19, DraftKings has added the following language: in no event will you fund your account via a form of credit while physically located in Massachusetts. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I do.
Is that the language that DraftKings added to the House rules in response to Mr. Carpenter's May 1 email and then sent it back to Mr. Carpenter on May 2nd?
Yes.
Why did DraftKings, now, strike that, the sentence that DraftKings proposed is not identical to the language Mr. Carpenter had included in his May 1 email, is it?
No, the language is not identical.
Why did DraftKings suggest language, propose language to Mr. Carpenter that was different from what Mr. Carpenter had set out in his email?
That was my understanding of the rule. We were responding to Mr. Carpenter's feedback to us to add some clarifying language in this section around methods of funding a house rule, or methods of funding a wager. And I felt it provided additional clarity to our users, given this is a public-facing document once it's posted on the platform.
Why did DraftKings add the language, quote, while physically located in Massachusetts, close quote?
To make it clear to our users that that is how the platform works at the time, and that was our understanding of the requirement at the time.
Did you believe that language was consistent with the Massachusetts statute and regulations as you understood them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you believe that?
Because again, I felt the statute and the regulatory requirements applied to where a prohibition on credit card deposits from users located within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Let's move forward to the end of the month of May, please, if we could. On May 30th, 2023, did Mr. Band contact you?
Yes, he did.
And do you recall that happening early in the afternoon of May 30, 2023?
Yes, I do.
If I asked you to direct your attention to what's been marked as DraftKings 0000991, again, commissioners, this is a DraftKings bait stamp document embedded within Exhibit 43. And it's dated May 30, 2023.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Is this an invite you received from Mr. Band asking you to speak with him and Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, it is.
At 1:30 p.m. that day?
Yes.
And I'm pausing for a moment, remembering my mother, who always used to correct me for my grammar, and I'm wondering if I should have said Mr. Carpenter and he or him. Somehow I feel like I got it wrong. Sorry, Mom. Okay. Did that office suite meeting take place at 1:30 p.m.?
Yes, it did.
And who was on the call?
I believe it was myself, Director Band, and Sterl.
What happened during that call?
Director Band had asked me if I had been watching the public commissioner meeting.
On May 30th?
On the May 30th, yes.
Okay. And had you been watching?
Yes.
And during your call with Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter, did you and Mr. Band discuss the Karen Wells January 26, 2023 email?
Yes, we did.
Was that conversation on May 30th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. the first time either Mr. Band or Mr. Carpenter had discussed with you the January 26th email?
Yes, it was.
Is this the first time that anyone from the Massachusetts Gaming Commission had told you about that email?
Directly, yes, but I had seen a few minutes prior on the public commissioner meeting, and it was happening at the same time.
Sure,
Like
during that point of the meeting when Executive Director Wells is speaking and she talks about a January 26th email, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
In fact, is that the first time you had learned from anyone about the January 26th, 2023 email?
Yes, it was.
How long was your call with Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter?
I would say 10, maybe 15 minutes.
Immediately after your call ended, did Mr. Band send you a copy of the January 26th Karen Wells email and the DraftKings response?
Yes, he did.
If I asked you to look at Exhibit 7, find it in your package. Okay, you got it? Great. The witness has Exhibit 7 in front of him. Is Exhibit 7 a copy of Mr. Band's May 30th, 2023, 1:50 p.m. email to you providing a copy of the Karen Wells email?
Yes, it is.
Is this the first time you actually saw Karen Wells' January 26th, 2023 email?
Yes.
So how did your call with Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter conclude that day around, you said it was about 15 minutes, so started at 1:30 and ended around 1:45. How did it end?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Band if he could forward me a copy of the letter that was referenced on the public commissioner meeting. And I informed Mr. Band that I would investigate this and help investigate this internally and follow up with them once I had additional information.
Okay. So after the call ended and you received a few minutes thereafter, Exhibit 7, the May 30th email from Mr. Band, what did you do?
I escalated it to my manager.
What does that mean, you escalated it to your manager?
I reached out to Jay Cliff, my direct manager, and kind of informed him about the letter and the call that I had with Mr. Band.
I'd like to ask you to look at DraftKings 001002. Again, commissioners, this is part of Exhibit 43. For the record, it's a May 30th, 2023. At the top, email from Mr. List to you. And more particularly, I'd like to direct your attention to the first email on the thread. Is that an email that you sent on May 30th, 2023 at 6:45 p.m. To Jake List, subject out-of-state credit deposit summary?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of your email to Mr. List?
I wanted to provide a summary of the day's events to our executive or my executive. I summarized the day's events and I sent it to Jake for some preliminary feedback.
At the bottom of the email, you propose 3 bullet points, 3 next steps for Mr. List's review. Do you see those at the bottom of the page?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain each of those bullet points in order, please?
Sure. The first bullet, have product identify the scope and enable the feature as soon as possible. This is basically start an investigation with our product team, understand the scope of the issue, and make sure we've got the feature enabled as quickly as possible. An emergency release would likely be required.
What feature are you talking about enabling as soon as possible?
The feature that would prohibit out-of-state credit card deposits from being used in Massachusetts. The second bullet point, call Bruce Van directly to let him know we're submitting revised house rules, and that while DraftKings does offer this feature, there's not something enabled prior to launch and will be enabled by X date. So I was proposing to call Bruce directly once we confirmed the issue, let him know that we had confirmed it and that we were working on enabling it by X date.
And the third bullet point?
The third bullet, follow up with Bruce via email with updated house rules and an explanation.
If we turn to DraftKings 0001005-1007, is this an email thread between you and Mr. Band on May 30 and May 31, 2023, which actually the first email is the January 26th from Executive Director Wells, and then it really kind of picks up where he forwarded it to you on the first page at May 30th. Is that a thread between you and Bruce on May 30th and May 31st?
Yes, it is.
So am I right that on May 31st in the early afternoon, you emailed Mr. Band, hi Bruce, do you have a few minutes to chat on this? I'm free anytime after 3 p.m. or later. That's your email to him?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, why did you reach out to Mr. Band to set up a call on May 31st?
To inform him that we had confirmed the issue on our side. I wanted to call him personally and let him know that we were investigating it and follow up with additional info.
Okay. Did that, Mr. Band initially wasn't available until 4:30, and you said, thank you, I'll give you a call then. Did that call proceed as scheduled on May 31?
Yes, it did.
Who was part of that call?
I believe it was only Mr. Band and myself.
And what happened during that call?
I confirmed that we had identified the issue internally, that we were working to resolve it quickly, and that we would follow up with him.
If you turn your attention to Exhibit 37, is this a May 31 to June 2nd email thread with attachments that you sent to Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, it is.
Let's go to the first email at the bottom of the page, May 31, 2023, 6:06 p.m. Does it appear to you that you sent this email after you had the call with Bruce? You begin it by saying, thanks again for the time this afternoon.
That's correct.
Okay. So in it, you say, among other things, I can confirm the configuration update has gone live. What does that mean?
That would be the change to the product to enable the feature to block the out-of-state credit card deposits from being used in Massachusetts.
And what was that understanding based on?
It would have been based on information that I received or confirmations that I had received from our technical team or engineering.
And then you also say you were both copied on the notice. What are you referring to there? The release note with the summary?
Yeah, so typically when it comes to changes or software releases, operators are required to give notice to the commission, usually a few days in advance. This went through an emergency release note, and I wanted to confirm with Bruce that we had copied him on that emergency release notification.
You also say additionally, I've attached the updated House rules, which now include the MGC proposed language. Is that now at that section 9 that we've looked at before? Have you added the exact language in now that Sterl had included in his May 1 email to you?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Nelson, as a result of this incident with the January 26th Karen Wells email, which you did not see until Mr. Band sent it to you on May 30th, some 5 months later, has DraftKings made any changes to improve communication between licensing, regulatory operations, and other departments during pre-launch?
Yes, in my experience in pre-launch projects that I've worked on since this, it's common for the question to be asked in a wider group setting with our project management team, whether anyone has received any guidance or direction from a gaming commission that's widely circulated.
I'm having,
And have you-
sorry, if I can just, Attorney Starr, have the witness repeat that. The quicker you're
Sure.
talking, the slower the mic, the mic's muffling.
Sure. Why don't you please repeat it?
Sure. So in the product launches that I've been involved with since Massachusetts, it's a common question that comes up now from our project management team as to whether anybody on those internal calls have received any regulatory guidance or direction from a commission that has not been widely circulated yet.
Were you able to hear that, Chairman?
I did. I would say maybe if he could come in a little closer to the mic, though, I think it'll be helpful.
Would you like me to say it one more time?
I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I have no more questions for the witness.
Perfect time to adjust the mic. And we do not grade grammar here, Attorney Starr, because I'm originally from Eastern Kentucky, so I don't do grammar either. With that, we will turn it to Councilor Mercer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Mr. Nelson, could you just to refresh, there's quite a bit of direct examination there. What exactly are your job responsibilities in your current title?
My current title, I'm a senior manager of regulatory operations. My job responsibilities include being the primary point of contact for gaming commissions and kind of being that intermediary between our regulatory partners and our internal teams or subject matter areas for non-licensing matters.
Okay, and so obviously that involves you're launching in various jurisdictions. You're doing a lot as far as rolling out a complicated platform in those areas. That involves a lot of back and forth between regulatory bodies like this one, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so in this circumstance, witnesses aren't sequestered here. You've seen a lot of the testimony that we have in front of us. Much has been made that there was an awareness within your entity that there was a focus by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission on how credit card deposits were managed, correct?
Can you repeat the question? I'm having.
So were you made aware? It seems like Ms. Tate, she testified to it just a little bit earlier, that your entity, DraftKings, was well aware that credit card deposits were an area of focus for the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, right?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And you're aware that there are various jurisdictions that may have cut that in a different way. As Ms. Tate testified, just a couple months prior to this, you had implemented a new way to handle this in Tennessee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you have testified today that you had your own interpretation of the way the regulation should be promulgated, or the way the regulation should be abided by, correct?
Correct.
And you just testified to a bunch of conversations you had with either Mr. Carpenter or Mr. Band about these particular regulations, right?
I'm sorry, would you mind just slowing down
Yeah,
just
sure,
a little
no
bit?
problem. Sorry, I do that stuff on the computer. I apologize.
Okay.
You had a number of conversations with Mr. Band and Mr. Carpenter about regulations, house rules, et cetera, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and nowhere did you ask for clarification about any of this, right?
I did not.
All right, and it's your job to communicate with the regulators, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I'd like to draw your attention just a second to what has been marked, or it's DraftKings 0002124. Can you see that right there?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and is this a community? This is a Slack chat, obviously.
Yes, this would be a Slack conversation.
All right, and could you explain for the commissioners who was present on this Slack communication?
I see myself, Grace Tate, Chris McAuley, and those are the folks that I see.
Okay, and could you just describe, what your recollection of what this conversation was about on May 30th, 2023?
Sure. Would you mind just scrolling to the top so I can
Sure.
I can read through it properly? Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with this.
Sure. Could you just describe, kind of summarize what your recollection of what that conversation was about?
Yeah, this was me reaching out to Grace, asking some preliminary questions in response to the May 30th public commissioner meeting.
Okay, and so there's some discussion about the changes that you're going to have to make to become compliant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and so there's a bit right here with Mr. McAuley and yourself in which you state, and I quote, "So we should shut this off urgently like today if possible and pull the scope ASAP. Are you able to confirm if this is just a config setting? Question mark. I think we had to identify scope for Tennessee a while back, so hoping that isn't difficult." Then Mr. McAuley says, "Did we confirm we committed to this?" What did you take that to mean?
Did DraftKings did DraftKings commit to blocking or having this type of configuration enabled in Massachusetts?
Okay, and so right here at 2:49 p.m., just a few minutes after he asked that question, you put, "We committed." What did you mean by that?
That was May 30th was the first time that I had seen the former executive director Wells' emails and the responses that were sent back. My understanding of those responses were that we committed to having this in place, and that's what I was portraying here.
So it's your belief that you as an entity, DraftKings has a lot of individuals comprising one company, that you as an entity committed to these regulations, correct?
I don't know if I could speak for the entire entity, but in how I read the questionnaire and the responses, it was my personal understanding that we had committed to the Gaming Commission.
Okay. And so I have a few additional questions a little bit to the side of that. So going back, I believe you had some testimony regarding your decision to turn off credit card functionality in Massachusetts, correct? Back on February 10th, 2023? Okay, and could you...
It was not my...
Yep, go on.
Hang on, Zach. Just to clarify, it was not my decision, but I had made the recommendation to turn off credit cards.
All right, and what could you restate what your reasoning was behind that recommendation?
Sure. I was aware of the statutory requirements, the regulatory requirements, prohibiting an operator from allowing in-state credit card deposits. We were just starting our pre-launch marketing initiatives, and I felt it was the appropriate time to shut off credit card deposits in Massachusetts, and I made that recommendation.
So that wasn't all that was happening, though, right? Wasn't the GLI certification coming up the next week?
The beginning of your question cut off. I apologize.
Sorry, that was not the extent of what was going on. Wasn't the GLI, your submissions to GLI to certify your platform were occurring the next week, right? The week of the 14th?
I don't know when the platform was issued to GLI or how the testing takes place. I'm aware of the letter that we received in response and the date of that letter.
Okay. And would it sound consistent with your memory that that was something that was happening contemporaneous to this?
It was roughly in February. I'm aware of the months being the same, but again, I don't know when things were submitted to GLI or what that exact process is.
Okay, I would just ask once again if I could share what's been marked as DraftKings underscore 0002117. Now, sir, I understand that this is not a chat that you are involved with, but I'd like to just point to something to see if it refreshes your recollection as to that process, directing you to where the cursor is put here under Mr. Hill's message. Does it indicate that while we validate our GLI submission, parentheses, through the end of the day, Tuesday, 2/14, correct?
I'm just reading through.
Yep, sure.
1 second, please. Thank you. Okay, I've read the one that you highlighted. Sorry, if you could repeat your exact question.
So was it your understanding or your recollection at this stage that you additionally would be making submissions on your platform, your technical platform, to GLI that following week?
Again, I don't know the exact times that things were submitted to GLI or what's done in, I think there were mentions of pre-prod in that Slack message. I don't know what what GLI tests in pre-prod or production. I'm not the expert there.
Okay, so did that have anything to do with the fact that you decided to turn off credit card functionality several days beforehand?
No.
Is there a uniform internal policy about when you turn off credit card deposits in states that won't allow them prior to launch?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So this is just something where somebody who's working in regulatory in a particular state or for a particular state makes a decision that now we're going to shut off credit card transactions, kind of dependent on their own feeling.
It's dependent on the rules and regulations of that specific jurisdiction and the product that those rules and regulations would apply to.
Okay, and so obviously there was a little bit of discussion about this earlier, but in Massachusetts, regardless of any contention about interpretation of the regulation or statute, your understanding is that there would not be credit card deposits allowed in Massachusetts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when was your understanding of when you had to implement that change?
I was aware that it was required prior to go live. That's typically the first thing that I look at.
Okay.
Secondly, go ahead.
Why don't you complete your answer? Had you completed your answer?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay. Now, you made some discussion about when you first had access to Karen Wells' letter to DraftKings, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, obviously, you stated that you reviewed that, probably reviewed it in preparation for this hearing. Now, upon review of that, is that something that you would designate as regulatory guidance?
Yes, as I read that email and the intent of that, I would view it as regulatory guidance.
Okay.
Yes.
And so at this stage, or the stage that was sent out, that's January 26th of 2023, DraftKings at that point, still an applicant for a gaming license, correct? Nothing's been approved. Yep, go on, sorry.
I apologize. I don't know the exact dates off the top of my head of when certain approvals came through.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that you were an applicant in the time leading up to your ultimate approval by the commission?
Yes, that makes sense.
All right. And obviously you may not know, but were you aware of who your point of contact designated on your gaming license application was?
No, I don't review the license.
Would it be fair to say it was likely someone licensing?
I don't know what the normal process is for designating that as part of the licensing process. So I'm not sure.
Understood. Thank you. I would like to draw your attention just once more. I apologize going through the numbers that we have here. It's going to be DraftKings underscore 2134. And I'll be displaying that now. Mr. Nelson, do you recognize what's on the page here?
Yes, if I could just have a moment to read through, read through this. Thank you. Okay, I've reviewed.
Okay. And so who's involved in this conversation?
Myself, Daniel Moynihan works on our release management team.
Okay. And so
I don't.
Sorry. So this conversation is May 31st, 2023, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So this is just about when much of this conversation has been occurring, when you reported the lack of compliance to the commission or on or about, correct?
Correct. I would have been talking to Daniel specifically about the release note that needed to go to the commission and to Bruce.
Okay. And so
I apologize.
Sorry. So there's some conversation here about the wording of the release note, correct?
Yes, there is.
All right. And so Mr. Moynihan sends you a message here, highlighted, that says, since the release is only going to MA, I'll take out the last part. I basically just wanted them to know that we're just switching how we're handling it, not raising concern that it wasn't already being done. What did you take that to mean?
I don't recall at the time.
Well, do you know if he was referring to raising concern with the commission or raising concern internally? Do you have any idea?
I don't know for sure, but I would assume with the commission. We're talking about a release note that would be sent to the commission, identifying the changes to the system in place. And I believe we're talking about making sure that the language is clear and that the configuration was being enabled.
Okay, and along that similar line of questioning here, directing yourself to the kind of the bottom third of this page, you indicate in response to something that Mr. Moynihan said, once the language is approved by Jen, am I correct in saying that's Jen Aguiar?
That would be correct.
Okay.
I believe so. Daniel's manager is also named Jen, but I would presume it would be Jen Aguiar.
Okay, and so you indicate, as you just said, that this is only going to MA, correct? Before it gets sent out by Mr. Moynihan?
That's correct.
And so what did you take this sentence to mean? Correct, config, only no one else will be affected or even see it happened.
Yeah, so my understanding of how this process works, and again, I don't work directly on this team, so I'm certainly not an expert, is that for certain configuration settings, it doesn't always trigger a release notification to jurisdictions because it's just a configuration change. It's not changing any critical files as I understand them. So it would only need to be sent to one regulator because it wasn't impacting any other state's software or system or critical components.
Understood. I think I only have one more question for you. So as we discussed from your review of the letter that Karen, or the email that Karen Wells had provided to DraftKings, is that something that in your position as someone working in the regulatory end of DraftKings believes should have been distributed to the regulatory end of DraftKings?
I believe it should have been, yes, I should have been one of the expected recipients of that January email.
All right, I have nothing further for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Commissioners, any questions?
I have questions, yes.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Leading off to follow up with the last question Attorney Mercer just asked you, would you agree that the point person on the application should have been somebody who could have spoken to that question on the universal wallet?
I don't think I don't know the ins and outs of the licensing process or what's standard between jurisdictions. I handle regulatory guidance from like a compliance standpoint. I do not get involved from a licensing standpoint.
Okay. And are you a lawyer, Mr. Nelson?
I am not, no.
Okay. Have you had any training in regulatory drafting or interpretation?
I've been employed with DraftKings for 9 years. I've worked on the regulatory operations team for, I believe, a little over 5 years now. And one of the primary responsibilities of myself is to reading regulations and working with regulators. So that would be my background and my training.
Okay. If somebody could pull up for me the relevant subsections in 23N and the CMRs, please. I'm going to ask you if we can get that up. Mr. Nelson, I'm going to ask you to walk me through your interpretation that you testified to earlier.
Sure.
We're just working on getting it up.
He has it in front of him.
There's another section to 23N, section 3, the definition of sports wagering account, which I don't know if anybody has up. I may have to simply read that to you into the record. But Mr. Nelson, if we can start with 23N 13D, an operator shall not accept. And then subsection 2 is a wager from a person less than 21 years of age, or 2, a credit card. Do you see that?
I don't believe that's how I'm reading it on my side.
Okay, I'd like you to tell me where the words are, the restricting words, while physically located in Massachusetts, or located within what is in 23N 13D on that screen.
I was reading the Massachusetts statute and the Massachusetts regulation as being specific to Massachusetts.
Okay,
So
I'm going to move on to 205, CMR 247.077. A sports wagering operator shall prohibit any use of credit cards, either directly or indirectly, including without limitation, through an account funded by credit card in placing sports wagers. Can you also tell me where in there the limiting language, while physically located in Massachusetts, is in that regulation?
It's not specific in here.
Okay, and 205 CMR 248.10 sub 3.3. No deposits may be made by credit card, either directly or indirectly, including without limitation, through an account funded by credit card, and no wagering on credit is allowed. Can you show me where the limiting language, while physically located in Massachusetts, is in that regulation?
Again, these are all coming from Massachusetts regulations and Massachusetts statutes.
Correct.
It doesn't
And I'm
say
going
it
to correct
directly in the
you.
language that you're on.
The language is, the limiting language that you put into your house rules is not in those statutes or regulatory sites on the screen, are they, Mr. Nelson?
Your reference, just to make sure I understand, you're referencing the updated house rules that we sent back in April or May from Sterl Carpenter's email.
And
correct?
Your interpretation has testified to here today that you thought there was a limitation to those restrictions, that you had to be physically located in Massachusetts for them to apply.
Yes, correct.
Okay, it's not there, is it, Mr. Nelson?
Again, it's not written directly in these regulations or the statute that's cited here, but I'm reading the Massachusetts specific regulations and statutes, so I read them.
So is your testimony that any regulation or statute in Massachusetts conducting comment and conduct in Massachusetts can only restrict itself to anything within the confines of the boundaries of Massachusetts?
My understanding of the regulations and the statute is that they apply specifically to sports wagering in Massachusetts. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to subsection 3 of that same statute, where it specifically describes a sports wagering account, which is a financial record established by an operator for a patron in which the patron may deposit by any method approved by the commission and withdraw funds for sports wagering and other authorized purchases, and to which the operator may credit winnings or other amounts due to or authorized by that patron, provided, however, that such account may be established and funded by the patron electronically through an approved mobile application or digital platform, and further provided that a deposit into a sports wagering account shall not be made using a credit card. Did you read that?
I've read it before, and I'll read it now if you don't mind as well, just so I'm familiar in the conversation. Okay.
According to that definition, accounts in Massachusetts may not be funded with a credit card. Is that correct, Mr. Nelson?
Correct. It's saying a deposit into a sports wagering account shall not be made using a credit card.
Yep. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 27, which is the House rules, one of the many versions that have been submitted in the packet. And I'm going to direct your attention to the introduction section.
Okay, thank you. I have it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the screen also.
Yeah, the page break has general and introduction, but then the text actually starts on the next page. Yeah, okay. Do you see that now in front of you? There are 5 sort of introductory references to all the House rules. Do you see that?
Subsection 1, introduction, 5. Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to number 2. The use of this sports book is subject to the regulations imposed by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And I want to move your attention to the PDF that was 72. So I believe that would be what? Exhibit 43 and 72, Bates number 0001790. It is email from Sterl back to Abigail Adams, yourself, Jacob Liss, Greg O'Brien. I can wait until that's pulled up for your convenience.
Yeah, I don't believe I have a paper version, if it can be brought up on this.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm directing your attention to Mr. Sterl, Mr. Carpenter's email, Monday, May 1st, 2023, 10:40 a.m., sent out to a number of individuals, yourself and Abigail Adams included, referencing the April 25th, 2023 commission meeting at which we, the commission, directed that the phrase, "In no event may a Massachusetts account be funded through a form of credit." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you watch that April 25th, 2023 meeting?
At the time of this email, I don't recall if I had watched this when it came through.
Did you watch the December 22nd, 2022 email when all the relevant regulations were discussed, voted by emergency and implemented?
At the time, it was a bit split between our government affairs team and myself. So I wasn't watching every single public commissioner meeting, but DraftKings generally had somebody that was watching it.
Okay, so who in the government affairs, or who besides you, would have been watching that December 22nd, 2022 or April 25th, 2023 meetings?
If it wasn't myself, it would be most likely David Presswood, although I can't say that with 100% confidence.
Okay, could you spell his last name for me, please?
I believe it's Prestwood.
Okay.
I might have that wrong, but I'm fairly confident that that's an accurate spelling.
Okay, thank you. Now, were you involved in drafting the red line edits to the House rules that asked for that sentence to be included?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you tell me, were you the one who decided to, I think I used the word get creative and not use the language we directed you to use?
I think, Commissioner O'Brien, I believe there was some role for counsel there, and I know you're not trying to.
Yeah, I'm not asking
invade
about
the
communications with counsel.
I
I'm
know.
asking
If you could
whether
just-
he was involved.
Okay, if we could just go, step by step, so I can make sure there's no privilege waiver here, please.
Mhm.
I was involved, yes. I saw the language and submitted it, or someone on my team submitted it back to the Gaming Commission.
Okay, so my question is, did you draft that language?
I did not draft that language.
You did not draft the language. Okay. And Mr. Starr, Attorney Starr, you may have a issue with the question I'm about to ask, but can you tell me who did?
I don't have an objection to that.
I believe it would have been drafted, I believe, by drafting legal counsel that manages the overall House rule documentation.
Okay, and can you tell me who that was?
You can share that name.
Greg O'Brien.
And can I ask you, so there were a number of infomercials that DraftKings was putting out around this time, along with other operators. And on March 24th, I believe, 2023, one in particular was brought to the attention of DraftKings by our compliance team because it showed a graphic that you could load your account with a credit card. Are you familiar with that?
I recall, yes, I am.
Okay, and were you part of the communications with our compliance team at the MGC in regards to the problems with that credit card ad?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what were the communications about why that was a problem, if you recall?
I believe that former manager Boschman had called me directly to have a conversation about that it had been flagged. And I had done some investigation internally to see exactly what the ad was. I don't believe I was provided with a copy or a whole lot of details from Ms. Boschman at the time. So it involved getting the subject matter experts that would be able to identify the ad in question.
Okay, and then my understanding is it was determined that it was an ad that sort of erroneously been aired in Massachusetts with that credit card feature. Is that fair to say?
My understanding and my recollection is that that ad was basically 20 or 30-minute infomercial that was running in more places than Massachusetts. I don't know if it was running everywhere nationally, but it was running outside of Massachusetts. And in that frame that you're mentioning, where it shows credit cards as being an accepted deposit method, I believe that at the time we had disclaimer language on the slide or on that frame of the marketing asset that said not all deposit methods may be available in all jurisdictions.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that ad still running? Is that infomercial still running?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, going to the May 30th, 2023 meeting that you had with Bruce Band and Sterl Carpenter on this issue. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was Bill Curtis involved at all in that meeting?
I don't believe so, no. I think it was just with myself, with Bruce and Mr. Carpenter.
Okay. And have you at any point had a communication with Bill Curtis about conversations the MGC might have had with him on the failure to comply with the credit cards?
I have not talked to Bill or Mr. Curtis directly about this issue.
Okay. Have you talked to Ms. Hoffman about it at all?
I have not.
Okay. And when did you learn that the May 31st, 23 fix had failed?
I don't recall the exact dates. I certainly would have known when the notification went to the commission, and likely just before that, as being the primary point of contact for the Gaming Commission operations staff. I likely would have been made aware just before that notification went out, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. If you could, and I say this to you and to council, if you could please get back to us on the date and the mechanism by which Mr. Nelson, you learned of that fail in the summer of 23.
When did Mr. Nelson learn that the May 31st remediation was not effective?
Correct. And how?
Okay. Sure.
And then lastly, Mr. Nelson, can you tell me, same questions, when and how you learned in, I believe it was February of 24, that in fact some credit card bets had in fact been allowed to go through?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating that question, please?
Sure. Same question, well, first, I assume you do know that there were additional credit card bets that were allowed to go through after the summer, the second fix in the summer of 23, correct?
Yes, I'm generally aware, yes.
Okay, and so I have the same question, which is, when and how did you learn of that third fail?
Understood. Yeah, I don't know the exact dates of when I would have found out about that issue. I certainly would have been aware of the notice going to the Gaming Commission staff. I'm usually copied on all of those. I most likely would have found out just before then. But again, I don't have the exact date.
Okay, I would put the same ask out, Attorney Starr, in terms of getting that answer to the commission.
Sure.
Great, thank you. I don't have anything further at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Skinner, I see your mic's off.
Yes, now, good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. I hope I just have a few questions. Could you remind me how long you've been employed by DraftKings in your capacity as Senior Manager of Regulatory Operations?
I've been on the regulatory operations team since 2019, I believe, in the capacity of Senior Manager. Specifically, I think it's right around 4 years at this point, give or take a few months.
Okay, and in your capacity, in either capacity, whether you were on the team or in your current capacity as Senior Manager, were you involved in the Tennessee launch of sports wagering?
I was not directly involved. It was managed by another individual on my team.
You were not directly involved. Okay.
That's correct.
What about ensuring compliance with Tennessee's rules and regulations relative to credit cards and funding accounts? Were you at all, at any point, involved in ensuring compliance with those rules?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? It's a yes or no, I think. Either you were or you were not.
No, I was generally aware of the direction that had been given by Tennessee, and it was a large project internally to undertake. But no, I was not involved in any of the testing of that function.
Are you aware of the Tennessee language relative to credit card funding of accounts?
I had read it previously, yes.
You read it previously, and so how long ago did you read that language?
I would have read it, again, I don't want to assume anything, but it was a big project internally that required a significant development time. So I would have read the directive at the time it was issued or shortly after, as it was being discussed amongst our team. But again, I did not work on the Tennessee project specifically.
So but just to be clear, or just so I'm clear, you had no role in ensuring compliance with the Tennessee specific rule relative to funding credit card accounts. I'm sorry, funding
correct.
sports wagering accounts with credit cards.
That's correct, no.
Okay. I want to ask you a question about one of the exhibits. Bear with me.
Sure.
It is part of Exhibit 27. I don't think that, actually, sorry. It's not 27, my apologies. It's 32, and it's the relative to the email exchange between you, Sterl Carpenter, and Abigail Allen.
Okay. Commissioner, the exchange in May of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I think he has Exhibit 32 in front of him, Commissioner.
I do, yes. And I see it on the screen as well. So thank you for
Yeah, now I'm just scrolling through to get to the point where I want to ask you a question about. Okay. So it is the top of page 2, actually the bottom of that first page of Exhibit 32, going into the first page, going into the next page, excuse me. It's an email from Abigail. That's it right there on the screen. It's an email from Abigail Allen, Friday, May 12th. And it's directed to Sterl Carpenter, and it asks about, she's looking to confirm whether we, DraftKings, should be implementing the update to our house rules, or if we should be waiting for explicit approval. Do you have any idea what update she's referring to there?
Yes, this update would be in reference to the first email on this chain from Sterl Carpenter, or Mr. Carpenter, asking us and additional operators to make an amendment to our house rules around accounts funded through a form of credit. That language was not in our house rules at the time of that outreach, and it required an update for us to make. We had redlined that update and submitted it to the commission for approval. And Abigail is asking whether we should be waiting for a formal commissioner vote and approval before we make that document kind of the new version or the public-facing version on our platform, or if this did not need to go to a commission vote and we should be going with it now.
Okay,
so
sorry to interrupt you. Have you completed your answer?
The last part was that she was looking to confirm expectations from the commission to make sure we didn't push this out live prior to an approval if it was needed.
So it's with respect to the actual update to the House rules and not an update to any internal processes or procedures relative to credit card funding of accounts.
Correct.
Okay,
That's correct. This email is specifically talking about the updates to the House rules that were being submitted to the commission.
okay. Yeah, I don't have any other questions for you. My questions centered around the Tennessee and your involvement in that, but since you were not, according to your testimony, involved in that process, then I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Starr, would you like to redirect?
I do not have any redirect. Thank you, Chairman Maynard.
All right, Commissioners, thank you, Attorney Starr. It is 1 o'clock. Do we want to take a brief recess?
I would suggest we take a lunch break. It can be not
Absolutely.
long, but it's time for lunch, I think.
I agree with that.
How long do we need?
Half hour.
I would say so.
All right. We will reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you.
Hey, Connor, I think we're probably good for me to at least look and see who's here. All right, I think we have everyone here. Counselor Starr, do we have everyone we need from your office? I can't
Yes,
see your
Chairman.
office, so.
Am I off?
Well, I said I can't see inside your office, so I don't know if everyone's there or not.
Oh. Yes, Chairman, we appreciate the lunch break. Attorney Hill and I are back, and the next witness.
All right, so this is a continuation of the adjudicatory hearing regarding DraftKings. We left off with Attorney Starr directing questions to witnesses that he notified the commission of earlier. And so we will just return to him. So Counselor Starr.
Thank you. I think our next witness is going to be handled by Attorney Hill.
I'm going to take the next witness, who is Joseph McCann. And can everybody see Mr. McCann? All right. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Joe McCann.
Are you currently employed at DraftKings?
Yes,
How long have you worked at DraftKings?
a little over 12 years.
What's your current role?
I'm a senior manager of regulatory incidents.
Who do you report to?
Tate.
Do you manage or supervise anyone in your current role?
Yes, I have one direct report currently.
And how long have you been in your current role?
A little over 4 years.
So around 2020.
Yes.
And what did you do at DraftKings?
I was in our fraud operations department.
And so, since you have been in this role beginning in 2020, what are your roles and what are your responsibilities in that?
Manage incident reporting, missions, gathering information internally, and dealing with any follow-up questions that we might have.
And in this work, did you work on Massachusetts?
Yes.
When did you start working on?
Beginning around launch in March of 2023.
And as part of your work in Massachusetts, you reviewed the Mass statute and regulations.
I have reviewed the statutes and regulations, in particular for incident reporting, and then since launch in regards to credit cards.
In other words, so do you review them sort of as they come to you in incident reporting?
Yes.
And it's part of your role drafting.
Yes.
And what is it?
An incident report is typically a summary of an incident that we had internally, providing high-level information on what happened, which teams were involved, and how we were
And when would such a report be generated?
It would be generated if we had determined there was a violation which would require a.
All right. And as part of generating an incident report, do you yourself conduct any sort of fact gathering?
Yes.
And what does that usually entail?
Typically entails me reaching out to people who are familiar with the incident or the area in which the incident occurred, making sure that what they're providing is understandable to me. And then at that point, I would be drafting an incident report.
And have
Excuse
you
me,
generated?
Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Attorney Hill.
Yes.
I'm having difficulty hearing the witness. I don't know if it's just a matter of having him project his voice a little bit And at times I have difficulty hearing you as well. Could you just check your mics?
Yes, we will speak up, and you have your mic, Joe, is actually in front of the laptop, so it's that little gold circle.
Excuse me one second, maybe we'll move this laptop so it's not blocking. Okay, oh, that makes sense. Is this better? Is that better, Commissioner Skinner?
Yes.
At the outset, yes, so, but we'll see as you continue on.
Sorry, we were inadvertently blocking his mic.
And we'll try to keep our voices up for you, but just let us know if you can't hear us. And have you generated incident reports for Massachusetts?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up on the screen, please, what's been marked as Exhibit 10. And this is a June 21st, 2023 incident report. What is this incident report about?
This incident report is in response to credit card funds being available for wagering in Massachusetts if they were deposited in another jurisdiction.
And why are you listed as the contact here?
I'm listed as the contact because our incident reporting and follow-up to incident reports flow through me. I'm responsible for compiling that information and ultimately submitting it.
And did you prepare the report that is Exhibit 10?
Yes, I drafted the report, and then in collaboration with people.
And who else collaborated with you?
This report was drafted alongside Kevin Nelson and Jake List.
And I know we have heard a little bit about these folks, but if you could just identify for the record, who is Kevin Nelson?
Yep, Kevin Nelson is a senior manager on our regulatory operations team.
And who is Jake List?
Jake List is a senior director on our regulatory operations team.
And Pete Harrington is regulatory counsel, is that right?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 10 here, when did you first become aware of the incident that is the subject of this report?
I became aware after Kevin Nelson had verbally relayed to me that Massachusetts, we had a requirement to block out of state credit in the state.
And the report references a January 26, 2023 email. Are you familiar with that email?
Yes.
And as part of your sort of fact gathering in drafting this report, did you determine who received that email?
Yes.
And do you recall, as you sit here, who sent that email to DraftKings?
Yes, that email was sent by former executive director Karen Wells.
And who did she send it to?
She sent it to Becky Hoffman.
And who's Becky Hoffman?
Becky Hoffman is a manager on our licensing.
The report indicates here that, and I'm looking at the third paragraph, 3 lines down, indicates that DraftKings provided responses to Director Wells, correct?
That's correct.
And the report states the responses were accurate based on the capabilities of the functionality within the DraftKings wallet. What did you mean by that?
I meant that the responses that were provided interpreted the email to be in response to the capabilities rather than, let me restart that. My understanding of this is that we had the capability to block credit if needed.
That's how Becky responded to Karen Wells's email?
Yes.
And then the report goes on to say it was not understood by the stakeholders compiling the responses that this guidance was additional to the language already provided by the regulation and was not circulated to the teams responsible for state launch compliance. Who would have been responsible for state launch compliance?
That would have been the responsibility of the regulatory operations team.
And who was that at this time?
It would have been Kevin Nelson.
And the final paragraph here references some data. Can you walk us through the data that's provided here?
Yes.
What is it?
So in this instance, we asked our analytics team to pull the number of the total number of wagers that were impacted in
they told us that there was 163 users with a little over 62,000 in handle that were able to place wagers in the Commonwealth with out-of-state credit card funds.
And that data is also shown at the top right of the first page
Yes.
under population.
Yes.
And was that data accurate at the time you submitted the incident report?
Yes.
And did the commission follow up with an additional data request?
Yes.
What did the commission ask for?
Director Band had reached out and asked for the total number of wagers that were impacted.
And can we pull up what has been marked as Exhibit 23, please? And directing you to the bottom of the page, is this the email from Mr. Band?
Yes.
And this is where he asks for the total number of wagers, is that right?
Yes, he does further along in the thread.
And did you provide that information?
Yes.
And is that what's at the top of the page here?
Yes.
And what's the total amount?
1,047.
And was that information accurate when you sent it to Mr. Band?
Yes.
If we could flip back to Exhibit 10, on the second page here, the first bullet references an emergency. What was that?
The emergency release was a fix on the product and engineering side to block out-of-state credit card funds from being used on Massachusetts.
And at the time that you prepared this report, did you believe that fix to be in place?
Yes.
The second bullet references a root cause. What is a root cause?
Root cause would be the reason why an issue occurred. And as part of our investigation, we do look into that and provide it instantly.
And why is it important to identify?
It's important to identify so that we can by identifying it, it becomes easier to properly remediate it going forward.
And the report here says the root cause was an internal communication breakdown. Could you tell us a little bit more about what you meant by that?
I think the sequence of events where the email was sent to someone on our licensing team, and then it was passed along to members of the payments and product team, but ultimately not shared with the regulatory team. I don't think it was fully understood by the product team or the payments team that the email from Karen Wells was, in fact, additional guidance beyond the regulation.
And the report describes this as an anomalous sequence of events. What does that mean?
I think it would just refer in this case to the fact that it was guidance that, or an email was sent to licensing rather than regulatory. The email was then forwarded to stakeholders that did not include the regulatory team. Typically, before launch, any regulatory guidance would be routed through the regulatory operations team to ensure that we are meeting compliance.
And at this time, thinking about present time, is regulatory ops in contact now with the commission?
Yes.
And so why doesn't DraftKings expect similar issues going forward as is?
Given that we have since launched in the Commonwealth and we have regular communications with the sports wagering division, we would not expect that any future guidance would be sent to anyone other than the regulatory operations team.
And did you prepare a second report related to this incident?
Yes, I did.
Could we pull up please what has been marked as Exhibit 11? And this is a July 28th, 2023 incident report. What is this incident report?
This incident report is about our initial emergency release fix from the May 31st discovery that it was ineffective in blocking out-of-state credit card funds.
And did you prepare this report like you did the first?
Yes.
Did anyone else help you prepare the report?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jake List, Senior Director of Regulatory Operations, Pete Harrington, Regulatory Counsel, and Jeremy McAuley, Director of Account Platform.
And when did you first become aware of this?
I became aware of this incident on July 13th.
And do you recall how you became aware?
Yes, I received a Slack from a member of our financial platform team who asked me to jump on a call, and then at that point he explained to me that the initial fix was ineffective.
And the first paragraph here refers to an emergency release. Is that the same release mentioned in the prior report we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And so on that phone call, you learned that it was ineffective?
Yes.
What else did you learn? Or rather, why was it ineffective? Did they tell you why?
It was not explained to me at that time. It was later explained while we were reading the report.
And do you understand the specifics of why it was ineffective?
At a very high level, but it's not necessarily my area of expertise to get into the technical reasons.
Okay. And who could speak to that?
Jeremy McAuley.
Do you know why this issue wasn't flagged during the emergency release in May 2023?
It's my understanding that it was due to a lack of end-to-end testing after the deployment went out to what we thought was correct the issue.
And do you know what end-to-end testing?
I'm sorry, could I just ask a question before we keep going on just a matter of the production? I think the witness just referenced a Slack communication from July of 2023 that I don't recall seeing, that arguably would have been responsive to the request.
Yes. So I think because the request, there are certain search terms that we used, Commissioner O'Brien, and I think the way that the witness describes the Slack, he can correct me if I misstate this, was that it just asked for Zoom, and those search terms would not have hit upon the search.
Okay, I would ask for that to be provided to us since it's relevant. Thanks.
Let me follow up a question before you continue. Any other documents like that that are referenced? I just think you should make an assumption that we would want to see them before we render a decision. That's all I had.
Okay. And do you know what end-to-end testing?
To the best of my knowledge, it would just be after the fix was implemented, performing testing in the production environment to see if you, in this instance, make a credit card deposit in one state and use it in Massachusetts.
And do you know how DraftKings identified this issue?
I do not.
Did DraftKings implement a fix when it discovered the problem?
Yes.
And when did it take steps to implement a fix?
The fix was implemented immediately on July 13th.
And do you know the specifics of the fix?
I do not.
Is that something perhaps Mr. McAuley could speak to?
Yes.
The final paragraph above resolution and remediation references some miscommunication between teams. What are you referencing here?
I'm referencing the technical aspect of the fix, where there was multiple technology teams that were involved in the original fix back in May.
And this paragraph also mentions the root cause. What did DraftKings determine to be the root cause of this issue?
We determined the root cause is a lack of testing following the emergency release on May 31st.
And did DraftKings propose remediation measures?
Yes, we did.
Are they listed here?
They are.
What are they? And if you perhaps take us through each bullet?
Yep. So this first one was basically stopping the bleeding, updating the configuration to include the block in Massachusetts. The second bullet was a technology fix that Jeremy could speak more in depth to improve the technology going forward. And then the third bullet was an update to our release management checklist to ensure that when multiple teams are involved, that there is proper testing being done following that change.
And then flipping back to the first page under the population reference, there's some data here. Can you walk us through this data?
Yes. So the data here references 218 wagers and approximately $83,000 in handle. That was in reference to the total incident period beginning in March. And then I would add that that there is a typo in this section where it references wagers. It should have referenced the total number of users impacted.
But other than the typo, are the figures accurate?
Yes.
And these are, I think I heard you say, are these inclusive of the first incident report?
Yes.
Okay. And did you let the commission know that there was a typo?
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 12, please? And so just looking at the bottom of the first page, it looks like this is an email from you to Mr. Band, and others are CC'd, dated August 1st. And is this where you're explaining the typo?
Yes, it is.
And then what other information are you conveying?
I'm also conveying the data or the customer impact between incident periods between March and May, and then May and middle of July.
And did the MGC follow up with a similar data request that it did with the first incident?
Yes.
And looking at so staying on Exhibit 12, the bottom of the second page. And is this that follow-up request?
Yes.
And did you provide that information?
Yes.
And is that what's at the top of the page?
I believe so.
Take a look and you can let us know. Keep going.
Yes.
All right. And was this information accurate?
No.
Why not?
This information was inaccurate because we reached out to our analytics team and requested the number of bets during these periods. It inaccurately provided a column which referenced the total number of wagers, but it should have referenced the total number of deposits made that were impacted.
And so did you provide the commission with a corrected number?
We later did, yes.
And could we pull up quickly Exhibit 25, please? And looking at page 3. Go. And is this that email providing the corrected number?
It is.
And what's the total number of wagers?
The total number was 1,160.
And was that information accurate?
Yes.
Did you prepare a third incident report in connection with this?
There was a third incident report, but it was not prepared by me.
And who prepared it?
It was prepared by Jake List.
Are you able to speak to it at a high level?
A high level, yes, but not in depth.
Okay. Let's pull it up. Exhibit 18. And this is an incident report from February 13, 2024. What is this incident report about?
This incident report is in reference to 2 additional sportsbook pools wagers that we discovered were used in Massachusetts via credit card funds.
And I think you mentioned that Jake List prepared it. Why are you listed as the contact?
I'm listed as the primary contact from just my role. So in the event that there were follow-up questions from the commission, they would be routed through me, and then I'd be responsible for compiling that information.
And do you recall when you first became aware of this incident?
Not the exact date. It would have been sometime after the referenced February 9th date in the report.
In the first sentence, references implementing a layered approach and increased controls to better monitor and test regulatory changes before going into production. Do you know what that means?
I do not.
And who would be best able to speak to that?
That would be another topic for Jeremy McAuley.
Okay. This report also mentions an attachment, which is called DraftKings Testing and Monitoring of Responsible Gaming Controls. Are you able to speak to the attachment?
I am not.
And who would be able to speak to the attachment here?
That'd be another one for Jeremy.
This report also population reference, and can you walk us through that data?
Yes, we identified during this investigation that there was 2 users who were able to enter a total of $4 worth of sportsbook pools derived from credit card funds.
And was this data accurate when you provided it?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. McCann. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I will now turn it to Councilor Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. McCann. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well. I just have a couple of questions for you. Starting with the time frame on the reported figures. You just went through them on direct a little bit. The reported figures that you provided are strictly from March 10th, 2023 through February 16th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
So if there are any credit card deposits made prior to the launch date in Massachusetts, those would not have been reflected in your reported figures.
That's my understanding based on the analytics report.
Thank you. And then just I have just a couple more questions. Bringing back up what we have as Exhibit 25, which was just referred to. That had an attachment that you explained. That is an email from you to myself. That indicates the corrected numbers or the corrected figures for the entirety of this event from March 10th through February, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those numbers were provided in response to a query from the IEB, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was due to a discrepancy between the two emails that you had detailed earlier in your direct examination.
That is correct.
I don't believe I have anything further for Mr. McCann.
Thank you, Counselor. Commissioners.
I have some follow-up questions in line with what Attorney Mercer just asked, which is, Mr. McCann, were you present and listening to the prior testimony of Grace Tate?
I was.
Okay, so I think you know what I'm going to ask, which is, at any point when you were saying you sort of solved this issue, it wasn't going to happen again, did anyone go back and look at the possibility that DraftKings had been accepting credit cards even prior to August 10th, 2022 to go into, albeit a non-functioning sports betting account?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And how long, if you know, and you may not, and please direct me to who would know the answer to this if you do not, how long did that capability exist on the DraftKings sports betting platform? Namely, you could set up an account in Massachusetts, put money in using a credit card prior to March 10th of 2023.
I do not know the answer to that.
Do you know who would know the answer to that?
That might be something Jeremy could address.
Okay. Now, you made another comment, I think, in your report, the phrase anomalous sequence of events in terms of the communication breakdown that you attribute largely to the failure to comply in this circumstance. Can you describe for me, please, if you know, who designated someone in licensing to be the point of contact for Massachusetts for the launch?
I'm not aware of who designated licensing to be the point of contact.
Okay. Are you aware whether that has been done in any other jurisdiction in which DraftKings was launching?
I'm not aware. I'm not typically involved in the pre-launch process.
Okay. And can I ask you, going forward, have you changed the protocol of not having the person with firsthand knowledge of the facts be the one identified in the incident reports?
Excuse me, can you rephrase that question?
Sure.
Or
Let me break
restate
it down. Are you still the point of contact listed on all the incident reports that go from DraftKings over to the sports wagering or IEB?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you date those reports specifically?
Do you mean the date of submission?
Correct.
We do not. We typically refer to the incident date, but the date of submission is typically not within the report.
And can I ask you why you do not put the date of report as it's relevant to when disclosure comes to the commission?
I do not have an answer for that, but we understand that it'd be the position to update that going forward.
Okay. And I would further ask, is there a reason that the people who have firsthand knowledge of any alleged non-compliance event are not identified in those incident reports.
In this instance, are you referring to other members of the regulatory operations team, or
Any member who had firsthand knowledge. So, you would have put down Bill Curtis, you would have put down Becky Hoffman, you would have put down Dickson Jay, et cetera, identified anybody in that incident report who could actually speak firsthand to these events?
based on my conversations with Kevin and Jake, it was my understanding that they understood the position of those individuals, and the report was drafted based on conversations they would have had.
Do you appreciate the fact that the report serves its purpose to let sports wagering, IB, and the commissioners know what happened in a particular incident?
Yes.
Okay. And I, for one, commissioner, would put the ask in that that sort of information is included going forward. I thank you for your time, Mr. McCann, and I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioners, any further questions of Mr. McCann? Attorney Starr, or actually, I think it was Caitlin.
Nothing,
all right.
nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCann, for your time.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to pass it back to.
Sure. We're going to ask Jeremy and McAuley to come in now.
Where is the microphone?
The little pop-up thing right there, the gold.
The gold disc right in front.
Good afternoon, Mr. McAuley.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, are you able to see and hear the witness?
I can hear him very well.
Great. Mr. McAuley, can you please provide your name for the record?
Jeremy McAuley,
And where do you live?
Mansfield, Massachusetts,
How long have you been working at DraftKings?
12 years.
What's your current role?
Director of Product,
How long have you been in that role?
approximately 3 years.
Why don't you give a quick overview of your work at DraftKings leading up to when you became Director of Products? What were you doing for the prior 9 years, if I got my math right?
Yep, for the initial 3 years of my employment, I was the head of our customer service operation, and then about my third year into my fourth year, moved into our product management division and worked my way up from product manager to my current title on our player account management team, or as referred to as the platform team internally.
And in your role of Director of Products, what do you do?
I'm responsible for services and experiences such as registration, login or account creation, geolocation controls, identity verification, responsible gaming controls, and the team primarily responsible for prepping our product to launch in new jurisdictions for gaming.
How does your department receive regulatory guidance pre-launch?
We usually receive those from our regulatory operations team.
And what's the actual process?
When regulations are promulgated by any jurisdiction, it goes to our regulatory operations team. They put that into a centralized repository that is then disseminated out to subject matter experts to review.
And how do you actually get it? You're a subject matter expert on a certain component of that?
That's correct. For the area of the player account management team, we will receive the regulations. We will go through all areas that are specific to us, which would include, but not limited to, registration, login, depositing, withdrawing, responsible gaming controls, and myself and team members on the product platform team will review those regulations.
And once you review the regulations and come to an understanding of them, how do you make sure they get properly implemented?
After reviewing the regulations, we will then go through our current controls that our platform supports. We will identify which of those controls we believe will both satisfy the interpretation of the regulation and then provide that back to our regulatory operations team to confirm that they agree with our interpretation of the implementation of said controls to meet the regulation.
Does your team do any testing to determine pre-launch whether the implementations that you put in place are correct and operating the way you'd like them to be?
Yes, as part of our product platform team, we have an account platform team, financial platform team, marketing platform team. Each of those teams respectively test their individual services and owned features or experiences. And then there's also, again, based on the jurisdiction, external third-party testing that is conducted to affirm that we are meeting the regulations for that specific jurisdiction.
What's an example of like third-party testing? What's that?
As referenced earlier, that would be Gaming Laboratories Incorporated.
And what about post-launch? Does your team get involved in implementing new or updated regulations?
Yes, post-launch in the jurisdiction, if new regulations and or technical guidance is provided, that will be shared by Reg Ops, and then our team will assess how to implement those controls.
And does your team actually interpret the regulations, or is that another team?
That is another team.
And what team's that?
That'd be the regulatory operations team.
At some point, Jeremy, did your team start work in Massachusetts pre-launch?
Yes.
What types of things did your team do pre-launch in Massachusetts?
Pre-launch, we were creating what we would call the site experience, or what would now be the current experience end customers have when they use our sportsbook product, both on a digital app or on the website. And that would include setting up the configurations to ensure we are meeting age requirements, funding requirements, wagering requirements, everything in order to receive our license, certification from GLI, and then launch approvals.
Can you just walk me through the GLI process here, in particular, how it worked in Massachusetts?
I am not the best person to speak to how GLI operates at a high level. What I am aware of is that GLI we will set up a pre-prod or pre-production environment, which emulates what the intended experience is going to be for the end user. GLI will then go through and test based on their own test cases, a series of tests, again, in several areas from account management to the wagering experience. And based on their testing results, we'll either certify our platform or not for launch.
Could you take a look at Exhibit 20, and you might have a packet there for you to make it easier. Michael, we can put Exhibit 20 up for the commissioners. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
I am.
Are you aware that we received some questions from the commissioner through council asking DraftKings to designate some individual or individuals to speak on certain of the answers that were provided to the commission on Exhibit 20?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you, commissioners, I hope this isn't clunky, but my intent now is to take the witness through those portions of Exhibit 20, which in a communication with the commission, I believe it was in our one of our supplemental responses that we sent in after the last hearing, where we identified Jeremy as the person who could answer certain questions. It jumps around a little bit because of how we sent it in, but the intent here is to have the witness answer questions regarding Exhibit 20. So let's start with
can I just ask Attorney Starr, or maybe this is a Justin question, can you direct me to the packet that we were sent this morning in terms of where I can find Exhibit 20? It's not in sequence.
Well, Exhibit 20 was marked previously, Commissioner O'Brien. I think it was.
Oh, I know. They sent us a separate packet that.
Yep. Commissioner O'Brien, it's page 41 in the commissioner's packet. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
And Justin, does the commissioner have anticipating that she may ask for this. Does she have the answers which are prompting me to direct him to particular sections of this? You know what I'm referring to? This would have been DraftKings, I believe it's our November 5th, 2024 supplemental responses to the Mass Gaming Commission request for additional information.
I'm nearly 100% confident that's in the packet that we produced to all the commissioners, Tony. I'll double check. It said November 5th.
Okay. In any event, Commissioner O'Brien, my intent, as I said before, my intent here, sort of anticipating that this would be something you'd want to hear from. These are the places where it looked to me like we were identifying this witness as the person to provide further answer to this. So that's what I'm going to take him through.
Yeah, and Attorney Starr, it seems to line up with what I'm looking at page 41. So I think we do have the right one, Justin.
Okay.
Yeah. So Commissioner O'Brien, the supplemental responses, Tony, we have those at page 1110 in the commissioner packet.
Yeah.
It's exhibit 42.
Yeah.
So
and if you look at Commissioner O'Brien, what I'm going to take him through is if you go to page 6 of this November 5th, 2024 supplemental response, and you'll see that on page 6 of it, for exhibit 20, we provide Jeremy question 1.2, 4, 4.1, 4.2, and so on down. And so that's what I'm going to do here. I kind of flagged each one of those, and then I'm going to walk him through exhibit 20 and ask him to explain it and answer questions and so forth. And, obviously, if I don't get to something that I'm going to do my best to frame some questions, but if I've missed it, I know you'll ask. But that's the point of what I'm doing here. So let's try and get started with it. So the first question that you were designated for was question 1, which actually the question appears in dark type at the bottom of exhibit 20, and then the DraftKings response appears at the top of page 2, and it's on green in the screen, and it should be there. So this is a reference to a DraftKings incident report from July 28, 2023, and I think that's a typo there. My understanding is that we're referring to the August 1 report, which is Exhibit 11. Do you have Exhibit 11 in front of you as well? Did I give you that in your packet, or I think it's the next document. Yeah. So let's take a look at Exhibit 11, and what is Exhibit 11?
Exhibit 11 is the DraftKings incident report of credit card funds usable in Massachusetts after emergency release deployment.
And did you play a role in drafting Exhibit 11?
Yes.
What was your role in drafting Exhibit 11?
Providing relevant content to the regulatory operations team, specifically Joe McCann and Jacob List, on information relevant to this report.
Okay. What content did you provide?
Content specific to financial platform, account platform, and the sportsbook product, which led to the misconfiguration and issues being out of compliance.
In the pivoting back to Exhibit 20, the last sentence of the answer that DraftKings provided reads, while the internal miscommunication is important context, we believe the root cause of this issue was lack of end-to-end testing in the software release and have since addressed this internally. What's the internal miscommunication to which you make reference there?
The internal miscommunication is in reference to when account platform conducted an emergency release applying the state code of MA to our platform-based rule. We did not do a full end-to-end test to ensure that a existing account with funds deposited by a credit card out of state were able to place a wager in the state. And there was an assumption that that would have been handled by either our sportsbook team or financial platform team.
So the assumption, so to speak, that's the internal miscommunication.
Correct.
Okay. Now tell me, in your words, why didn't the May 31, 2023 fix work?
The May 31st fix did not work because going back, and as referenced earlier by many on this call, when DraftKings was asked to implement controls to meet newly regulated requirements in Tennessee, there were controls built by the platform team, and unbeknownst to us, to meet timeline considerations, our sportsbook team built a concurrent rule that emulated what our account platform team had built.
Let me stop you there. That was for Tennessee.
Correct.
Okay, please continue.
And when, as of May 30th, when many on the platform team, myself included, were informed of this requirement, we were under the assumption that by adding the state code of MA to the existing rule that also included TN for Tennessee, once we released that, credit card funds in existing user balances would then be blocked and not be able to be used to place wagers in Massachusetts.
And as it turned out, that assumption wasn't right.
That is correct.
Why was that assumption not correct?
That assumption was not correct due to the configuration that our sportsbook platform team also built within their own rule logic. That was actually the enforcing mechanism blocking credit card funds in Tennessee and not in Massachusetts as a result.
You mentioned earlier end-to-end testing, and when, as I understand your testimony, when DraftKings endeavored to implement the blocking of the out-of-state credit card funds in Massachusetts in that May 31 fix, end-to-end testing wasn't actually done.
Correct.
Let's start by, can you explain to me, when you use that term end-to-end testing, what does that mean?
End-to-end testing, specifically for this case, would have included the confirmation that Massachusetts was added to the correct rule set, and then a wager attempting to be placed by an end user, or in this case, a test user internally, could not place a wager using funds previously deposited through a credit card.
And why on May 31st or June 1st, why wasn't end-to-end testing completed?
It was not completed as we were attempting, as already stated, we were conducting emergency release. We were attempting to come into compliance as quickly as we could. And as the rule we were led to believe was enforced in Tennessee and in compliance to our belief that the rule would have been working. And as I stated previously, there was an assumption made that both financial platform team and or the sportsbook team would have tested the functionality, which did not happen.
And then testing has been completed now for it.
That is correct.
What, if anything, have you changed to prevent this from happening again, the absence of the end-to-end testing?
In reference to several of the exhibits that have been submitted, there are not only controls during active development to test at a specified engineering level, there's also a dedicated responsible gaming team that is testing these controls as well. And lastly, we do have we have automated testing being put in place as well to make sure that we can test this at an automated fashion and detect if credit card funds or other critical regulatory controls are not working as expected.
So you were also designated for question 4 on Exhibit 20, which I think comes on page 3. And the question was, what, if any, auditing process was conducted following the May 31, 2023 and July 13, 2023 software updates to ensure there were no outstanding issues with the platform? Let's first take the audit process conducted following the May 31, 2023 software update. What can you share about that? What was conducted?
In terms of the audit process specifically, that is that in the context of end-to-end testing or auditing by another department? If this was for end-to-end testing, I think we have covered that in terms of miscommunication and what led there. In terms of auditing, I cannot speak for, but we do have a compliance assurance team that also conducts tests that were reviewed during, I cannot confirm or deny if they reviewed that during that period of time.
Okay. What about July 13th? What was the audit process completed after that software update?
After the software update on July 13th, not only did product and engineering go through a robust set of testing based on the mishaps of the May 31st occurrence, we went through and conducted full end-to-end testing. Again, once the account platform rule was in place, enforcing the logic in Tennessee and Massachusetts, conducted testing for both product managers and engineers to ensure that credit card funds deposited in a prior state or a state that allowed it could not be used to then place a wager within Massachusetts.
So was after the July fix was implemented, end-to-end testing was performed?
Correct.
If you continue on down in the answer, the third paragraph says, DraftKings has since implemented additional monitoring controls for software updates to financial platform services. Do you see that, Jeremy?
Yes.
Well, can you explain what that means?
Yes, this is in reference to a layered approach of testing that I believe I referenced earlier, that we are now incorporating with every release and every engineering effort that is touching critical areas of regulations in every gaming state. And that also references the creation of a responsible gaming team that is also concurrently responsible for testing those same controls on a engineering delivery basis.
Are those what your testimony just there sort of summarized in the 3 bullet points that follow on page 3 of Exhibit 20?
That is accurate.
Okay. And I think you were also designated for question 4.1. My understanding is 4.1 is please provide a detailed description of the software update implemented on May 31, 2023. I think you've answered that previously, but to be complete, since it was a separate designation, would you please explain the May 31, 23 update?
Yes, as stated previously and as in Exhibit 20, the account platform team added the state code of MA to our existing rule to block credit card funds deposited out of state to be used to place wagers while located in Massachusetts.
And you were also designated for question 4.2, which I think reads, please provide a detailed description of the software update implemented on July 13, 2023. I think you touched on it already, but for purposes of completeness, can you please do that?
Yes, as previously stated and now shown on Exhibit 21, on July 13, 2023, the existing sportsbook rule that was being enforced was removed, and then the account platform rule, which we anticipated to be working, was being truly enforced and confirmed through end-to-end testing.
Jeremy, I think you're designated for question 7 as well, which is on, I think let me check the commissioners, it's the 4th page of Exhibit 20. Question 7, explain what the process is for enabling or disabling the universal wallet protections that have been in place. Let's start with your sharing your understanding of universal wallet.
The universal wallet is in reference to a single account architecture with DraftKings that allows customers to have a single balance used for the multitude of products we offer, including our DFS product and others.
How does DraftKings regulate a customer's use of its universal wallet?
That would be based on the product the customer is actively using and the jurisdictional location or active geographic location the customer is in at that point of time during the transactions.
I think you've also been designated for question 9. Question is, can you explain what processes were in place that allowed these wagers to be placed following the certification? And if I'm understanding what the question is getting at there, is that as reported by DraftKings on or about February 9th of 24, there were two $4 in total wagers, two $2 pool wagers, which didn't get picked up in the July fix. And I think question 9 is asking, can we explain how it was that after we put the July fix in place, it didn't reach these two $2 pool wagers?
Yes, the pool technology was built in-house and is a lowly used product offering through our sportsbook product. During the end-to-end testing that occurred in July, we were testing our sportsbook product in markets that the majority of our users are consistently operating on. And as stated in Exhibit 21, the primary engine that powers the majority of our sportsbook markets and technology is through the SP Tech platform, which was acquired by DraftKings in 2021 and merged into our platform, whereas pools is a piece of older technology that was simply missed during our end-to-end testing.
Okay, and what happened after that with the pools?
Once it was discovered that pools was not respecting the rule that was in place that our sportsbook engine was, we made immediate changes to ensure that that product was also respecting the earlier mentioned rule from the account platform team.
Okay, unfortunately, moving backwards, you've also been designated for a portion of question 3. I think question is, who's responsible for overseeing the implementation of safeguards on the DraftKings platform? So your department, production and engineering, what role does your department play in overseeing the implementation of safeguards on the DraftKings platform?
As stated in Exhibit 20, it is a collaborative effort between product engineering and our regulatory operations team. Specifically, my involvement would be that product and engineering, as subject matter experts of the user experience and the product itself, will create the detailed test cases for how to test the enforcement of the implementation of set controls or services on our platform to meet the regulations in a specific jurisdiction.
Okay. And you've also been designated for a portion of question 5, I think appears on page 4. Who oversees internal audits for compliance-related issues with the platform? The answer is multiple internal teams, and then it goes on to say the individual product and engineering teams are responsible for creating test cases and so forth. So can you explain the role that product and engineering plays in overseeing internal audits for compliance-related issues for the platform?
Yes, for product and engineering specifically, that would be referring to the routine testing that each of these teams are responsible for each of the deployments we're making on a weekly basis as part of the regulated release cycle, and ensuring that all of our systems and services are in compliance with said jurisdiction, with said regulations in each of the jurisdictions which we are operating in.
Who directs these audits?
This would be done at the product and engineering level. It's the team's responsibilities.
When did you first learn that the Massachusetts Gaming Commission expected DraftKings to block the use of out-of-state credit card funds in Massachusetts?
On May 30th, 2023.
And how did you learn it on May 30th?
I was informed by our regulatory operations team.
Do you recall who told you?
It was either Kevin Nelson or Jacob Liss.
And what did they tell you?
They informed me that the expectation by the MGC was that credit card funds deposited out of state needed to be blocked immediately within the state of Massachusetts and preventing from placing wagers with.
In the second half of 2022 and early 23, were you part of the DraftKings group that was working on the configuration for the block of out-of-state credit card funds to be used in Tennessee?
Yes.
When you were working on the launch in Massachusetts in February and March of 2023, did you consider implementing the Tennessee block in Massachusetts?
I did not.
Why not?
That was not specified directly in the regulations that I read or I was told about, and it was known that we had to block the use of credit card the instrument of a credit card from being used to place wagers in the state.
Thank you, Mr. McAuley. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilor Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. McAuley.
How are you, Zachary?
Very well. Just a few questions for you. Starting with the essentially the review from your team as far as regulatory ops and compliance assurance prior to launch. It's true that there's a collaborative effort to test these in-house prior to launching in a jurisdiction, right? Test the platform, rather.
That's accurate.
Okay, and that's independent of any kind of external testing, like sending out to GLI. You have your own internal standards that you're holding yourself to prior to launching.
That's accurate.
Okay. And to a different topic. So in regard to capabilities in the ramp up to launch, you started part of your direct examination by explaining that. Functionality that comes in the app, I believe you said something to the fact of basically the consumer experience when they were to use DraftKings, but whether it be through the website or through the app in a state. When does the ability to deposit funds begin on the app for an individual in a particular jurisdiction?
Can you please rephrase the question?
Sure. So say if you opened up the DraftKings app in December of 2022, so we're looking at roughly 4 months before launch, would you have been able to deposit funds into your account in Massachusetts while you were physically there at that time?
Yes.
All right. And how long would that have been going on? Would that have been going on as long as DraftKings has existed and has been able to be accessed on a phone? Or is there a specific time that your team or a team within DraftKings would have allowed that capability to start?
That would have been allowed since the introduction of our sportsbook product in 2018, and then also true for our DFS product, which we've been operating since 2012.
All right. So theoretically, if in late anytime in late 2022, if I were to open my phone with the DraftKings app, I could have uploaded money from an American Express card to my account.
That's correct.
And is the as far as kind of when do the age requirements, et cetera, start coming into play? When do you start building out those into the application as far as geolocation goes?
That process would have began after the regulations were promulgated and presented to our regulatory operations team, and then provided to the rest of the product and engineering team at DraftKings.
All right. So that would
by late. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. I apologize. I cut you off. Would that have come before or after the ability for credit card funds to be deposited? So if I were 17 and tried to deposit funds in November of 2022 or 18 via credit card, would that have been allowed?
At the age of 18, no, because in Massachusetts still had to be 21 based on our DFS rules.
Okay, so there were some rules in place, but not all.
That were specific to the daily fantasy sports product, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further from that.
Thank you, Zach. Commissioners.
I have some questions for Mr. McAuley. And Attorney Starr, you may be able to do this faster than Mr. McAuley, but is there an exhibit number for the summary of the regs and the statutory requirements that were provided to Mr. McAuley prior to launch in Massachusetts?
Previously marked the exhibit, Commissioner?
Yes.
I'm not aware.
Okay, so I would ask, I believe it was within what we asked for, which is sort of what was reviewed and sort of supported these actions. And several times, Mr. McAuley, you've made references in your interview and today on you reviewing the regs that were given to you. Can you tell me who specifically and how you were handed the relevant regs to do your job to launch them?
Who specifically? No, it would have been a member of our regulatory operations team. And it would have been provided in the form of a centralized repository in an Excel sheet and or with an Airtable.
Okay, and do you know, I'm sorry?
Commissioner O'Brien, apologies for interrupting. There might be some confusion. there was an Excel sheet provided in the production, but I don't think it is part of Exhibit 43 because it was provided in native form. Attorney Stefanik, you might have to help me here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's multiple spreadsheets or just the one. I'm trying to get to the bottom of whether there's just the one, massive accumulation of all the regs, or are they broken down into smaller documents and sent off to relevant parts of the office to execute their functions.
They're an essential repository, and then it's up to the subject matter expert of each area to go through and find the regulation specific to their own area.
And so would you, as the subject matter expert, have gone into that Excel spreadsheet and pulled up 23K and read it in its entirety?
Can you repeat the last part of that?
Sure. I'm assuming that you were the subject matter expert in terms of the technological launch in Massachusetts.
One of them, yes.
Okay. Who was the others?
Myself, Mr. Liberman.
You and Mr. Liberman? Okay. And so my question is, did you go in and read the actual text of 23N? Because there's a reference in the definitions of sports wagering account that bans credit cards. And then there's a 13D2 reference that bans credit cards. Did you see those as the subject matter expert when you were getting ready to launch?
Yes, likely I saw that.
Okay. And can I ask you, given the clear prohibition on credit cards and the fact that you were dealing with Tennessee, you didn't ask anyone whether the interpretation was the Tennessee interpretation versus something else?
The interpretation, as said by many others on this call, was led to believe that it was for Venmo and PayPal, and indirect did not mean out of state.
I'm directing you specifically to the language in 23N that says you cannot fund a sports wagering account through a credit card, and you cannot take a credit card. There's no direct or indirect language that's in the regs. Did you ask the
use of
on whether, let me finish the question, please. Did you ask anyone whether you should be considering the Tennessee interpretation and implementation at that time?
I did not know.
Okay. Did you become aware of anyone asking that question?
I did not know.
Okay. And following up somewhat on the questions that Attorney Mercer had asked you in terms of going back to 2012, you could open a DFS account in Massachusetts and load it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that time, were credit cards allowed, or have credit cards been banned on DFS accounts as well?
Credit cards were allowed as well.
Okay, and when did they become unlawful to load a DFS account with a credit card?
As stated previously, that mechanism was shut off in February 2023.
So you continued to take credit cards on DFS up until February of 2023? I'm talking DFS, not sportsbook. I'm asking you about DFS.
No, we were not taking. We were taking credit card deposits up until those rules were in place. I don't have the exact date off the top of my head.
About 2017, 2018, when the DFS regs came into effect. Is that fair?
Yes, that is correct.
And then about 2018, you said that you a patron could create a sportsbook account in Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And then they could fund it also. Is that correct?
They could create a sportsbook account not for Massachusetts, but located in Massachusetts and fund that. Correct.
Right. They couldn't place a bet, but they could create it and fund it starting in 2018, correct? Could a patron take their balance or anything that they put in their DFS account and move it over into funding their sportsbook account as early as 2018?
No, they could not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you have the capacity to go back and check how many, if any, of these accounts since 2018 have been funded by credit cards?
Me personally, I could not.
Well, you as the technical expert on the platform, is there a way to go back and audit to see how many of those have been funded by credit cards?
Yes, that could be done.
Okay. And have you been asked to do that?
Me personally, no.
Do you know if anyone else has been asked to do that at DraftKings?
Not to my knowledge.
How long would that take, if you know?
Can you repeat the question?
How long would that audit take?
I would not, I don't want to speculate, but I imagine if we had the right amount of resources, we could return that in a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, could you define reasonable for me?
Within several weeks.
Okay. I don't have anything further at this time. Thank you, Mr. McAuley.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. McAuley, can I ask a follow-up question? Was that standard?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Was that standard amongst the industry? Did you have competitors that were taking credit card, to your knowledge, credit card funds prior to the launch in Massachusetts?
I won't speak on behalf of other operators, but it was standard operating procedure for DraftKings to allow the account creation on our sportsbook product in states where we did offer our other products, such as DFS, where they could create an account and fund their wallet if they shall choose. And if they went to a permitted gaming state thereafter, they were able to use those funds if permitted by that jurisdiction.
Interesting. Thank you. Commissioner Skinner, I see your mic's off.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McAuley. I'm going to try with you the questions that I had for Mr. Nelson relative to Tennessee. And you indicated that you were involved in both the launch of, well, let me strike that. You were involved in the launch of sports wagering in Tennessee, correct?
Correct.
And were you also involved in the implementation of the prohibition on the use of credit cards to fund sports wagering accounts?
That's correct.
And at what point, if you recall, did you have an opportunity to review the Tennessee language prohibiting such?
I can't recall specifically. It would have been relayed by a regulatory operations team at that time.
But you have reviewed that language from Tennessee at one point or another, and perhaps several occasions?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the rule in Tennessee today relative to funding accounts with credit cards?
The instrument of a credit card cannot be used to deposit funds directly into an account, and credit card funds deposited in states where credit cards are permitted cannot be used to place wagers within the state of Tennessee.
And that was your understanding of the Tennessee regulation at the time of implementation?
Based on what our regulatory operations team provided in terms of guidance, yes.
Okay. But you don't have any independent interpretation of that regulation, having seen it in preparation for implementation? Is that what you're saying?
My interpretation would be that credit card funds deposited out of the state of Tennessee cannot be used to place wagers in the state.
Okay, thank you. Could you tell me when DraftKings implemented that restriction in the state of Tennessee?
It would have been in late 2022, early part of 2023.
Commissioner Skinner, just for your edification, the response from DraftKings indicates January 17th, 2023 is when they indicated they were up on that in Tennessee.
And then I have, thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. And then I have, and forgive me, and we can try to find this document. I think it was in one of the most recent productions from council. I think it's in one of the exhibits to your November 5th letter, perhaps. Excuse me.
Commissioner, maybe I
I'm
can
not going to
help
be
you.
able
What are
to
you
find
looking for?
it, so sorry, I'm not going to be able to find it, and so I'll ask for counsel to assist, either Attorney Stempeck or Attorney Starr. It is what I'm looking at is the document that is Exhibit F, and it's embedded in the most recent correspondence we received from your office. But it does reference the January 17th, 2023 date that Commissioner O'Brien just mentioned. It also references a March 3rd, 2023 date saying DraftKings informed Tennessee, and I'm inserting Tennessee rather than the body governing there, that the implementation was complete.
I see where you're reading. It's page 2 of the DraftKings November 5th, 2024 report, which provides a page and a quarter of information about Tennessee, including ultimately the change that Tennessee made on July 1st of 2023, the addition to their account funding regulations, and which in the last 2 sentences of that change added the specific language regarding the use of out-of-state credit card funds in Tennessee. Is that what you're referring to?
It is. Thank you very much for that context for the record. So back to Mr. McAuley. It is your understanding, correct, that DraftKings had fully complied with the Tennessee rules relative to credit cards and funding accounts as of March 3rd, 2023?
That is correct.
I'm going to turn to, you can take that down if you don't mind, please. I'm going to turn to Attorney Stembeck for some assistance in calling up the Tennessee language, if we could. And you have to help me here. We could either take judicial notice of the language, but I don't think that would be helpful because I'd like to question Mr. McAuley specifically on that language. So I think we might have to call it up somehow.
We can certainly do that. Commissioner Skinner, just give me a moment to pull up the correct regulatory section if that's what the intent is here.
Thank you.
Is this in the record, Counselor Stimpak?
It is not. I don't believe it is.
So there are citations to the Tennessee annotated code in the supplemental November 6th supplemental response. There is the entire section on operational process in connection with Tennessee. I don't know, Commissioner Skinner, if that's all encompassing or whether you're thinking about something outside what's quoted there.
Yeah, I don't know if they promulgated regs.
They have a statute. They had a statute section that says a licensee shall not offer, accept, or extend credit to a bettor. Once a bettor account is created, a bettor may only fund the account through 1, electronic bank transfer or funds, including such transfers through third parties, 2, debit cards, 3, online and mobile payment systems that support online money transfer, and 4, any other method approved by the rule of council initiated with cash.
Yep. It's there. And so it's in that same document. So if we could pull that back up, I'm not sure who had it on the screen.
Yes, if you give me 1 minute, I think I can get it back up here. And just let me know where you want to go.
Right. Well, let's go back to page 2. Right at the top. Starting with a sports gaming account may be funded using. There we go. And so I would ask Mr. McAuley to take a minute to review that language. And then please let me know what about this language tells you that funds uploaded by credit card outside of Tennessee are not able to be used in the state of Tennessee. What language?
That specific language that is just in quotation.
Yes, I mean, if you want to point to another piece of the statute or regulation that led you to your interpretation, that's absolutely fine. But relative to this specific language, I'd like you to take a look at it and just let me know what about this language allowed you to form your interpretation that credit cards uploaded outside of Tennessee were not able to be utilized there for sports wagering.
Looking at the quotations there and then skimming down to the second set of quotations right after single account / global wallet, the operator must be able to demonstrate that it can segregate out any credit card funding such that it cannot be used while a player is in Tennessee. That language specifically is what would lead to my personal interpretation that credit card funds cannot be used to place wagers.
And to be clear, Commissioner, he's now reading from a second memo that was sent out by the Tennessee regulatory body on June 1, which followed 2 months after the section that you just read, a sports gaming account, based on what we have here.
I do see that. I do see where Mr. McAuley has read from. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so my follow-up question is and now let me go back to this exhibit here. I'm going to refer back to the email that came from Mr. Carpenter, I believe on or around May 1st or 2nd, with clarity relative to funding Massachusetts accounts.
Are you thinking of the May 1st or May 2nd document?
Yep, that email exchange.
Okay.
Where I believe the witness testified that he took the liberty to, not this witness, I believe it was Mr. Nelson, took the liberty of reinterpreting that language for purposes of the House rules. And I apologize, Attorney Starr, for asking you to do this. It's a lot of documents, and you seem more prepared than I am, at least relative to the exhibits.
Maybe it's 32.
This one, Commissioner?
That's it. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, this is the 32 is the exhibit that Mr. Nelson testified was the one where he got the May 1 message from Sterl, and then DraftKings on May 2nd sent in the language in the House rules, which had language different from what Sterl had put in his email.
Yep. So, Mr. McAuley, do you see that? Do you see that language that had been requested be included in the House rules by Mr. Carpenter?
I see that in the bold italics.
Yes, and it reads, in no event may a Massachusetts account be funded through a form of credit. And so, can you tell me, is this the first time you're seeing this directive from Mr. Carpenter? Had you seen this before?
I have not, no, not until today.
Not until today. As you read this language today, what's your interpretation of it with respect to Massachusetts requirements around credit cards?
As I read this today, I would interpret this very similar to what we just walked through with Tennessee, that the use of credit cards at the instrument level is prohibited, and the use of funds deposited through credit cards in another state where it is permitted would not be permitted in Massachusetts. However, going back to the events we are discussing today of July and May and prior to launch in Massachusetts, my interpretation would not have been that, as I did not see this, and Tennessee was the first state to require such regulation and/or enforcement leading up to our launch in Massachusetts.
Yes, and I hear the representation that this is the first time you're seeing this directive from Mr. Carpenter. Thank you. I have no other questions.
I do, but I'll defer to my fellow commissioners before I ask the one follow-up.
Commissioners, before we turn to Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien, I think you're good.
No, you're
Okay.
not.
Nope.
Oh, Commissioner Broder. Yeah,
Paul,
Commissioner Broder.
coming in.
Commissioner Broder, you're going to get used to moving really quick on that mute button.
Yeah, that's a skill set I don't have, so I'll do my best. I'm just learning. Y'all know how it is. Thank you for being here, sir. So from my review of the record, my participation today, I think I have a pretty clear picture of the past and the process and its defects going forward. It does seem clear to me that at least at this point, DraftKings has a clear understanding of the requirements that Massachusetts expects them to fulfill vis-a-vis prohibitions on credit card funding. I do note that you self-reported, which is for someone who's been a regulator in other industries is something, certainly something to be encouraged. So what I'm most interested in terms of resolution, you've covered a bit, but it's how does the commission get a comfort level that this isn't going to happen again? That I think is a very important part of our focus. So I want to ask you about the emergency implementation versus this idea of end-to-end testing. Is it fair to say that when you're implementing what you consider to be an emergency fix, that because of the urgency, you don't have the ability to do that level of testing that you would want to do for what I would call an ordinary implementation?
I think that is a fair assumption to make. I will say one of the learnings we made is that even though we were trying to come into compliance in an expeditious manner, we should have taken the time to conduct that end-to-end testing and not made the assumptions that we did. And that has been since corrected on our end in terms of even through an emergency release process, as stated what we did on May 31st. But that was a failing on our part at that time.
But without the emergency release process, you have two choices. I assume it's to shut down the whole platform or to wait for that testing, the end-to-end testing to be completed. So you have that comfort level. Is that fair to say?
We could work with the commission in terms of shutting the platform down. I wouldn't know. I don't know if that would be a viable option, but I would.
It doesn't seem like it would be.
Yeah, I would say we would work with the commission on a specified deadline to get out a controlled fix that was properly tested end to end and not move as quickly as we did. Yeah.
So given the choice to do an emergency implementation, what happens in the background? By that I mean, do you then conduct, even though the fix is live, do you still conduct that end-to-end kind of testing to make sure that the fix works, even though it's already in place?
Are you referring specifically to May 31st or in generality now?
Let's do both. I'm specifically referring to May 31st, but as a practice that would inform, how you deal with future incidents, it's something I'd like to hear about.
Specifically for May 31st, again, as I stated, as we were moving in a quick manner to come into compliance, we made the proper update in terms of the configuration to the rule setting. The account platform team did test that the state code of MA was present in the rule, and then the assumptions of, our financial platform team or sportsbook team will test this. It is present. We are good to go. You can inform the regulator. That is what occurred. And moving forward, and what we're doing now is even in the event of an emergency release, we're releasing the same day, notifying other regulators. The testing framework that was outlined in Exhibit 20 and 21 is what we would have in place now. So we'd have dedicated engineering testers going through the code, independent of who actually is making the change itself and deploying that to production. So there's multiple levers of peer reviews occurring that will make sure that the functionality that we are releasing is going to satisfy the regulation or directive that was given. And then we'll have the proper end-to-end testing occur, which we did not on May 31st.
Specifically regarding now the solution that is in place, given your subject matter expertise, what level of confidence do you have that this is a fix, that we won't have to necessarily revisit this?
That would go through several layers of sign-off procedures now, the product level, our engineering leads level, and if one of our names are going on that, then we are testing that we have ourselves reviewed and tested said feature and or functionality to go live.
But I mean, in the specific case of the credit card prohibition, as we sit here today, given that you tried and failed a couple of times, the degree of confidence that you have in the solution that is in place now to solve the problem is what? How would you assess it?
I have a high degree of confidence that that enforcement mechanism is working as intended, and there have been other alerts set up by our analytics team and engineering team to catch if we see any anomalies in that behavior, which would be use of credit card funds to place a wager in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien, you said you had additional question?
Yep, I have a couple of them. One, based on Commissioner Broder's questions too, in terms of, can you walk me through also how the February catch, in terms of the fail that happened and was identified in February, how did that not get caught?
As explained earlier, the Fools technology sits on a separate platform from our primary sports wagering platform and technology. What was tested in July when we went through with the proper fix was tested specifically to that rules engine, those markets.
Oh, you've cut out.
You just cut out for a second. I can't hear you.
Yeah, the mic cut out there.
Can't hear you.
Just 1 second. We're dialing back in on the main line. Thanks.
Yep.
Could we just ask for a 2-minute break just to make sure that we get this resolved quickly?
Yes.
Pause. Back.
Hi, can everyone hear us?
Yep.
Yes. Can we go? Oh, came back on the screen now. I don't even think that was really a recess. So it was more repairing of technical difficulties. I never left the screen. So
Just to confirm, Chair, can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay. We're back, Commissioner O'Brien, in the witness.
Okay.
He has not left his seat. He's waiting for you.
Eager to
I
finish
don't
my
know if you were done or.
Nope, I was saying as part of the testing in July, again, given that the majority or the overwhelming majority of our sports betting technology is through the SB Tech platform, which we acquired as stated in Exhibit 20/21, the end-to-end testing that was encompassed was through all of the markets and offerings there. And again, I think as detailed through the wagers through pool, which were 2 wagers for a total of $4, and it's on its own technology stack or its own technology platform, that was missed in testing. Since though we make sure any testing that is conducted now is inclusive of pools, the SB Tech or the other internal engine, and that should not be missed moving forward. Okay.
So in July of 23, Mr. Liberman was asked and didn't sign an attestation that this had been corrected and that no out-of-state credit cards were coming in and funded. Are you in a position to fill out that attestation as we sit here today?
Can you pull up the specific attestation you're referring to?
I'm going to have to ask Attorney Starr to do that. It was July 23.
It's an exhibit.
Yep.
And
I'm not asking you to actually put pen to paper. I'm just asking if you have the level of confidence, Exhibit 14 that's being on the screen right now, whether you can say that you've sufficiently tested the DraftKings platform and you would be able to affirmatively swear to that attestation.
Yes, as of today.
Okay. And my last question for you, going back to some of the questions that Commissioner Skinner had in terms of the language, I think you indicated when you saw the directive following the April 25th, 2023 meeting from this commission where we indicated the language, the effect of in a no event shall a credit card be used to fund. I'm going to ask you again, in the course of you doing your job on launch in Massachusetts, did you read the definitions in Section 3 of 23N, and specifically what is a sports wagering account?
I did read that, and again, my understanding at that time and seeing that exhibit for the first time today was that the credit card as a payment instrument was not allowed to be used to fund a counselor.
Okay, so that same phraseology at the end of that definition saying, provided further that a deposit into a sports wagering account shall not be made using a credit card. You would agree that that is strikingly similar to the language that we insisted be put into the House rules following the April 25th, 2023 meeting, yes?
At this time, I would agree with that, but again, not seeing that beforehand, I cannot go back in time and say otherwise, but that was my interpretation.
I'm going to ask you again, as part of your due diligence and you being the technological expert, you said you go into the Excel spreadsheet or the Google sheet that has all of the relevant statutory and regulatory framework in a jurisdiction. Did you or did you not read Section 3, which was the sports wagering account definition that had that language?
And that is highlighted in the quotation beginning sports wagering account?
Yes.
Let me just review that one more time before giving you a final answer.
Yeah, the question is, did you read it back in 22-23 prior to launch?
To the best of my recollection, I presume I would have read this, but the specific language is what I'm reviewing now. So, it is highly likely I did read that, and the interpretation at that point in time would have been likened to the payment instruments such as PayPal or Venmo funding of credit cards.
I think you would agree with me, Mr. McAuley. It does not say that, does it?
It does not, but that was my interpretation at that time. Or what?
And your interpretation was based on what?
Prior precedent in the industry, with Tennessee being the first state to recently enact that requirement, and just going live shortly before we deployed our configurations for Massachusetts operations to be live. Therefore, based on my experience in the industry launching several states, that my interpretation was that it would be blocking for the likes of PayPal and or Venmo through credit.
And did you ask an attorney whether your legal interpretation was accurate?
Commissioner O'Brien.
Not asking for the contents of the communication. I'm asking him if he asked that question. That's not a communication.
A request for legal advice is protected by the attorney-client privilege, and you specifically asked him, and I don't want to quarrel with you, Commissioner O'Brien, I apologize for that, but you're asking a client if he asks a lawyer for a particular piece of legal advice, which is seeking legal advice is protected by the attorney-client privilege. I
would think the communication from counsel is not the act of the question, but I will rephrase the question. Did you have communications with anyone else challenging your interpretation of the plain
Me
wording?
specifically.
I'm
Myself
sorry?
myself specifically, no.
No. Okay. I don't have anything further at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioners? I missed Commissioner Broder last time, so now I'm doing a double take. Attorney Starr, would you like to redirect?
I actually do have a question because now my curiosity is piqued, and I thought Commissioner O'Brien was going to ask this, which was how did DraftKings determine in February of 2024 that two $2 pool bets had been funded by an out-of-state credit card? How was that? How did you make that catch?
I believe that was caught through internal testing and auditing.
So some of the testing and auditing that got put into place after the July remediation actually found the glitch that was reported in February?
That is correct.
Thanks, Chairman Maynard. I appreciate that opportunity.
Well, Attorney Starr, you open up the questions and now you've piqued my interest.
Good.
This type of testing is ongoing. Is that correct? This type of auditing that Attorney Starr just mentioned?
Yes, through a series of not only testing through our engineering team, but monitoring efforts through our analytics team as well, as I referenced earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. If there's no more questions, I'll turn it back to Attorney Starr and his team to call the next witness.
Sure. So would this be, we mentioned this morning, I know you had indicated through counsel that you might have some further questions for Mr. List. He is here. Would you like me to ask him to come in so you can complete your exam, or based on the testimony from the first 6 witnesses, do you have nothing further for him?
Commissioners.
I would first see if Zach Mercer has any questions, and then I do have some myself.
All right. So, well, that answered the first questions, Commissioner O'Brien. There are commissioner questions. Mr. Mercer, would you have additional questions for
Mr. List, just procedurally, I think that where we left off was kind of in the middle of his testimony itself. So I'm not certain if he had concluded in any capacity from the commissioner's questions. If possible, I would reserve until that wraps and then potentially revisit, just to keep things in a recognizable order.
That's how my brain was thinking too, is that you had rested already on Mr. List.
Sure.
The commissioners had started asking questions of Mr. List. So, commissioners, do we have any, obviously Commissioner O'Brien, any other commissioners have additional questions? Commissioner Broder, what you said something that I couldn't hear. I have nothing either. Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Hill.
I'm going to reserve the right to ask
Right.
follow-up questions.
Okay.
I can bring Jake in. Would you indulge us a 10-minute afternoon break?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Before we do that, Chair, I have a clarifying question for Attorney Starr. Do you not intend to direct Mr. List? You have no direct examination of that witness. Is that correct?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
We don't. We don't.
All right. 3:25. We'll meet back up.
Thank you, Chair Maynard.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make change. Holy smokes, huh? They're tense.
Somebody has their mic on. Okay, Connor, I think we're a minute or two past what we said we would be.
Thank you, Chairman Maynard. The DraftKings witness and counselor back.
All right, thank you, Attorney Starr. Just for the record, this is a continuation of the adjudicatory hearing regarding DraftKings. We left off with, I believe, Commissioner O'Brien having additional questions for Mr. List, and the rest of the commissioners holding the right to ask follow-ups. So with that, I believe you can start, Commissioner O'Brien.
Mr.
Right.
Chairman, I'm sorry. Can we confirm that the witness has been sworn in? I don't recall. Mr. List was on.
This is a continuation, Commissioner, and I remember swearing him in September, for the record.
Commissioner Skinner, Mr. List was also here for the swearing in that was administered by Chairman Maynard at the start of the proceedings this morning to all the witnesses. He was in that group.
Thank you, Attorney Starr. That's what I couldn't remember, and that was my precise question. Appreciate it.
Of course, Commissioner.
All right, we ready?
I'm ready. Proceed,
All right.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. List, for coming back. I have a couple questions for you. There's been a fair amount of testimony today about the ability to load DraftKings Sportsbook accounts in Massachusetts with credit cards prior to what was noticed in this noncompliance in terms of March 10th, 2023, excuse me. So can you tell me, did you have any involvement in terms of reg ops with discussing people creating and loading sports betting accounts prior to launch in 2023?
No specific conversation about that. No.
Okay, so reg ops wouldn't have a role in that?
No.
Okay, were you aware of that prior to today?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you aware of in your job in that regard?
That prior to launching in a new sports betting state, customers that are able to create accounts and deposit, but they're not able to wager.
Okay, and were you aware whether or not any auditing was done to make sure no credit cards during that time period transported over into their accounts in violation of the statute?
To my knowledge, no auditing was done.
Okay, and I'm going to direct your attention to DraftKings. It's Bates number 2123. You're not on the Slack communication. I'm just trying to get to the source of who Parker Winslow is and the content of this Slack between Dickson Jay and Parker Winslow. I'll give you a moment to look at it and see if you've seen it before.
I'm just reading those. So you do it. Okay.
So do you know what Parker Winslow's position is at DraftKings?
I'm not sure. I have spoken to Parker before, but I'm not sure.
Okay, is he in communications perchance?
If I had to guess, I would say yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay, and so you didn't have any insight into these questions that he posed to Dickson Jay in terms of credit card use, et cetera, on March 2nd, 2023?
I do not think so. No.
Okay. And in your testimony that you gave earlier, I think back in April of 24 to IEB, you had some chatter about the structure of the regulatory ops unit. And there was reference to Jen Aguilar, who I believe is the Chief Compliance Officer. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And can you describe for me what, if any, role, well, first, was she at DraftKings during the relevant time period, 2022, 2023?
She was at DraftKings in 2022 and 2023.
And in that CCO role?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what, if any, involvement she had in terms of compliance in Massachusetts launch?
No direct involvement to my knowledge.
Okay. Since it has come to light that you've had this series of failures to comply with the credit card ban, has there been any involvement with Ms. Aguilar in terms of what to change so it doesn't happen again?
She's certainly involved in reviewing document supply in remediation. So she's seen, she's seen those documents. As far as sort of more company level remediation in assets, I couldn't speak to that.
So can I ask you what remediation plans have come about as a result? And if there's something that, again, is proprietary that you want to go into detail with in private session, let me know. But can you describe for me what has been done so this doesn't happen either in an addition or change in Massachusetts or a launch in another jurisdiction?
I guess I'd refer to two different things. Firstly, the document provided in conjunction with the last incident report. So a lot of effort has been put in place to improve the quality and scope of testing and monitoring. That's not something I'm heavily involved in, but I know this to be an important company objective. That more on my side of the fence. We really have doubled down on, I guess I would call it, culture of oversharing or default to include to try to minimize, the probability that, information goes to one section of the company and not to the other in future.
So I'm going to ask you something that seems to me to be also one of the cores of this, which is you have non-legal people interpreting statutes and regs, and or you have this dump of statutory and regulatory information, and then you say to people, go figure out what's relevant to you, interpret it, and execute accordingly. And so while I can have confidence potentially that the technological end-to-end testing would be done, if the fundamental interpretation of the statute and the regs is off, you haven't fixed the problem. So can you speak to what has been done in that regard?
Ultimately, compliance or my team in a pre-launch process, we still will be reviewing rules that we think that we've seen before, or things that have clear precedent of how we've been handling them, black and white. It is important for our team to share with legal for review anything that we do think does require interpretation. As a result of incidents that occur, some things do therefore fall under particularly high scrutiny, and obviously this is now a very high scrutiny area.
And again, if you want to answer this question in the private session, that's fine. But have you taken this step to go to the Iowa, New Hampshire jurisdictions that have similar bans to see if the purported reliance on training and experience is consistent with their interpretations as well?
I have not had that conversation, no.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioners, any follow-up questions? I'll go ahead. Oh, thank you, Commissioner. I'll go ahead and ask one since we reserved it. Jake, do you feel comfortable approaching the commission with any questions you have going forward on any interpretations of any of our regs or statutes?
Yes, absolutely, I do.
And I assume, given this experience, you're probably ready to do so in the future.
Yes, I think that's a fair statement. We will certainly default to asking the question in future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll ask if counsel for the licensee has anything to ask.
I do not. Thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Mercer, do you have anything to ask? I should ask you first.
No, nothing further for Mr. List. Thank you.
All right. I'll turn it back over to you, Attorney Starr, I believe. Did we have one more witness?
We do, Mr. Lieberman. I'll ask him to come into the room. Thank you, Jake.
You all hear me?
Can you see Mr. Lieberman as well, Chair?
I can, and because Commissioner Skinner brought it up, was Mr. Lieberman here this morning? I know I swore him in last time in September. I can remember.
He was not here right at 9. He arrived, I think, shortly after you did the swearing in. It's absolutely fine with me, of course, Chair. If you want to re-swear him, given the passage of time, please go ahead.
Request that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, just give me one moment. I would like to tell you guys how many documents I have sitting on my desk, but you wouldn't believe it if you saw it. All right, Mr. Lieberman, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide before the commission at this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. He responded in the affirmative.
May I proceed with my examination, Chair Maynard?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lieberman, and could you please provide your name for the record?
Sure, Paul Liberman,
And where do you live, Mr. Lieberman?
Massachusetts.
Could you share with the commissioners your employment background, starting from when you graduated college, and then pause when you get to DraftKings? We'll take DraftKings separately, okay?
Sure. So I graduated from Worcester Polytechnic Institute here in Massachusetts. I went to Analog Devices, was there for some period of time, probably about like a year, moved over to Vistaprint. I was there for about a total of 6 years, but in the middle of that 6-year tenure or stint, I had a 9-month stint at a company called Ando Media.
And then at that point, did you join DraftKings?
And then at that point, from Vistaprint, I started DraftKings.
Was that 2012?
That was in 2011. We started DraftKings and then was full-time in 2012.
And what has let's say, what haven't you done at DraftKings over the last 10 years? But I'll say, what have you done in general? What have your duties and responsibilities been? And then bring us forward to present.
Yep. So originally, I started off as our Chief Technology Officer and Head of Technology. I served that role for several years. Then I moved over and I had about a year and a half of being Chief Marketing Officer. And then I moved over back to operations, and I took on the role of Chief Operating Officer for a few years. And then most recently, as of 2020, I am the President of Global Product and Technology, and I oversee all of our product and technology.
So you were, of course, employed at DraftKings in January of 2023.
That's correct.
And from your testimony at that time, you were President of Global Product and Technologies.
Correct.
Are you also CEO of Crown Mass Gaming?
I'm also CEO and President of Crown Mass Gaming, and in that role, I am the main signatory on all of our agreements, contracts,
In your role as president of Global Product and Technologies, is one of your tasks to oversee product development and technology with DraftKings?
Yes.
Were you managing or supervising one or more teams in the first quarter of 2023?
I was, yes, managing the entire product and technology organization in 20.
So would that include product team, engineering organizations, IT, technical operations, all of that?
Yes, yes, all those teams reported through me.
Okay. So turning to why we're all here today, when did you first learn of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission concerns regarding the use of credit card funds in wagers in Massachusetts? When did it first come to your attention, sir?
I believe it first came to my attention on or around July 13th, which was the second incident when we tried to remediate. I may have, and I don't recall, I may have seen somewhere the first incident, but I definitely became aware and involved as of July 13th.
Why did you become involved in July of 2023, July 13th?
Generally speaking, incidents get raised to me depending on their significance, and anytime a incident happens twice, it is the remit of the team to make sure that I know about it, because I want to know why. I don't want to know why it happened the first time, but definitely why it happened. So I was alerted by the team on the second incident.
And turning to that time period in July of 2023, what was your involvement after the team alerted you to the second incident?
So my involvement was understanding what happened, what initially transpired in our first incident, why it wasn't corrected, and then as many of the commissioners have also been asking, is what are we doing and putting in place to make sure that something like this can never happen again? I know we've talked a lot about this layer cake methodology. It's something that we testified to earlier. Is on top of just the controls of somebody testing, how do we make sure that we have the appropriate software testing, the appropriate data validation, the appropriate internal audit capabilities to make sure that not just in Massachusetts but across all of our jurisdictions, that these types of incidents are not able to occur again. So after that is making sure that we fix the issue completely, and then B, that set off a much longer process of saying what are all of the both technological and processes that we need to address to make sure something like this does not reoccur.
And maybe we can break it down into a little bit more pieces and sequence our way from July through February of 24, July of 23 to February of 24. So when you did get involved in July of 23, what did you learn about why the first remediation, the emergency fix that you've heard testified to today, and of course you know about it from prior involvement with this, what did you learn about why that first remediation on May 31st actually didn't work?
So we have multiple product and technology teams, a platform team that does deposits and those withdrawals and that responsible gaming, those things that report through Jeremy McAuley's product side of that organization, is different from our sports betting team. So when we initially launched Tennessee and when we were initially working through the Tennessee regs, it was not clear in the Tennessee regs initially that they were looking at out-of-state deposits funding the credit card. So that was not clear. Tennessee further on at a later point in time clarified that. And then we started implementing that solution. They gave us 6 months to implement that solution. So in that implementation, given the timeline, there were two teams that were in parallel working on addressing that. And that was the sportsbook team and the account platform team. We ended up launching that solution. That solution was end-to-end tested. When the Massachusetts issue came up, the account...
Let me stop you there. When you say when we launched it and it was end-to-end tested, that what you're talking about with Tennessee?
Tennessee, correct.
And moving into the first part of 2023.
Oh, correct. Tennessee was end-to-end tested. When Massachusetts, when that time in May, don't recall the exact
Late
date.
May, yeah.
Late May, where we found out that we had to apply this change as well. The account platform team believed that the sportsbook team's technology would have honored the permission set that they had. So they applied their change, and their test was making sure that within their technology platform that that it worked at restricting deposits. However, the sportsbook team, unaware of this entire incident to begin with, because they were not involved, they did not honor that change, and it was that lack of communication and lack of knowledge internally, the fact that we rushed the Tennessee launch to make sure that we were compliant with that 6-month timeline, that is essentially what caused the issue. So once we identified that issue in July, we resolved it. We cleaned up the debt that was originated in Tennessee, and then, as I mentioned earlier, we kept on layering on new systems to make sure that this type of thing cannot happen again.
What are some of those, once you remediated it in July, what are some of those additional controls that you had the team put in place to make sure something like this could not happen again?
So one of the additional controls was just automated testing on the platform in this particular area to make sure that every release was tested. The other one, which is the one that eventually caught the 2 transactions for $4, is a data validation. And the data validation is a script that we run to make sure that there is no data that would originate from out-of-state deposits with mass gaming. And it was in the creation of that control that one of the engineers asked whether pools should be included or not. And once they realized that pools was one of those products, that's when we said, oh, we missed it. Pools is a very small product vertical for us. I mean, over the course of the entire time period, like we said, it's 2 transactions for $4. So it's not something that is big. It's almost always used as a free game for marketing. And I think that it was just not top of mind for all of the teams that were executing the fix in July.
Talking about the fix in July, and I think you shared this, but were you personally involved in that remediation effort in July?
I would say at that point, I was overseeing the team. I was obviously not to my level, not writing the code, but I was making sure that our follow-ups were consistent with the objective of making sure this would not happen again.
Michael, could we put Exhibit 14 on the screen for Mr. Liberman, please? Commissioners, as you can see, I placed in front of the witness Exhibit 14. You recognize that document?
I do.
And what is Exhibit 14?
Exhibit 14 was an attestation that was sent around, at least to myself and other operators, certifying that we are prohibiting any use of credit cards to place sports wagers on our sports wagering platform, including funds deposited outside of Massachusetts.
And this was submitted to the commission by DraftKings after you signed it?
Yes.
And what steps did you take at that time to confirm that the statement you were signing was true?
So I made sure that our team believed that the problem was resolved and that we had independent being within our organization, testing where somebody crossed the border, placed the deposit, literally testing the platform as it would have operated in the real world. And at that point in time, given everything my team told me, it was to the best of my knowledge that we were complying with it.
At the time you signed the certification on July 26th of 2023, did you believe your certification was correct?
Yes.
And what was the basis for that belief?
It is just what I said, which is I spoke to my team. I made sure that there was external, there was testing where we actually validated the experience. Us taking, word for it. We went to another state and tried to do this on obviously on a test account and made sure that it was functioning as expected, as well as also, some of the data validations is checking to make sure that no data was coming through by a customer that deposited out of state and placed a wager in Massachusetts.
When you signed the certification on July 26, 23, and you've already testified that it missed the pools, did you know that DraftKings was still accepting out-of-state credit card payments for pools?
I did not.
At that time, were you aware that pools was running on a different system and was not included in the remediation that was put in place?
I was aware that pools operated under a different system. That being said, I did not think about pools as they were going through the remediation. It just didn't rise to, it didn't rise to be like, this is something we also need to include, just given how small of a product it is.
And I think you shared with this earlier, but I'd like to go a little bit sequentially here. How did you end up finding out that DraftKings was accepting those $2 credit card payments for pools?
Yeah, the total $4. Right. So that was after this happened, after this incident, I directed the team to make sure that what are the processes that we are putting in place to make sure that these types of things don't happen again. One of it was automated testing. Another one was a completely separate data validation process. That data validation process looks at our data warehouse and it identifies any anomalous behavior. Anomalous in this case would be somebody deposited out of state and then, continued to make a transaction in Massachusetts. And this is in place for two reasons. One, it's a completely third check that is not dependent on our entire code base. Two is it protects us in the future in the event that something does happen, in the event that there is a mistake, in the event that there's a bug in the code. It's the ability to identify it right away as opposed to having to have it live out there for months. So it's essentially a safety net for us. So in doing that, one of the engineers asked the question of, is pools included or not? And the answer was clearly yes. Once we identified that, we identified those two transactions and then reported it immediately to the MGC.
And after reporting it, did DraftKings take any steps to make sure that the July 2023 remediation was now made effective for pools?
Yes, we immediately, the first thing we did was included pools in that configuration and tested that change.
Was that the change effective?
Yes, as far as I know.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Attorney Starr. I will turn it now to Councilor Mercer.
I don't have anything for Mr. Liberman. Thank you.
Commissioners, do we have anything for Mr. Liberman?
I do have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Liberman. It's not going to be very long. I would start with directing, first, thanks for coming back. I know this is round two for a couple of you. I appreciate your time. I would direct you, and I would ask your team if they can put up what's Bate stamp 0002122. It's a Slack communication. You're not in the Slack communication, but you're referenced. Yep. So I just wanted to ask you about it.
Sure.
We're working on getting that up. Give us 1 second.
Thank you. So, Mr. Liberman, as you can see, you're not part of this communication. It's February 10th, 2023. And there's some chatter between Grace Tate and Kevin Nelson. Yep. And she takes a sort of a dump from another Slack with Jeremy Hill talking about disabling credit card processing in Mass. This was in the time period after you were given a provisional license grant and before the launch on March 10th. And you'll see her opening salvo kind of at 4:07 p.m. says, we've had to go all the way up the chain to Paul, but are disabling them. And she stated that by the Paul reference, it was to you. Do you have a memory of this conversation, communications?
So for all, and I don't know if I have an explicit memory of this one, but what I can say is that, just to give a little bit of context, this was Feb 10th, right before Super Bowl. DraftKings does a lot of performance testing to make sure that our site stays stable prior to Super Bowl. So for the weeks, even maybe a month before, what we do is we do a lot of work to make sure that the site stays stable. And the way we do that is we freeze our code, and we make sure that, you know, only critical changes go through at that particular point in time, so we don't introduce something that may cause our site to have issues. So as that, it makes me essentially the authority of approving how important a change is. In this situation, we did believe it was important for us to disable them because we were beginning our pre-launch marketing of a DraftKings Sportsbook in Massachusetts. And given the regulations, we thought that making sure that people did not have credit card deposits as we opened up, because it's not exactly entirely clear what happens the day we go live. And all of these jurisdictions it's something we work with the commission, and we work with the commission on to understand how these things work. But for this one, I made the decision, given, I believe it was Kevin and others' recommendation, to say we do not want credit card deposits, and the risk was worth it. So the risk made sense, and it was the right thing to do. So I told them that despite the fact that we have a freeze on production, this was important enough that we should disable them at that point in time.
Okay. And I'm making an assumption here that you have not been on the meeting all day. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I have been listening in today.
You have, okay. So I'm going to draw your attention back specifically to the testimony of Grace Tate in particular, when she was detailing the fact that it was possible to open a DraftKings Sportsbook account effective essentially in 2018. You could load it with a credit card. And when asked, so up until you authorized shutting those down on 2/10/23, in theory, from 2018 up through that date, people could have created a DraftKings book and then loaded money in Massachusetts, potentially through prohibited means. And can you speak at all to whether or not it has been done to find out if that was in fact happening from 2018 to Feb 10 of 23? And if so, can you give us the stats on that?
So I believe that is correct, that somebody could have opened up, or they may have not opened up an account. They might have been traveling for work, or they might have been doing something completely different, and they could have deposited funds in Massachusetts prior to the legislation that came out, and prior to the date that you just mentioned. And I'm not aware of any laws that or regulations that would have prohibited us from doing that.
Well, on August 10th, 2022, when the statute went into effect, 23N prohibited putting any monies in Massachusetts into those accounts. And so my other question to you is monies, when I asked the question whether monies that had put in prior to that date could have been moved over, even though they were credit card funds, the answer was yes, they could have been. Do you have a different answer on that?
I'm not 100% sure, but I would trust the testimony of my colleagues.
Okay. So I know that there are a number of areas of the company that report up to you, compliance being one of them. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked of Mr. List, which is...
Just to be clear, compliance does not roll up through me. Some of the technology organizations that work with compliance, but the compliance team and Jen's organization reports does not roll up through me.
Okay. And who does she report up to?
Jen reports directly to Jason Robbins.
Jason Robbins. Okay. So do you know whether, in terms of the question that we have asked, you were shown Exhibit 14 and someone put in front of you an attestation that you signed saying there was no violation of the statute happening, and subsequently you found out that that was not in fact the case, correct?
Sorry, Exhibit 14 was the exhibit.
It was the attestation from July of 2023?
Yes, I just want to make sure. So at that point in time, it was to the best of my knowledge and belief that we had addressed everything. And then at a later point in time, we found those two other transactions for $4.
Mhm. And I'm going to ask a question that I asked of Mr. List as well, which is, can you describe what the company has done to make sure that this is not going to happen again? Anything in terms of a new product or a new launch or a new jurisdiction?
Yep. So I mentioned already on the product and technology side, which is the controls we have in validating, testing, and making sure that these things are all tested. And the other thing that we now have is that our legal team does work with our regulatory operations team to review. Now, they don't review every single point word for word, but in ones that are whether not clear or particularly risky, the legal team will work with the regulatory operations team to review those. So it is somewhat a judgment of both the legal and regulatory operations team as we launch new jurisdictions to review the regulations.
Mm-hmm. So in Tennessee, can I ask, did you reach out to Tennessee for clarification? Or did they come to you?
So I am not 100% sure on the timeline, but as far as I know right now, I wasn't involved, is that Tennessee came to us. We did not go to Tennessee. Tennessee came to us and other operators.
Okay. And then I can't pull it up at the moment. My memory is it your signature on the DraftKings application for the license that was submitted in 2022?
To Massachusetts or Tennessee?
Yes, to Massachusetts, yes. Okay.
Yes, it would be my signature.
Okay. And can you tell me, were you the individual who put Bill Curtis and licensing down as the point of contact for the commission on that application?
So I think that my compliance and regulatory team work on that application together. But generally speaking, the way that it works, and hopefully this clarifies some of it, is that licensing often is the beginning part of the process, and Bill Curtis is the appropriate contact. And then at some point in time, later, the regulatory operations, as we begin the, developing and working on the regulations, they come into the fold. So there's really a two-pronged approach here. So I believe that, and I think we might have even presented this, there was a document where Kevin reached out to the commission and said, I will be the point of contact for the regulatory operations. So that happened at a later point in time.
If you can forward that to me, I have not seen that. I would appreciate seeing that.
Okay. Is that something?
Yeah, when I get to redirect, I'd be happy to put it up. I know what he's talking about.
That would be great. Thanks. Okay, I have nothing further at this time. Thank you, Mr. Liberman.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Skinner, I see your mic is off.
Mr. Lieberman, good afternoon. I just have one question for you. Sorry, I should have allowed you to respond. I have just one question for you, unless I have a follow-up. You testified in your interview with the IED that you are part of the compliance committee at DraftKings, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. I'm also on the board of directors and a part of the DraftKings compliance committee.
Thank you. And in that capacity, what in your assessment were missteps made or failures, if you will, on the part of DraftKings in implementing the Massachusetts requirement relative to credit card funding?
So I think it's a detailed question. Let me see if I can go through it. I can understand sitting and reviewing how our regulatory operations team interpreted the laws and regulations as from the way they were written. I think where we had a failure was not circulating, and this was, I think, an internal miscommunication, not circulating the directive in January from the former director, Director Wells. So that was, not recognizing that was a directive, not just a question, was a failure and a miscommunication. I think many times after that, we were trying to be open and transparent. For example, when we did make that edit to the House rules where we say physically present, part of the reason why was we were trying to be clear. We weren't trying to hide the fact that we were taking these transactions, nor were they material to the business. They were $88,000 on the basis of like $950 million in wagers. So they're a very small fraction of the total amount of dollars on I believe, 200 some odd customers. So I think we were operating transparently, and that was clearly a miscommunication. In the first resolution, we should have done end-to-end testing. We should have, it was, and that's why things get raised to me on the second time, because it was the fact that we did not do end-to-end testing and did not put more controls in place at that point in time on the first issue. I think, we should have done better, and that was a miss on the organization. And then I think which we clearly did on the second time, and I think the third issue of $2 to $4 was actually us going through and putting, doing our diligence and making sure that we didn't just drop it on the floor once we were done with the, that second resolution, but we put a lot of guardrails in place to prevent these future incidents. So while I do not love that we had those extra 2 transactions for $4, and believe me, like when I heard about them, it was like a stab in the heart. I'm like, oh, how did we miss that? And it was painful. I think it did kind of illustrate that the team, we continued to run through the process. We continued to iterate and work and make sure that these things are caught. And I'm glad that we caught it. I'm glad that we self-reported. We self-reported the issue when we did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up if no one else has questions.
Mr. O'Brien.
So, Mr. Liberman, your commentary in terms of, I think I called it at the time being creative, when your team was given a directive to literally put a quote line on this topic into your House rules. Did you ever go back and watch our discussion on May 30th, 2023 on this?
I did not have a chance to see the discussion.
Okay.
So, O'Brien, pardon me for interrupting. You said May 30th, 2023. Is that the one you wanted to bring
out April 25th, 2023. The directive came out to put the line into House rules. That was communicated on May 1st, about May 1st, May 2nd. DraftKings submitted its response, being creative and adding the line, which Mr. Liberman has an attempt at transparency.
I didn't know if you were asking about the May 30th or the April 25th, which is the one that preceded the May 1 email.
No, I'm talking about the May. I'm talking about the May. Well, they're both somewhat relevant to this topic, but in particular, the representation that there was some transparency in being creative. I would suggest you go look at that meeting. None of us were happy with that language. We did not vote on your rules that day. And in fact, Sterl Carpenter was attempting to reconcile that change with your actual compliance to not have out-of-state credit cards be used in Massachusetts. And so I am going to take issue with that representation on that. And I think the way to be transparent is to pick up the phone on May 1st and say, I want to change it to this, et cetera. So respectfully, I would ask you to go back and watch that conversation, in particular on May 30th of 2023.
Yeah, I apologize. Sorry, I was referring to something that was said earlier today, where somebody, I don't remember who, was characterized as creative, and that was not the intent. I think the intent was just for us to be forthcoming with what we were doing and that was, I believe, April 25th.
So April 25th was the directive. I'm the one that used creative when the language came before us on May 30th. And so we're clear, Sterl Carpenter's trying to get a hold of your team to find out why the change happened and couldn't. And so was basically trying to explain it away that made the language still consistent, what has been clear in the statute all along, which is you cannot, under any circumstances, have a sports wagering account funded with a credit card, regardless of the state you're in when you do it.
Mr. Chairman? At this point, I think we need to keep it to questions.
I'm done, Commissioner. I don't have anything further at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Attorney Starr, you did want to redirect.
Yeah, if we could, I think there may be a couple of exhibits that might be what the witness was thinking about there in response to Commissioner O'Brien. Earlier today, Kevin Nelson, when he was testifying, we introduced this, which is DraftKings 0002139, a January 11th email to Bruce Band and Sterl Carpenter, where he's introducing himself and regarding ensuring regulatory compliance, working directly with his regulatory partners. Is this one of the emails you were thinking about?
Yes.
And I think there was a second one on January 24th, Exhibit 26, which you may also have been thinking of, where, put it up in just a second. Where Mr. Nelson sends over some of the required pre-launch regulatory submissions for approval, and then asks if there are any questions or so. We're happy to address them and so forth. Is that another one of the emails that you were thinking about?
Yeah. So it was the two, primarily the first one when he introduces himself as the head of regulatory compliance, and then
Both of which came before the January 26th email from Executive Director Wells. Right.
Yep. Yes. Sorry, I didn't know that was a question.
I'm all set, Chair Maynard. I appreciate the opportunity for the limited redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any other questions of Mr. Lieberman? Mr. Lieberman, we appreciate your time, both in September and now, and we appreciate your candor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mercer, nothing further?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
All right. So with that, I believe Attorney Starr, you're exhausted with your list of witnesses too, correct?
Well, these were the witnesses that were listed, and we do not have any other witnesses that we'd like to call today. I know there are a couple of homework assignments that Commissioner O'Brien gave us, and we'll get right on that, Commissioner. I'll follow up with Justin and make sure that I got them all down. I highlighted them in bright yellow on my notepad, and we'll follow up on those. I did have a couple of, as we are nearing the end of the proceedings today. I know you mentioned earlier doing a closing at this point. With your permission, it's been a bit of a long day, and I spoke to Justin about this. DraftKings would like to digest the information that's been shared today and get you a closing brief. We can get it to you, hopefully close of business Tuesday of next week or by midday on Wednesday. I think it would be helpful if we could write up what we think is the information and share it in a coherent manner, if that was acceptable to the commission. As I said, I mentioned it to Justin, and he thought it would be fine.
Okay, so let me do this, Attorney Starr. I just want to keep a clean record. So let me do this. Let me first say, do the commissioners have any additional questions for anybody that has spoken today?
I do not.
Okay,
No.
I'm saying no's across the board for the record. I was going to ask you to make a closing statement. Do all the commissioners agree that Attorney Starr and representing DraftKings can submit a brief instead? I'm fine with that.
Yes.
I have no issue with that either, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't either. It's really up to IB if they want to do the same.
So Commissioner O'Brien, you read my mind, because the next thing I have written down here is would IEB, I'm assuming, would reserve the right to respond to this closing brief.
I think that's fair. The IB would reserve or would request to reserve the right to respond in some capacity. Obviously, if we're awaiting additional documents, want to make sure the record's complete before we make any kind of final summation here.
Is that okay with you, Attorney Starr? The IB
Of course.
officer? Okay.
Of course.
All right. So with that,
Mr. Chairman, I ask one clarifying question. It may be in our closing brief. We may want to make reference to certain of the discussion at both the April 25th and May 30th, 2023 commission meetings. How would you like us to do that? Do you want us to try and transcribe it, or just can I refer to the time? Obviously, these are a matter of public record on your website, but I want to make sure I do it in a way that fulfills whatever expectations you have on that.
I can tell you, Attorney Starr, the way we do the minutes at times is we will actually link to portions of the video at times. We do that internally here. I don't know if I imagine you have the resources to do that, but that is something we do here.
Yeah.
Well, I can assure you, if
on there.
Okay, we'll just link it to the. You want like a link right to it, or just the time and you look it up? What would you prefer? What's easiest for you, commissioners?
A link would be helpful to me, just a direct link.
If I could just click it, that makes it easier on me. Because I absolutely hate watching myself on those videos. Let me tell you that right now.
I'll transcribe your comments. You won't have to watch yourself. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it very much.
Anything further? All right. Unless there.
I just want to say one thing before you move into sort of wrapping up. I just want to extend a thank you to Attorney Hill and Attorney Starr for the effort that you put in to moving this along and bringing this in for a landing. I found your participation very helpful today.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And
not to slight Mr. Attorney Hanley, but
yeah. And we likewise always appreciate your questioning, Commissioner O'Brien, to bring the issues to the fore, and we'll do our best to address them in our closing brief.
I want to add my agreement to Commissioner O'Brien's comments. I found your participation today very, very helpful in steering the discussion, and particularly your command of the exhibits. It's been a really, really long time since I've had to prepare for trial in that way. And I know this isn't a trial, but almost similar. So again, thank you for all of your work today, both you and Attorney Hill.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner Skinner.
And we should also give credit to Attorney Maltad, who I will admit has been manning the exhibit. So I don't want to take his credit.
And I'll also say that we're appreciative of Andrew and Pete too, and their work in the first round of this hearing. And so just again, reiterate what the fellow commissioners said. We appreciate DraftKings for the self-reporting of this matter. I will be clear across the board. We want to encourage self-reporting and good relationships with the Gaming Commission. So I don't care if it's $4 or 1 penny. We appreciate it. And so with that being said, unless there are any further matters that DraftKings or my fellow commissioners would like to address, we will now conclude this portion of the proceeding. Does anyone have anything further?
Not from DraftKings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Nothing from the IB.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. With that said, we will take this all under advisement. We will obviously hold the record open and until we make a decision and until we receive these additional briefs.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.